me Towel. I may also be known as Grant, Howard Cosell, David Attenborough, TowelSmithEllis, but that is a discussion for another day. Good morning, friends. We're now live on the YouTube. I'm a little towel, and we are ready to go. Well, hello, that's me. I'm a towel. Hi, Dewdrops. Hi, Def Otter. Hi, Macy. Folks, we have things to talk about. We are going to watch the clip from yesterday. We are hearing reports. Yuri, Buchanan is the first witness in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial today. And Little Towel has been feeling very under the weather. Now, I think this is because Little Towel is both physically ill and also just aimless. Overnight, I became a rudderless towel. I started wondering, what am I doing? What am I doing as a towel? Am I covering criminal cases? Am I empowering the world? Do I come into people's lives to make them stronger and then drift away because, unfortunately, towel is not meant for any one person, but instead the world? It made me have an existential crisis. I was just trying to figure out, and then it made sense to me, ladies and gentlemen. I cannot have a personal life. I can't. It's impossible. Because if I were to dedicate the amount of time necessary to prioritize individual human lives in my life for extended periods of time, I would not be able to do the work that I do. The only reason I can do this is because my mind doesn't end up with those very important things for so many other people. It is not a mark of vacuity to have your family and your close friends on your mind most of the time. So in that sense, Towel wasn't really having an existential crisis. It more just made me realize that sometimes we are meant to serve others rather than personally exist in the world. But that also was a little bit confusing for Towel because, I don't know, I feel like I've been judging myself as a fish trying to climb a tree my whole life. And so I kept getting frustrated when in reality my vocation was to just simply drift in and out of people's lives, making them stronger, helping out, and then moving on. That is what I'm supposed to do. It's sad, ladies and gentlemen, in some sense, but also I think it's a beautiful testament to what can happen when someone believes in the power of service to others. And thanks for letting me reflect a little bit before we really get going and ramped up this morning. I have to get some posts up to let folks know about the Towel stream, as it were, anyway. And Towel, you might be saying, Towel, I understand nothing about what you're saying right now. It sounds like you're just vaguely speaking about existential philosophy as it pertains to your own life. And you mentioned a fish and a tree in there somewhere. And ladies and gentlemen, I will admit to you that that is exactly what happened. I mentioned a fish and a tree. And do you know why, ladies and gentlemen? Because you cannot judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree. You cannot judge a towel by its ability to not be a towel. Ladies and gentlemen, as much as that might not make sense to you, it makes sense to Little Towel, and that's how we will start day 12. And you might be saying, Grant, because we've been going for so many days and we're on day 12 and it's Thursday, week 2.5 of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial, are you beginning to become a bit delirious? And I would say, no, ladies and gentlemen, I am clear-headed. I am simply waxing metaphorical about the nature of Towel's existence. And if I can't do that for the first few minutes of Towel stream as the towel friends and the washcloths and the towelettes and the hemp towels and the paper towels and otherwise, I should also say, of course, the beach towels and the paper towels. Oh, goodness, we can't forget the paper towels. If I am going to do that, then yes, ladies and gentlemen, that is just what we must deal with. Oh, well, I appreciate you, Modelo Macy, and I kind of feel like this is something that Towel wanted, before we begin the day, and we'll go over the recap of yesterday, I think actually talking to you, Towel friends, about this will make Towel feel a little bit better. Now, the reason why I'm so sort of existentially perturbed is I'm starting to realize that for Towel as first of all, if you've never watched Lady Gaga talk about the distinction between Stephanie and Lady Gaga, I think that's actually a good place for us to start. So bear with me, Towel friends, while we get ramped up today. I want to show you this clip, and you might be saying, Towel, why are we going to talk about Lady Gaga? Well, have you ever wondered why I enjoy having a Towel persona compared to who Grant is? Well, there's a reason for that, ladies and gentlemen. I want to show you that reason. It's not gratuitous. It's not self-indulgent. It is actually to kind of provide a little bit of a bifurcation between who Towel is as a person and who folks relate to in the world. And the Towel is very much, Grant is Towel and Towel is Grant, but I want you all to think a little bit about what it's like for me, and maybe you all can help me understand a little bit more about myself, because this is a video that Lady Gaga, lecture that Lady Gaga gave at Yale. And it's probably one of the most interesting things that I have come across recently, and I want to share it with you all. It is stressful, folks. I appreciate you saying that, Jew Drops. It's definitely making me pensive, and maybe that's a sign that pausing for a few minutes to start today's coverage before we get into yesterday's recap and really dive into the substance and the merits and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. We should talk a little bit about how this can have an impact on us as people, how it can, keep us up late nights, not just the trial, but how we participate in the trial. Our thoughts about the wider public sphere, the omnipresent digital forces in our life that make it hard to tune anything out these days. I want to think a little bit about that. And then I want to listen, before that though, I want to listen to this speech by Lady Gaga. It's not a speech, it was an answer to a question at Yale. And I want you to think a little bit about, what does it mean to have a public persona, whether in the context of relaying information about criminal trials or helping to engender cogent discourse or serving the vulnerable? What does it mean for the people who actually are behind the towel? Now, I'm just using that as an example. But what does it mean to have a public persona and a private persona? What does that actually mean? We can think a little bit about Immanuel Kant's distinction between public and private right, going back all the way to, I think it was in the groundwork for the metaphysics of morals, actually. And Kant has this really fascinating notion that, we have public reason is closer to the nature of reason that we engage in our public sort of professions, like the way we express things diplomatically in the world as a reflection of our sort of professional status. And then private reason for Kant, okay, is the reasoning, like the dialectical or discursive reasoning we engage in behind closed doors, okay? Yes, it's sort of similar to our public persona, but it's more authentic to who we are as people. Now, what's fascinating is John Rawls, the American philosopher, some 200 years later, picks up this fascinating thread about the nature of public reason and the way it interfaces with, sorry, I closed your comments for a second so they didn't appear. They're back now. But John Rawls picks this up, and that's actually where he gets his distinction between the public and the private sphere as he develops his idea of overlapping consensus. And he argues that a pluralistic public sphere defined by overlapping comprehensive worldviews should be buttressed or buffered by this sort of ring of toleration. And what toleration does is it doesn't say you can't have intolerant views. It says you keep them in the private sphere, which Kant would say is a corollary, Rawls would say is a corollary to Kant's concept of private reason. And then in the public sphere, that's where toleration says, okay, there are lots of views you can express, and they can be comprehensive and different and pluralistic, but you just make sure they're tolerant. And so that's a fascinating sort of foundation, I think, of what Lady Gaga is driving at here. But Lady Gaga's talking about more, why does she have a Lady Gaga persona compared to a Stephanie persona, or Stephanie as a person? And I want to listen to this with you.
I said this earlier, and I'll say it again. I invented myself, Lady Gaga. I curated my life to be an expression of my pain. This is how I overcame my depression, is by creating somebody that I felt was stronger than me. But once I went through all sorts of changes, my career taking off, becoming more isolated, nothing was able to fix how I was genetically made. I was born this way. So how do we now, knowing all of that, no matter how much success you have, no matter how many opportunities, fame, fortune, no matter how many people accept you to your face, the person that really needs to accept you is you. I have some sort of anxiety, depression, something that's changed my whole life. I take antidepressant medication for it. I have tried to get off of it. My doctor always tells me not to, that it's not safe for me to. Whenever I've tried to, I've gotten very neurotic, manic, sick. So I have had to study all different types of ways. But I was thinking to myself, why is it that I have to dig into all these different areas to figure out how to function? Why don't, there's no way that I have at my fingertips as a, public figure. It's not possible that I have the resources that other kids have. So this is not fair. I started looking into Ayurvedic medicine. I started looking into mindfulness and meditation. I started looking into a mantra. I do acupuncture. I do cupping. I pray sometimes. I make music. I write poetry. I'm an actress now. That's helped me a lot. But so these are the things that I started to do, but what helped me the most, that I want to impress upon all of you, is that I realized that part of my identity is saying no to things I don't want to do. And you are all in school, and you all have a lot of teachers and a lot of people around you that tell you all day what you have to do, but it is your right to choose what you do and don't do. It is your right to choose what you believe in and what you don't believe in. It is your right to curate your life and your own perspective. You are not here to be a puppet for Yale. That's not what they want. Am I wrong? I have had to make decisions like, why am I unhappy? Okay, Stephanie, Gaga, hybrid person. Why are you unhappy? Why is it that you want to quit music a couple years ago? And it's like, well, I really don't like selling these, fragrances, perfumes. I don't like wasting my time spending days just shaking people's hands and smiling and taking selfies. It feels shallow to my existence. I have a lot more to offer than my image. I don't like being used to make people money. I feel sad when I'm overworked and that I've just become a money-making machine and that my passion and my creativity take a back seat. That makes me unhappy. So what did I do? I started to say no. I'm not doing that. I don't want to do that. I'm not taking that picture. I'm not going to that event. I'm not standing by that because that's not what I stand for. And slowly but surely, I remembered who I am. And then you go home and you look in the mirror and you're like, yes, I can go to bed with you every night. Because that person, I know that person. That person has balls. That person has integrity. That person has an opinion. That person doesn't say yes. That person doesn't get a text from somebody and say, oh my God, they wrote this and they sent this emoji. Should I write this back? What do you think? Is that okay to say? Are they going to like me if I say that? Should I say something different? This is the age that we live in. We're not actually communicating with each other. We are unconsciously communicating lies that I check in with myself throughout the day. And I say, do I really want to do this? And if the answer is no, I don't do it. And you shouldn't either.
Thanks, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a little towel. I appreciate you allowing me to play that video. Now listen, I'm not saying that artists aren't all tormented in their own ways. They are, folks. They are absolutely all tormented in their own ways. But what I'm saying is that Lady Gaga's point there is, living in the public sphere is not easy. And I think her bigger point is it makes you, and I'm just reflecting on a little bit because we're taking a break as we lead into our recap from yesterday. What really is the role of a human being who serves a wider purpose? Would having a personal life distract them from that service? And, how do you balance people's relationship with this persona, whether it's Lady Gaga on a large scale that I can't even fathom, or something on a smaller scale like being a towel? How do you process that? How do you relate to that as a human? How do you understand that bifurcated role? It's like living with two identities. In some sense, it's a protective shell people can relate to that towel or Lady Gaga persona, and it insulates Stephanie or Grant in this analogy. But at the same time, like, what room does it leave to have a personal life? You have to be constantly on guard all the time. You never know what someone's motive is. You have to assume that everybody, even if they're telling you they don't know who you are or what you're involved with, might actually be involved somehow. It's a very isolating existence. It makes me sympathize a lot, even though obviously those people have way more resources and wealth than I'm ever going to see and I ever want. It makes me sympathize with the kind of isolation they must go through, not because they have to. They could easily choose to just befriend whoever they wanted, but because there are risks that come with it. So, yes, ladies and gentlemen. No, I think, okay, so I get what you're saying, Trevor McIntyre, but I think Lady Gaga's point is more, I would think of it even less from like the rich and powerful perspective, but I think there's a lot of overlap. If you have a public facing persona, it's more about how does the world relate to that persona, and then what does that do to your understanding of self? That's, I think, what Lady Gaga probably has so much money, she's not doing a very good job explaining it because she has lost touch with day-to-day life, which I never want to do. I want to just live among the destitute and never lose faith with the people I'm trying to help. But her point, I think, and it's a very well-taken point, is that it does something to your, one, ability to have a private self, and two, it does something with your relationship to self, because you have these, like, two forms of existence necessarily. It's not a bad thing. It's very controlled. It's a public-facing persona and a private persona. Everyone has it to some extent. But when you're constantly forced to grapple with the relationship between the wider public and your public persona, it does something. And listen, we can tie this into the trial. You don't think this plays into Karen Reed's cult of personality that she has? You don't think she realizes that the image and ethos people view of her is not authentic to self? Now, with me, obviously, my private self is very, very close to what, it's basically exactly what you're seeing on Towel Stream. I don't have to try. I don't have to write notes. You are just seeing basically who I am. I even tell you medical things sometimes because I want you to know why Towel struggles. But with Karen, I think Karen Reed hides it, even like completely hides her actual persona. It comes out sometimes. We can see it in the clips, ladies and gentlemen. We'll watch them right now. We have even more to watch. But I'll tell you, and it's a good segue actually, because the way that jurors ended their day yesterday, ladies and gentlemen, in the Karen Reed and oh no, Jew drops. Oh no, I hope you keep us updated about your electricity. I hope it comes back on. I bet Drew Drops is on their phone watching. But yes, I want to watch this clip of Karen Reed yesterday because I think it speaks to something about her public persona in some regard. I think it shows a little bit about what Karen is like versus what the image Karen wants to cultivate for the world. Oh, by the way, slight pause. Reporter Towel Christina, it's going to show up on your screen in one sec, has excellent information for us today, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it turns out that when Dr. Jessica Hyde was talking about May the 4th yesterday, oh my word, ladies and gentlemen, the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, Obi-Wan Kenobi, and Chewbacca were all there. Now, I'm glad you're here, kiddies. It's wonderful to see you. Oh, no, Jew Drops. I'm so sorry to hear about the power going out. Is it stormy there? We have partly sunny weather here in Massachusetts where the trial's taking place, but it's supposed to get very rainy very quickly today. Yes, Angela, Bina, Karen's mask slips a lot. Ange Whittick, it's so good to see you, dear friend. For those of you just tuning in, there's nothing necessarily wrong. Towel's just having an existential crisis in some regard. Yeah, that's quite a sentence. There's nothing wrong. I'm just having an existential crisis as to the nature of being a towel. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, let us continue because what I want to watch is I want to watch the clip that was played. Oh, by the way, Karen was caught on her phone yesterday during trial, potentially tweeting. We don't know. Great post by Jennifer Coffindaffer. And by the way, ladies and gentlemen, do you see what's in the bottom right of Jennifer Coffindaffer's image? Yes, the head of the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man himself. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it is a glorious day. That brightens Towel spirits. You know what brightens Towel spirits? Being around all the Towel friends, being reminded that there are good, not just good people out there, but people out in the world who actually interact with each other in an authentic manner and care about each other. That brings Towel faith in a better future. But yes, we are going to take a look at the clip that jurors went home with at the end of yesterday. My word, ladies and gentlemen, it was explosive. It takes a while for Cosell to come out. Me too. Second coffee. Yes, we're in a pensive, Howard Cosell towel mood this morning. We will see how things happen, ladies and gentlemen. But yes, Sunken Grave, I appreciate you being a soap dispenser and reminding me of the importance of washing my hands after eating 7-Eleven pizza. All right, let's watch this clip. It was devastating. It was bad. It was horrible. Karen Reed basically, to the jurors, admitted, in my opinion, to setting up Jen McCabe with nonsensical smears. And this was right after jurors heard confirmation from the second Commonwealth expert in digital technology that Jen McCabe's Google searches occurred at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. as to how long to die in cold at Karen Reed's request. And we'll watch a recap of that in just a second. But ladies and gentlemen, let's watch. And we even saw the Karen cam synced because of Towel's excellent video editing to the moment the video was played. Here we go.
Absolutely more than Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe, it's me or her. Either I'm going down, Jen, or you are.
There you go. And look at that face. Look at that head snap over. And look at her parents' reactions, folks. Got them right. Look at let's watch this in real time, okay? I'm going to slow it down. Towel loves slowing things down. Let's watch the .25 speed. This is the moment the clip ended. Watch Karen's face. Oh, look at that snap. And look at her parents nodding in unison. Oh, it's so creepy. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, you wanted clips. You got more than clips. Look at this moment. Look at her head. Hold on, we missed the snap. We need the head snap. The head snap is key. Watch the head snap. Oh, you won't just get clips, ladies and gentlemen. You'll get slow motion. Look at those heads shaking. Ladies and gentlemen, well, let's watch it again. This was the end of the clip. Let's watch Karen's face. We're going to go frame by frame. Look at it. Snap over to look at the jurors. Side eye. Look at Karen's parents in the background. They all nod. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, what a creepy moment. Now, if you're wondering, as we continue to get requests for the clip, let's watch it again. What are we watching? This is what jurors went home with at the end of yesterday.
Absolutely more than Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe, it's me or her. Either I'm going down, Jen, or you are.
My word, ladies and gentlemen. My word, indeed. You saw it there. You saw it now. Let's do a full recap. Yeah, her parents' reactions are just, they have that uncanny valley, like, what are you doing, kind of. Her dad's nod, extremely weird, Kerry Gold. And Karen's slight smirk and the head whip. It was odd, folks. It was odd. Everything about it was odd. Now, just so you can see this, I think I actually put up another version that's a little longer if you want to watch the 18-second version, just as an excuse to see the Karen cam reaction to the clip again. We have yet another version. Let's take a look. This is the 18-second version that shows a little buffering to sync up the Karen's reaction. She's waiting for the clip to start. It starts.
Absolutely more than Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe, it's me or her. Either I'm going down, Jen, or you are.
Wow, and look at the head snap. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, what an and the head nods from her parents. What an interesting moment. We could play it on mute over and over and over, folks. It was quite the moment. Now, All right, I have a full day. I called it day 12. It was actually day 11. I was so tired by the end of yesterday. Let's watch the recap, folks. It's only 12 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, it will get you caught up completely. If you missed yesterday, it will get you completely caught up. It will give Little Towel a chance to fix this camera issue because my camera keeps going on and off. So give Little Towel a second, and you'll be able to see Little Towel in the clip we're going to watch anyway. All right, let's do our Day 11 recap. If you missed Wednesday, ladies and gentlemen, if you're ready for Yuri Buchanan, the first witness today, according to reporting from Honorary Towel JI5, here we go. We're not actually ready to go. I have to bring your comments back up on the screen. Now we are ready to go. Okay, Little Towel's in the video too. Let's go. Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is GrantSmithEllis. It's just after 4 p.m. Today's Karen Reed trial wrapped up at 3 p.m. with an absolute bombshell. Ladies and gentlemen, if you did not see it in real time, it is how we will start the lead with today's Towel News at 4. And the Towel friends are here with us, ladies and gentlemen, watching along. Day 11 of testimony in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial, to put it lightly, was devastating for Karen Reed and her defense. This is the clip jurors were left going home with after hours of testimony confirming Jen McCabe's 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. Google search at Karen Reed's hands. Karen literally said to the news, now played for jurors, that it was going to be Karen or Jen. Karen definitely put out false information to try to throw Jen McCabe under the bus, and now jurors know. Let's watch the moment.
Absolutely more than Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe, it's me or her. Either I'm going down Jen or you are.
Ladies and gentlemen, oh my word. You heard it from Karen Reed's own lips. Either I'm going down or you are. Karen Reed tried to throw Jen McCabe under the bus. Look at Karen's reaction to the clip, folks. Look at her head snap over to the juror, wants the side eye. Oh, it was devastating, folks. It was as devastating as possible. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we also had further developments in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe case during the pendency of this afternoon's proceeding. We've even had a request to play this one more time. We're going to do it with your towels. The first time I've ever played a clip twice. Hold on, towel friends. I actually have a better idea. I realize that we can go to 4:07 p.m. on the actual stream, and it won't have that lag. So hold on one second. Hold on. And let me go to 4:07. I have to go to 4:07 p.m. Where is it now? Where is 4:07? All right, hold on one second. Bear with Little Towel. This should make it so much easier. All right. Here we go. Oh, and a little bit far. Okay, let's do it. Oh, devastating, ladies and gentlemen. Simply devastating. No other way to describe it. But that was all. The day started even worse for Karen Reed, folks. If you missed it, the day started with a state trooper from the Massachusetts State Police holding up John O'Keefe's shoe that was found on the morning of January 29, 2022. And we'll watch those moments now.
Trooper, is that the same item that you found that night?
Yes, sir.
If you could place it back in the bag.
And ladies and gentlemen, it only got worse as then pieces of Karen's broken taillight found at the scene's death were played for the were held up for the jury.
Thank you, Trooper.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the moments did not get better for Karen Reed, as then we found out that Reed will not be calling her own, potentially not calling her own expert, stumbling, mumbling Richard Green, who it turns out has a police history of arrest for filing a false police report and simple battery. And then, ladies and gentlemen, we saw Karen Reed attempt to prevent Dr. Jessica Hyde at the last moment, another expert from cellular technology data expert, who confirmed Jen McCabe's Google search at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. for how long to die in cold. and who confirmed John O'Keefe's phone never moved after 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds on January 9, 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, Reed lost her attempt to have Jessica Hyde limited or banned or presented with nonsensical impeachment evidence. Listen to the ruling.
I appreciate the time. I appreciate people's patience. So, in reviewing the rules, I look at Rule 2, so Mass Rule of Criminal Procedure, Rule 2, purpose and construction. And so upon reflection and consideration, it says these rules are intended to provide for the just determination of every criminal proceeding. They shall be construed to secure simplicity in procedure, fairness in administration, and the elimination of expense and delay. Also looking to Commonwealth versus Durand. I don't have the site. I know it's from 2016, 2017. A judge, Robert Kane, was the trial judge. So because none of the purposes here in Rule 2 are served by the admission of the Maryland trial judge's decision, particularly where offered without notice to the court previously, I'm excluding that decision. Your rights are saved, Mr. Alessi. We've got that decision marked for identification, and you certainly are free to cross-examine Ms. Hyde regarding her methodology. So that's my decision. So
that was it, ladies and gentlemen. And no, there's no confusion at all among the jury, in my opinion. Jen McCabe Googled how long to die in cold at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. A search at 2:27 for Hockomock Sports was entirely unrelated, and Dr. Jessica Hyde, made it abundantly clear. And ladies and gentlemen, this was that moment. We will watch it right now. Here is the moment where Dr. Jessica Hyde confirmed that the Google searches were done at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m.
Digital forensics tools maybe support generously 1,000 applications.
All right, so this was her introduction. Here we go. Here we go. This was the confirmation of no deletions. Let's watch.
That's generally accepted in the forensic data field.
The NIST Science Foundation paper, as well as the data set generation guidelines, both speak to conducting testing to verify and validate, and it states clearly that an examiner is to verify and validate findings and to determine meaning.
So given that you've used multiple tools to look at reports regarding this phrase, how long to die in cold, and have seen indications or characterizations of recovered and carved, and in addition to the fact that you actually analyzed the data, did you arrive at an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether or not the user deleted the phrase, how long to die in cold?
Yes, if it's how's long to die in cold. Sorry, trying to clarify.
Pardon me. Did you come to an opinion to a reasonable degree of scientific certainty whether any user deleted the phrase, how's long to die in cold?
Yes.
And what is your opinion?
My opinion is there was no deletion that occurred by the user because it is not something a user can delete.
Finally, I want to ask you about your analysis of the phone records.
So yes, ladies and gentlemen, not only was that the search at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m., there were no user deletions of any kind related to that search. You heard it from Dr. Jessica Hyde firsthand. And then, ladies and gentlemen, we came back from lunch break, and Bob Alessi absolutely got decimated. Oh, I do have the moment Dr. Jessica Hyde confirmed the 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. Google search. We can even watch that together because I recorded it before during lunch. Let's watch right now, ladies and gentlemen. I'm a towel. I queued this up in
Is there
particular.
any danger for an untrained eye to rely simply on the software when looking at a search like this, how long to die in the cold, and seeing the 2:27 timestamp?
Absolutely. There's a really scary danger that an examiner who has not dug into the artifact and tested to see what it means may assume erroneously that 2:27 timestamp is the time that what is there is searched. The search in that field of that artifact is going to first time the tab's been opened, when it was opened. So you could erroneously implicate a search was done hours or some time period or even days before it actually occurred. Some of us leave our tabs open forever.
In your teaching, examiners and students, do you teach about this specific concern and concept?
Yes, I teach about this concern both in my mobile forensic analysis class, my mobile forensics course that I teach at George Mason University in their digital forensics master's program, and in the data structures course where we specifically learn how to analyze these databases in question.
In your experience, how common does an untrained examiner make this mistake?
I wouldn't be able to speak to how common an untrained examiner does it, but regularly my students get those questions wrong on earlier examples that I give them in class to kind of indicate to them that they could easily make mistakes without understanding meaning, and I use it as a teaching aid. So teaching, 90, 100 easy students a year, I regularly see that in untrained examiners that I'm teaching in my class, but I wouldn't be able to say that across the discipline.
You mentioned that Celebrite showed the search on the report as how long to die in the cold with the timestamp 227. Is it 2740?
Yes, that's correct.
Do you know whether or not Celebrite has updated its software?
In May, Celebrate of last year, Celebrate made an update to their software actually to remove this artifact because of its ambiguity and the risk that an examiner may overstate or misstate what it is.
You heard it, ladies and gentlemen. Jen McCabe, after Ian Whiffen, the foremost Celebrite expert and a coder within the company, already confirmed the 6:23 and 6:28 4 a.m. Google search timestamps for how long to die in cold. Dr. Jessica Hyde, an independent expert with even better academic qualifications than Mr. Whiffen, arguably, comes in, multidisciplinary expert on multiple programs that interface with Celebrate, and confirms the Google search at 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. Karen Reed's expert, stumbling, mumbling Richard Green, the man with the arrest history for filing a false police report and simple battery. Ladies and gentlemen, he is discredited before he even takes the stand. There you go, folks. Towell did his own meta commentary. I am my own reporter. I'll toss to you, Reporter Towell. No, Reporter Towell, I want to toss back to you. Ladies and gentlemen, as if that weren't enough, we have one final update. How did the day end in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial with none other than the clip of Kate saying that it was her or Jen McCabe going down? That's how we'll close this recap. Towell friends, I'm going to say bye to you too, but that's how we'll close this recap clip together.
Jen McCabe, it's me or her. Either I'm going down, Jen, or you are.
Look at that look in Karen Reed's eyes, Towel friends. It says it all. She even side-eyes over to the jury. She snaps her head. She tries to avoid looking at the jury, but look at her head snap after that clip plays. She side-eyes the jury right away, Towel friends. Look at that. Look at those eyes. She wants to know how the jury reacted. She knows it's a big deal. My name is GrantSmithEllis. I'm going to end this clip now and go back to the Towel friends. Join live with on youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis for more coverage of day 12 in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. We are ahead of schedule. Jurors got 30 minutes off at the end of the day today. Go enjoy the sunshine if you're watching this, but tune in at 7:30 a.m. Eastern. youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Chat with the Towel friends. Join the Towel universe. I'm ending this clip now. Well, you heard it there, ladies and gentlemen, from Towel himself. You got your update, ladies and gentlemen. We are fully caught up on day 11. We are ready for day 12, and my name is GrantSmithEllis. It's coming past 8:10 a.m. this morning on May 8th, 2025. And ladies and gentlemen, we are just over 50 minutes away from the 9 a.m. start of session. We are hearing reports from the venerated Reporter Towel, the one and only pardon me, JI-5, that, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like Yuri Buchnick, the state police officer, will be the first witness today. And yes, ladies and gentlemen, as towels, we will be monitoring closely as I fix the towel comment box. We will be monitoring closely what will happen. You know what we can do? Does anyone want to watch Buchanan's testimony, at least the pertinent part from the first trial? If you do, just let me know. I will find it now. Does anyone want to do that? I think the answer is going to be yes. So, therefore, because what we like to do on Towel Stream is we like to be erudite, informed, and cogent little towels. So, therefore, the best way to begin the day, Crime Cricket, dear friend, it's great to see you. The best way to begin the day is to look at Yuri Buchnick's testimony from the first trial. So, let's grab that for you, little towel friends. Yes, little towels, we are on point. We are paying attention. Let's do it. All right. Now, I found it, ladies and gentlemen. I found it. I am a towel. So we are going to watch. It's only 30 minutes. So the first witness today, I don't know if it's going to be very long, but I have found Yuri Buchnick's testimony. Oh, no. Oh, I think I remember this is where, oh, no, it wasn't during Buchnick's testimony. During one of the other testimonies, one of the witnesses called Yuri Buchnick a very weird sexual slur. It was incredibly awkward. I blame Turtle Boy for it. Oh, also, if you didn't hear the news, ladies and gentlemen, Turtle Boy will not be in the court next week. He was not on the media list. He was not on the backup list. He is completely excluded for the second week in a row. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I am a towel, and that is my update. No, I have one more update for you, ladies and gentlemen. We are going to watch Yuri Buchnick's testimony from the first Karen Reed trial. Why are we going to do that? Because we are informed towels. We are omnipresent towels. And by God, ladies and gentlemen, we are going to show the world that being informed is a virtue. Wait a minute. Does that say 3 hours and 1 minute? Oh, cross-examined. He was cross-examined for 3 hours? No, I want his direct. I want his full testimony. Oh, dear God, ladies and gentlemen, Towel has clicked the wrong link. Oh, dear God, I must get the actual Yuri Buchanan direct. Apparently, the cross was 3 hours. Oh, no, I hope it's not Bob Alessi. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it could be a very long day. Oh, no. Oh, but ladies and gentlemen, did you know, before we begin, did you know there was a motion filed yesterday in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial for the first time, because during the first trial, the keeper of records from Ring was not subpoenaed. Ring may be making an appearance in the trial. And ladies and gentlemen, you might be wondering, what does that mean? Well, let me bring up the post for you right now so I can show you a little bit more background. Ladies and gentlemen, look at what is on the screen for you right now. Do you see that? Do you see what's on the screen for you? That you will have to zoom in at a certain point. I can't. Oh, well, hold on. All right. Let me just do this for a second so you can at least see what we're going to read. All right. Do you see that? I'm sorry I had to take your comments off the screen. Do you see that on the left, ladies and gentlemen? It was the Commonwealth's motion yesterday. There were 18 Ring videos recorded on John O'Keefe's home video system between 12:37 a.m. and 5:08 a.m., the time Karen Reed was there after she allegedly struck John and then fled the scene. Ladies and gentlemen, those videos could be very damning, but someone deleted 17 of those 18 videos, leaving only one video where Karen staged a fake bump into John's car to try to justify her broken taillight, which was clearly broken when she collided with John while drunk driving at 24 miles an hour, 0.2 miles an hour in reverse at 12:32 a.m. in 16 seconds, and then causing John to stumble over a burn, hit his head on the ground, suffer a traumatic brain injury, and then Karen left John to die in a blizzard from a combination of that traumatic brain injury along with hypothermia, as indicated by reddening of John's pancreas in the medical record. Ladies and gentlemen, those 17 deleted Ring videos, listen to what the Commonwealth said. The Ring surveillance camera system installed at Mr. O'Keefe's home captured video recordings of the defendant in her vehicle on the same morning after she allegedly struck him. The anticipated trial testimony of the designated custodian of records of Ring is material and necessary to confirm and authenticate the recordings. The recordings! Ladies and gentlemen, the recordings! that Ring produced in response to the search warrants they were served on it, that were served on it by law enforcement in this matter, and to explain how recordings associated with a Ring camera customer subscriber's account are maintained by Ring and may be accessed by users through the subscriber's account. Ladies and gentlemen, then look over at this other document from the state Commonwealth's opposition to Reed's motion to dismiss during the first trial, which I believe was filed in December or 2023 or early 2024, or maybe a little bit earlier. Ladies and gentlemen, John O'Keefe's nephew that he adopted, PF, stated that the defendant and victim argued a decent amount of the time and recalled Karen and John yelling at one another. The nephew recalled a recent argument over groceries, and the victim expressed the need, John O'Keefe expressed the need for a break from Karen Reed. After that particular argument, the victim wanted John O'Keefe wanted Karen Reed to leave their house. However, Karen refused. The nephew indicated that he had left the home on January 28th at approximately 8 p.m. for a sleepover at a friend's house and was not present at the home overnight. The nephew indicated that neither he nor his sister, KF, had access to the Ring system at John's house, but believed that Karen Reed did from the family computer within the home. Ladies and gentlemen, Karen Reed was there for 4 hours or 5 hours after she hit John O'Keefe almost, and then she went back with her dad for 30 minutes in the morning. John's niece indicated during her interview that Karen Reed and John O'Keefe had argued a lot towards the end of the relationship, or towards the end of John's life, approximately 2 to 3 times a week. The niece stated that John and the defendant would fight often about random stuff, things people wouldn't normally argue over, and it was mostly yelling. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, no, the Marietta sisters are on the witness list as well, because remember, ladies and gentlemen, on January 31st, 2021, Karen Reed saw John O'Keefe hug Marietta Sullivan in the hallway. Karen Reed screamed at Marietta Sullivan and accused John of cheating, only to apologize a few days later because, of course, John wasn't cheating with his dear family friend. Then, a few weeks later, on January 12th, 2022, the anniversary of John O'Keefe's now thrice, but at that time double orphan niece and nephew's father's passing. His name is Steve. Ladies and gentlemen, as the kids were getting the attention from John, Karen started up an affair with John's friend and told John's friend John had cheated on her in Aruba when he didn't. Ladies and gentlemen, that affair that Karen started led just a few days later on January 15, 2022, to Karen Reed kissing that man, an undercover ATF agent, in John O'Keefe's own home, and talking about how she knew where the Ring cameras were. It was after the Pats got blown out in Buffalo 47-24 or something on January 15, 2022 in the playoffs. Karen escorted this ATF agent, Brian Higgins, John's friend, out of the home and kissed him and told him she knew it would be off camera. Ladies and gentlemen, let me make clear that it is all so explosive. John's friend ended that affair when he realized Karen was just hurting John on the way as the relationship was ending. And Karen told Brian Higgins, the ATF agent, that Karen was single and that the kids, John O'Keefe's dear double orphaned adopted niece and nephew, were the cause of the breakdown in the relationship. Ladies and gentlemen, we also now know that Karen Reed, in the moments before 12:32 a.m., found out from Jen McCabe that where they were going, the house that John O'Keefe and Karen were going to for a party after a night of drinking, was near Bella's mom's house. And Bella's mom and John had been in a relationship. And as clips played for the jury in Karen's own words have already explained, there was an argument between Karen and John. She didn't want John to go in there alone, which he was going to do because she thought he was going to cheat. And even though the relationship was over, she was still being possessive. She got angry, allegedly. She was drunk with a blood alcohol level of 0.14 to 0.28, conservatively 2 to 4 times the legal limit, and backed that car up with 75% force on the accelerator, striking John O'Keefe and leaving him to die after an argument. It all lines up, ladies and gentlemen. And I will tell you, the Ring footage is going to be devastating. The custodian of records from Ring. Everything is lining up, ladies and gentlemen. Everything is lining up in a crescendo, and Karen Read is destined to fall. And the Ring motion yesterday, no one even understood it. No one understood it because people don't follow that Karen Read went back to John's house for that 5-hour period and later in the morning. And it wasn't John's phone per se. It wasn't John's phone, maybe, that the videos could be on, but that might happen too. No, ladies and gentlemen, it was the home computer Karen might have used to access John's system and delete the videos. If there's a video at 12:37 a.m. of Karen returning to John's house with a broken taillight, if that's what the bombshell is, if someone had it stored somewhere, it's over. It would have been turned over in discovery. Obviously, Karen never would have leaked it. The prosecution can't leak it. That's it. Ladies and gentlemen, it seals it. If that taillight is somehow recovered on video at 12:37 a.m., if that's what's going to happen next week when Ring, the custodian of records for Ring, testifies between May 12th and May 16th, oh, ladies and gentlemen, it could all be leading up to quite a moment. My name's GrantSmithEllis. I didn't even mean to go off on that Ring tangent. Thank you for whoever asked about it. Now, there was one other thing that we were going to look at. I got to rewind Little Towel's mind. We were going to watch Yuri Buchanan's testimony from the first trial, but it's quite long. We only have 40 minutes, so I'll see if I can find some highlights. The other thing we were going to do, ladies and gentlemen, is I want to point out another moment that happened. Testimony from firefighter Katie McLaughlin that showed not only did Karen Read try to set Jen McCabe up, in my opinion, but this clip shows that Jen McCabe tried to stop Karen Read from confessing. When firefighters asked Karen Read if John O'Keefe had experienced any trauma, Karen Read said, I hit him, I hit him, I hit him. And then Jen McCabe, after two I hit him, said, what are you saying? Stop. But Karen said it again. Then the Canton police who were next to the firefighter said, what did you say? Or what? And Karen said, I hit him. Then the Canton police called their supervisor. Ladies and gentlemen, let's watch. It wasn't just that Karen tried to throw Jen McCabe under the proverbial bus. It was that Jen McCabe was even trying to stop Karen Read from confessing. Now listen, ladies and gentlemen, I think what you're also realizing is you've brought out Howard Cosell Towel. You've gotten Towel over his existential crisis. We have done it together. Now, let's watch this testimony from firefighter Katie McLaughlin for a number of reasons. One, I'm a towel. And two, I want to show you this testimony from firefighter McLaughlin to explain just how Jen McCabe wasn't just not responsible for anything to do with John's death. She tried to stop Karen from confessing, and Karen still threw her under the bus. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, just horrifying, 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 based on that statement from Karen Read to the documentary producers. Now let's get Katie McLaughlin's testimony. Here it is. I found the clip. I am a towel. We shall watch it together. I will turn the camera off so we have better buffer. Give me a few seconds. And you might wonder, Towel, why do you have to do that? It's because the camera takes up a lot of resources. All right, bear with me, little towels. Bear with me. All right, let's watch the clip. This was the moment that it showed. Look at the pinned comment. It showed that Jen McCabe was trying to help Karen Read, and Karen Read self-sabotaged. Firefighter Katie McLaughlin's testimony from a few days ago. Let's watch it.
He gave me his name, his date of birth. She denied him having any medical history or daily medications or allergies. I was kind of moving around. She was moving around the scene. So I was kind of moving around, trying to gather the information with her.
Did she say anything to you, in addition to the typical background information that you would try to obtain from somebody?
Yes.
What did she say?
Well, I asked another question. Once we had come to a stop, I asked if there had been any significant trauma that happened that preceded this, and she answered with a series of statements that she repeated. I hit him. I hit him. There was a woman next to us who told her to calm down, stop talking, calm down, you're hysterical. So she repeated, I hit him, and a police officer asked her, said, you what? And she repeated it again, I hit him. And the officer then signaled for his sergeant to come down to the scene or down to where he was.
When she first told you that she had hit him, you said there was another woman next to her. Did you know who that woman was?
Not at the time.
Do you now know who that woman was?
I do.
And who was that?
Miss Jen McCabe.
Did you know Miss McCabe at that time?
No.
Do you know her personally now?
No.
Are you friendly or friends with her in any way?
No.
You mentioned that when the defendant said, I hit him. Miss McCabe was trying to intervene?
Yes, it appeared that way.
What did it appear she was trying to do?
Trying to get her to calm down, to stop talking. It appeared that she was sustained. Disregard that comment.
Did Miss McCabe interject verbally?
Yes.
After Miss McCabe interjected and the defendant made those statements about hitting him, did you persist in getting more information, asking to clarify what she meant by I hit him?
No, I did not.
Why not?
A few reasons. I felt at that point, given the situation and how disturbing, and it was a very emotional situation, the woman was very upset. I didn't feel comfortable pushing and asking for more. I just didn't think that it was the right time for that, and it was also really not my place at that point, and I feel like that was something that the police that's more their role.
Asking follow-up questions about what she meant by I hit him, would that have helped your diagnosis and treatment of the man in any way?
It could have.
But you made the decision to stop asking her questions?
I did.
Did you ask her any more questions after she said I hit him?
I decided not to.
At some point after you spoke to the defendant, did you go back to the ambulance and tell anybody, any of your colleagues?
I did.
And why would you do that?
That's the whole point of me trying to get more information, is that I get the information and I bring it back to the people who are treating the patient. So.
Did you go back to the ambulance and repeat that information to your colleagues?
I did.
Did you have any other...
You heard it there. Jen McCabe wasn't just not acting weird. Jen McCabe was trying to stop Karen from confessing. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, that says so much. Now, my name's GrantSmithEllis. We have had a request, actually, ladies and gentlemen, little towel friends. We have had a request to see some testimony from Yuri Buchnick, the first witness today in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. And what I'm going to try to do is, the reason why we went on the ring tangent is I think that ring evidence comes up during the John O'Keefe, during Buchanan's testimony in the first trial, but we want to get we want to get his direct exam from the first trial, because the cross, we know Alan Jackson's just, or I hope not Bob Alessi, oh God, but they're just going to go and go and go and go. But yes, let me find Yuri Buchanan's testimony from the first trial. Someone should have it here. I know someone has the full thing. How can we not just have someone with the full testimony? It should be that easy, ladies and gentlemen. No, okay. We are going to try this a different way. Towel has a plan. Ladies and gentlemen, Towel is the towel with the plan. It should not be this hard. It should just be like located right away. No, we don't want the cross. I found it. Ladies and gentlemen, as long as there's no reaction, we don't believe in reactions. We don't need those for just playing someone's cross. Nope, there's no way the cross was 14 minutes. I do not believe you, sir. Let us find it. We're going to find it. We are going to find it. We are towels on a mission, ladies and gentlemen. Towels on a mission. Towels on a mission. Okay, I found it, ladies and gentlemen. I am a towel. Your towel faith has been rewarded. It was not for naught, ladies and gentlemen. Not for naught. Do you like how I said not for NAUGHT? I managed to be creative. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that's why you watch Towel Stream. Not just to get updates and previews from the first Karen Reed trial, but also because I'm a towel and I say funny things. Yes, and then, you know, towel friends, a lot of people are like, I feel like some people are like, oh, towel's embarrassing. No, towel is hilarious, and you all should embrace towel and say we love towel. And by the way, just in case anyone's watching who might be like, oh, I wonder what people actually think of towel, you should tell those people we love towel. You should be proud of towel. You should say things like, we all love towel. You should love towel as well. And then you know what I'll say? God bless you, towel friends. You're helping me convince people, at least the people who should really be proud of towel, that they should indeed be proud of towel. All right, I'm going on soliloquies. I found the testimony. Give me a second. I have the moment Yuri Buchanan took the stand in the first Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial, because I am an attentive towel. It should be right here. Yes, look at that, ladies and gentlemen. Look at that. Here we go. Here. Hi, Howard Cosell Towel. I'm back. All right, now you can watch this testimony. I'll turn the camera off to save us resources, and let's watch.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Lally.
Thank you. Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
Could you please state your name and spell your last name for the jury?
Yes, sir. My name is Yuri Buchanan, spelled Y-U-R-I-Y, last of B-U-K-H-E-N-I-K.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm employed by the Massachusetts State Police.
And how long have you been a trooper with the state police?
I've been a trooper since 2012.
And prior to being employed as a trooper with the state police, excuse me, what, if any, other employment or background do you have as far as law enforcement is concerned?
My law enforcement career began in 2003 when I graduated from the military police school in Fort Leonard, Missouri, while I was enlisted in the United States Marine Corps. From there, I was stationed at Quantico, Virginia, with the Marine Corps Presidential Helicopter Squadron. I provided security for the presidential helicopter and assets.
Excuse me, what? Excuse me, what? Yuri Buchanan was assigned to Quantico, which is where the FBI is, and he oversaw the helicopters for the president? Oh, dear God, how is this not? This man is a national hero. Wow. Of course people were trying to hide this man's qualifications and smear him. My word, he's a national hero. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, towels in the chat for Yuri Buchanan, who is an American national hero. I don't know what lieutenant, I don't know what his rank is, but Mr. Trooper Buchanan, who has a higher rank than trooper, but that's a general term for Mass State Police troopers. We salute you for your service to the United States of America, dear Yuri Buchanan. Okay, let's keep listening.
Attaining a top secret Yankee White clearance. I was promoted meritoriously to corporal and sergeant and had a platoon of 44 Marines. From there, I was stationed in Camp Pendleton, California, where I was a patrol supervisor on base as a military police officer. Once my enlistment ended, I decided to come home and pursue a law enforcement career here in Massachusetts, in the communities that I grew up in. I first worked for the VA Hospital Police, where I attained a secret clearance, which was a requirement of the employment. After that, I worked at the Attleboro Police Department in uniform patrol, as well as the SWAT team with Attleboro, Massachusetts Police Department. In 2011, I applied for the Massachusetts State Police, graduated and worked at the Sturbridge Barracks, Millbury Barracks, and Foxborough Barracks. In 2015, I was selected to come to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office with the detective unit and worked homicide cases as a trooper. 2021, December, I was promoted and took on a supervisory role within the unit.
Now, with respect to your work within the unit of the detective unit at the Norfolk District Attorney's Office, what, if any, specialized training did you receive in regard to your work there?
I've attended numerous homicide conferences, training in various aspects of digital device analysis and investigations in major crimes, homicides, drug investigations, and so forth.
Now, were you working in that capacity with the State Police Detective Unit on January 29th, 2022?
I was.
And were you on call that day?
I was on call as a supervisor.
Now, can you explain to the jury as far as the on-call system within the detective units? Well, let me ask you this first. What, if any, duties or responsibilities do you have as a sergeant or as a supervisor with reference to on-call duty and sort of how that works?
As a supervisor on call, responsibilities include answering the detective that's on call any questions that might arise. Obviously, we don't all have the same experience, so we put our heads together, and if it's a situation or case, a scene that they have not been exposed to before, they call the supervisor for guidance, suggestion, or bounce questions off of them in order to help them navigate that case.
And who was the on-call detective on this particular date of January 29th?
January 29th, the morning hours up until 7 a.m., it was Trooper Michael Proctor.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, two things. One, if this timeline had been a little different, Michael Proctor's life would be completely different. Number two, as to not being involved in the investigation and confirming Karen Reed's guilt and therefore suffering retaliation, in my opinion. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to break in for a second here because guess what, folks? Guess what? We have footage from on the ground at the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial, the Free Karen Reed movement. Even after everything Aidan Kearney tried to do, even after all the attacks, even after demanding more support. Ladies and gentlemen, there's a spattering of about 11 people. Oh, we must make a clip. Ladies and gentlemen, we must make a clip. We are Faithful Towels. We might get ready to be in the clip. Here we go. I'm going to give this about 15 seconds. Okay, here we go, folks. Here we go. Good morning, ladies, gentlemen, fellow towels. My name is GrantSmithEllis, sometimes known as Grant, Howard Cosell, David Attenborough, GrantSmithEllis, and it is day 12 of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. It hasn't started raining yet outside Norfolk Superior Court, where Karen Reed is on trial for the alleged drunk driving induced death of John O'Keefe. But, ladies and gentlemen, the Free Karen Reed movement last Friday was down to about 11 people. It went to 0 on Monday, just 20 minutes before court. It was up to 4 on Tuesday, 6 on Wednesday. There is only 11 people. There are 11 people outside of the courthouse right now. Ladies and gentlemen, you can see it for yourself. We are looking real-time live just a few minutes ago. This is what's going on, ladies and gentlemen. Look at the real-time pictures. There is only 11 people there. My name is GrantSmithEllis. We are hearing Yuri Buchanan, the state police trooper and former Marine who served on the Presidential Helicopter Squadron, will be the first witness today. As Suzanne says, there is no rain, and there are only 11 supporters with just 22 minutes to go before the start of court. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, my name's GrantSmithEllis. If you want to tune in, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Follow along. Here is, we are right now watching the first testimony from trooper and former Marine and noble American hero who served on the Presidential Helicopter Squadron, Yuri Buchanan or Buchnick. We are watching last year's testimony up until the trial starts at 9 a.m. We'll have special Karen multicam coverage as always, which includes the Karen cam from 3 different angles. One of the only networks that perpetually shows you the most unique angle of a criminal trial in history. The full defense team, a direct camera, 8 hours a day. You can analyze their movements. You can see Karen's reactions. You can chat with the towel friends. We have a David Yannetti cam. We have a Bill and Janet Reed cam. We even have occasionally a Hank Brennan cam. YouTube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. We'll see you soon. The Karen Reed movement crashes and burns, and we're here to watch it on the digital screen. See you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, you all got in the clip. You all got in the clip. You are super towels. Every super towel shall celebrate. And ladies and gentlemen, we'll go back to watching Yuri Buchanan's testimony, and I will write up the post.
And do you know Trooper Proctor?
I do.
And how long have you known Trooper Proctor?
Since he came into the office in 2019, I believe it was September, October 2019.
And have you supervised Trooper Proctor sort of throughout his work within the office?
I have supervised him throughout my supervisory position. So his entire time in the office, while I was a supervisor, I've supervised him directly, yes.
And as far as that on-call system or that on-call rotation is concerned, how is that determined, or how does that sort of come into existence?
The on-call system is formulated, it's compiled the month prior. So, for example, if it was December, beginning of December, the troopers in the office would submit their days requesting not to be on call due to trials, training, personal reasons, or vacations they had planned. Those days are submitted in the beginning of the month, and then if it's in the beginning of December, for example, the on-call schedule for January is then compiled a month in advance, really.
So these are generated well in advance of whatever specific date a trooper is on call, correct?
That's correct.
And as far as the detective unit within the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office, who, if anyone, is your supervisor?
Currently, my supervisor is Lieutenant Fanning, and the unit commander is Detective Lieutenant Brian Tully.
And that sort of pecking order, if you will, was that the way that it was set up in January of 2022 as well?
Yes, it was.
Now, on this morning of January 29th, 2022, at some point, do you get a call in the morning, and from whom do you initially get a call?
I received the call approximately 6:44 in the morning or so from the H Troop headquarters, which is the field headquarters for the Metro Boston area, which also covers our county. And they advised me that there was a body in the snowbank in Canton. I asked for further details and advised them that I was not on call, but I would call the on-call trooper and let them know that there was a call-out requesting their assistance. So that's what I did. I called Trooper Proctor and advised them to contact Canton Police.
And following that initial contact that you had from the H Troop and then your call to Trooper Proctor, what happened then?
Trooper Proctor began making phone calls, gathering information.
Sustained. Next question.
What was the next thing that happened as far as your involvement was concerned?
I was advised of the circumstances under which the body was located and what was transpiring. And I told Trooper Proctor that I would start shoveling out during the blizzard and then proceed to meet him in Canton to begin our investigation.
And where was it that you and Trooper Proctor first met up on that particular morning?
We met at the Canton Police Department.
And do you recall approximately what time it was that you arrived at the Canton Police Department?
It was approximately 9:15. Due to the amount of snow that was on the ground, the time that it took me to shovel out, The main roads, actually no roads were plowed at the time during my track. So I decided to drive my personal truck to Canton Police Department because it was a 4-wheel drive and meet Trooper Proctor there.
Now, as far as your personal truck versus you have a work vehicle as well?
That's correct.
And you mentioned that the truck is 4-wheel drive. What is the difference between your personal truck and its capabilities in weather versus the work vehicle?
Well, at the time, there was approximately 10, 15 inches of snow that had accumulated already. My work vehicle is a sedan, low to the ground, low clearance, front-wheel drive. It would not be able to navigate the road conditions at the time. My 4-wheel drive vehicle is higher clearance from the roadway and was able to navigate the conditions at the time.
And sir, when you arrived, so at approximately 8:22 in the morning or so, where is it that you were at that point in time, if you know?
At 8:22, I would say I was still blowing the snow out of my driveway, clearing the path for my truck to leave the driveway.
And when you arrive at the Canton Police Station, you mentioned that you met Trooper Proctor there. Do you recall who arrived first?
Trooper Proctor was in the parking lot in his vehicle, and I pulled in, backed in next to his, and we walked in together into the police department, I believe.
And when you walked into the Canton Police Station on that morning, sometime after 9 a.m., where is it that you went? Who, if anyone, did you talk to when you first got there?
We walked into the police department, were guided to the detective department division of the PD, and we met with the detectives from Canton and Sergeant Good, who was the uniform patrol sergeant and having been the first responder to the scene as well.
Now, without reference to anything that was communicated between the two of you, at some point prior to getting to the Canton Police Station, did you have conversations with Trooper Proctor?
Yes, I did.
And did Trooper Proctor make you aware of conversations that he had had with other people prior to getting to the Canton Police Station?
Objection. No, I'll allow that. It's a yes or no.
Yes.
And so you get to the Canton Police Station, you and Trooper Proctor then proceed to talk to Sergeant Good, is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, without any reference to what was said to you by Sergeant Good, he relayed some information to you as well?
That's correct.
No, I'll allow that.
That's correct.
And if you know about how long was the period of the conversation that you had with Sergeant Good at the Canton Police Station?
The conversation with Sergeant Good was probably 25 to 30 minutes. He walked us through his...
Next question, please, Mr. Lally. I'm going to stop you from answering that, Sergeant.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, Sergeant Mechanic, as reference to, at some point, did you learn the name of the body or the person that was found on the lawn on Fairview Road?
Yes, I did.
Who did you learn him to be?
Mr. John O'Keefe.
And in reference to where Mr. O'Keefe's body was at that point, what, if any, information did you receive about that?
Objection. I'll allow that.
We learned that Mr. O'Keefe's body was transported to the hospital, Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton.
And in reference to the Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton, who, if anyone else, were you told had been taken to that facility as well in relation to your response that morning?
Objection. I'll allow that.
The defendant.
And just to be clear, at some points over the course of your investigation, have you had interactions with Karen Reed?
Yes, I have.
And to be clear, when we say, as far as Karen Reed, the defendant, you see her in the courtroom today?
Yes, I do.
Can you identify just as to where she's seated or an article of clothing that she's wearing?
She's seated between her legal defense team wearing the white blouse.
Your Honor, that's the record reflect identification of the defendant?
Yes.
So upon having that conversation with Sergeant Good at the Canton Police Station, where is it that you and Trooper Proctor went next?
From the Canton Police Department, we proceeded to the McCabe residence.
And that was over on Country Lane, is that correct?
That's correct, number 12, Country Lane.
And when you arrive...
Pause, ladies and gentlemen. Let's check in. Oh, do we have the arrival of Karen Reed at court, ladies and gentlemen? Bear with Little Towel. No arrival, folks. No arrival of Karen Reed just yet, but Karen Towel will keep an eye. We're continuing to watch Trooper Buchanan's testimony from the first Karen Reed trial. Court should be into session in just 10 minutes. Stay with Little Towel, who is also a trial towel.
As far as transportation to that, is it you and Trooper Proctor in the same vehicle?
Yes, I made the decision to drive us. That way we only take one vehicle. In addition to Trooper Proctor being able to make phone calls and facilitate other logistics as necessary, allowed him that freedom to do so while I operated the vehicle in the dangerous snow conditions.
And the snow conditions that you were talking about as far as clearing out your driveway, the drive to the Canton Police Station, did those conditions persist throughout the day of the 29th?
Yes, they did.
And so you make your way over to the McCabe residence, again, without anything that was said. Who, if anyone, did you speak with at the McCabe residence that morning?
We first spoke with Miss Jennifer McCabe. We then spoke with Mr. Matt McCabe. And then we spoke with Mr. Brian Albert.
And with reference to each of those conversations, were they done collectively or separately, or how were those interviews conducted?
Each interview was conducted separately. We first interviewed Miss Jennifer McCabe with request of Mr. McCabe to give us privacy. He proceeded upstairs. Once we were done with that interview, Mr. McCabe came downstairs, and Miss McCabe gave us the same courtesy. And once that interview was over, Mr. Brian Albert had arrived, and we interviewed him briefly.
Is that sort of the typical process of how at least your unit conducts interviews with respect to civilians?
Yes, with cooperating civilians, we typically advise them they were going to be, we schedule an interview, we proceed to their location of convenience and separate them and get their version of recollection of events that we are inquiring about.
Now, after you spoke with those three individuals, so yourself and Trooper Proctor at the McCabe residence, where is it that you and Trooper Proctor went next?
We proceeded to the Good Samaritan Hospital in Brockton.
And where within the Good Samaritan Hospital did you go?
We went to the emergency department.
And within the emergency department, were you led to a specific room?
Yes, we were.
And what, if anything, did you observe when you were in that room?
Once in the room, we observed Mr. O'Keefe's body on the medical bed or gurney, and his clothing, which had been cut off of him, were on the floor at the foot of the bed, a couple of feet away at the foot of the bed.
Now, first, with regard to the clothing, what, if anything, did you do with regard to that?
After viewing Mr. O'Keefe's body, we proceeded to identify the clothing items and bag them into evidence bags, notating which item and a brief description about each item of clothing.
So let me ask you just a little bit about that as far as that process is concerned. So when an item of evidence is collected by you or by your units during the course of an investigation, is there sort of a policy or a protocol, or how are things, what do you do with things when you collect them and take them into custody and evidence?
If we deem an item to be of evidentiary value, we identify the item, we take a brief description of it, and we label the evidence bag with that description. We notate who's taking the item into custody, typically who located the item, the time that it's located, and the location from which it was seized or taken or collected.
And with regard to items of clothing, is that something that would be placed in just one big bag of clothes, or like how would those be packaged in evidence bag?
Mr. O'Keefe's clothing, which was already in one big pile on the floor, we packaged all.
Okay, Jurors, feel free to stand up and stretch.
Items that are on the floor. Room where Mr. O'Keefe's body was. There's clothing items that are on the floor, is that correct?
That's correct.
And do you recall how those clothing items were in relation to each other, in relation to the floor?
They were positioned on the floor in a pile stacked on top of each other, and they were in the condition of being soaking wet.
And with respect to those clothing items, do you recall what those clothing items were individually?
Yes, sir.
And what were they?
They were a plaid pair of boxer underwear. It was a orange-colored design print T-shirt. It was a blue pair of Lucky brand jeans, a belt, two-tone gray, light, thin, hooded sweatshirt, and a right sneaker, black in color with white design and a Nike brand.
And how many sneakers were there contained within that property?
One right sneaker.
And what, if any, observations did you make of the condition beyond them being soaking wet?
I also recognized, due to the aroma and visual observations, traces of vomit on the clothing.
And with regard to those items that you observed on the floor, what, if anything, did you and or Trooper Proctor do with reference to those clothing items?
Objection.
I'll allow that.
Once we went through the clothing, we collected each item and put it into a large evidence bag. We double bagged it due to the wetness of the clothing, so it would not seep through. We also identified the fact that there was only one sneaker, so I requested that.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am seeing the Karen cam. I am seeing the Karen cam. You know what that means, ladies and gentlemen. My name's GrantSmithEllis. We're going to go prepare the Karen cam. We are heading to the other screen. Ladies and gentlemen, ready your towels. Towels to peaceful arms. Ladies and gentlemen, ready your towels. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, ready your towels. I repeat, ready your towels. We are about ready to come into session. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis, and I am a towel. My name is Howard Cosell, David Attenborough, Towel Smith Ellis, and sometimes I am excitable. Yes, towels must unite. Oh, it's about to come into session, ladies and gentlemen. We're getting the early preview. There might be some double audio. Stay with Little Towel as we monitor very closely. And you might say, Little Towel, we know we're sticking with you. We're here. And I would say, God bless you. Also, Little Towels, I nearly forgot. We, every 90 minutes on this stream, try to remind folks that you can like and subscribe to Towel Stream. You can become a member and get special towel emojis. Look at those towel emojis raining on the screen. We even have special Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca themed emojis. Yes, we even have Chewbacca and Marshmallow Man in some kind of fan. Oh yes, we cover the fan with them from time to time. Ladies and gentlemen, if we get, I think, 9 more members, I can add more emojis, like David Yanetti's spaghetti. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it will be glorious, the times we will have. Also, you can support Towel Stream and help Towel perhaps not starve, because it's a tough month. Lots of things are going on. Towel had an existential crisis. You can support this public information service in a number of ways. You can send a donation. You can support your fellow towels. You can continue to share this stream and let people know about the virtue of Towel Stream. Also, you can send donations directly if you enjoy this coverage. We broke records yesterday on Towel Stream. Will it happen again? Will there be more clips from Hank Brennan? Only time will tell. As a result, ladies and gentlemen, I've also shared the donation info in the comments because we've been going for 90 minutes. Now, As I mentioned, my name is GrantSmithEllis. We are watching very closely. We have about, I'd say, 5 minutes or so until court comes into session today. It is wonderful to be with you all, little towels. I assure you, I hope you found that pre-show informative. We did a full recap of day 11. We saw the video of Karen saying she was basically going to frame Jen McCabe because it was either Karen or Jen. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it was a horrifying clip that left the jurors stunned as the day of testimony concluded. And yes, that followed on the testimony of Dr. Jessica Hyde, who confirmed the 6:23 and 6:24 a.m. timestamp of Jen McCabe's Google search. And then, ladies and gentlemen, we talked further about Towel's existential crisis. You all reinvigorated Towel into Howard Cosell Towel mode, and now we are ready to come into session. Will Trooper Yuri Buchanan, the former Marine, the honorable patriot who served on the presidential helicopter squadron at Quantico, be next up, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we are ready. Good morning, Susan Spatafora. Good morning, Harpo. Good morning, Allie 90211. Hello again, Jewdrops and Linda O'Gara, all of you wonderful towel friends. The towelettes, the washcloths, the hemp towels, the paper towels, the beach towels, we said towelettes, the washcloths, of course. The microfiber towels. The towel universe grows by the day, ladies and gentlemen, and it is wonderful to see you all. Lisa Cox, dear friend. Macy, so great to see you. Luisa Ramirez, God bless you for supporting Towel Channel. I love that little dog that's pointing. It is one of the cutest things I've ever seen in my life. Oh, thank you so much, friends. And don't forget, if you already have an emoji next to your name, maybe someone gifted you a membership, you have access to special towel emojis. Don't forget, those emojis are wonderful, and you can make a wall of towels. Yes, good morning, Mike. It's great to see you. We're waiting for court to come into session. The towel cam is ready. The main pool feed is ready. We have activated the peaceful towel invasion of northern France, which shall come to be called Norman Towel. And you might say, sir, you cannot peacefully take over northern France to create a homeland for people who identify as anthropomorphic towels. And I will say to you, yes, we absolutely can. And furthermore, we are going to do so on the basis of intercontinental economic cooperation between the Americas to facilitate sustainable towel production out of Mexico, okay? Using Semolina as an emissary who will go down to Latin America and pay the workers $40 per hour to create towels on the basis of economic agreements. And then, ladies and gentlemen, Towel will gain benevolent influence over the government as a towel industrialist. We will ward off the rise of the BRICS nations unless they want to negotiate with us, which is okay. We will protect the influence of the petrodollar. We will bring about a new world order based not on dominant hegemonic Western liberalism, but instead a pluralistic world order based on compassion, toleration, and small acts of service. And our home base will be in northern France, and that is why it will be called Norman Towel. And the people there, whether towels or otherwise, will welcome us with open arms because of our visionary changes that to the world and its structure, which no one can resist. And you might be saying, sir, I now understand why you want to peacefully invade Northern Towel. And yes, Susan Spatafora, no matter what Alan Jackson may say, this plan is not mere rags. It is rags to moral riches. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, my word, I am Grant Howard Cosell, TowelSmithEllis, and I am stuck in this intonation because you all turned me into a horse racing commentator towel. You should all reflect long and hard as to the fact that your collective love and support has turned a man who thinks he's an anthropomorphic towel into a horse racing announcer towel who cannot get out of this intonation. I'm not really sure what you've done to me. Now, I do have a regular voice, of course, but I'm getting a little bit concerned that we're going to start perpetually in the lead up to trial each day, inducing Towel to talk like a horse racing announcer. Now, I think it's okay to do that at certain points, and there may be moments where I should do it, but on the whole, I think it's better if I keep my voice to regular communicative levels. This is for a number of reasons. One, I don't always need to be commentating on a horse race. If someone hires me to commentate on horse races or asks me to do so, I will potentially consider that. 2, I now realize that the reason why the WWF Attitude Era was so good back in the late 90s and early 2000s, it wasn't really just the quality and the production. It was that JR, the commentator, and the king, Jerry Lawler, were really good at making the mundane interesting. And I realized all you have to do to make the mundane interesting is talk like a horse racing announcer. Carol Jones, God bless you for your comment and support of the family. Welcome to the honorary towel fold. And thank you all for listening to Why I Talk Like a Horse Racing Announcer. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen.
Awesome. Thank you.
They're with us. Get ready.
Hear ye, hear ye, hear ye. All persons having anything to do before the Honorable Beverly Cannoni, Justice of the Superior Court, holding in Dedham within and for the County of Norfolk. Draw near, give your attendance, and you shall be heard. God save the Commonwealth of Massachusetts. This court is in session. Please be seated.
Good morning, counsel. Good morning, Ms. Reed.
Good morning, jurors. This is great. This may be the earliest we've got started, so I appreciate everybody being ready to go right away. I do have to ask you those questions. Was everyone able to follow my instructions and refrain from discussing this case with anyone since we left yesterday? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Were you also able to follow my instructions and refrain from doing any independent research or investigation into this case? Yes. Everyone said yes and nodded affirmatively. Did anyone happen to see, hear, or read anything about this case since we left yesterday? No. Everyone said no or shook their heads. Thank you. Mr. Brennan, your next witness, please.
Thank you, Your Honor. Commonwealth calls Yuri Buchanan. Face the clerk.
You solemnly swear to be able to do the court and jury in the case now and hearing to the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Could you please introduce yourself to the jury and spell your last name for the record?
My name is Yuri Buchanan. My last name is spelled Bukhhenik.
Mr. Buchanan, where do you work?
I work for the Massachusetts State Police.
What is your role with the Massachusetts State Police?
I'm currently assigned as a sergeant with the Norfolk District Attorney's Office in the Homicide Section.
I want you to take us back before you became a state police trooper with the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office. Where were you born?
I was born in Lviv, Ukraine.
Did you immigrate?
Yes.
How old were you when you immigrated?
I was 9 years old when my family moved to the Boston area.
Did you attend public schools?
Yes.
Through high school?
Yes.
Tell us what you did after high school.
After high school, I enlisted in the United States Marine Corps.
Why did you enlist in the Marine Corps?
It was right after 9/11, and my friends and I...
You can finish this next one. Go ahead.
My friends and I decided to serve in the nation's armed forces.
Did you serve in the Marine Corps?
I did.
Did you go through training?
I did.
Did you learn any skills?
My specialty was military police, and I attended the military police school at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri.
Through your military service, did you receive top secret clearances?
Yes, my first duty station was with Marine One Presidential Helicopter Squadron. The duty station requires a top secret Yankee White SCI clearance, and as a result, I attained that clearance and held it throughout my career.
Did you engage in any special assignments?
The Presidential Helicopter Squadron is a special assignment. We provide security for the presidential helicopters and presidential assets. With that clearance, we are read into SCI program, which is a need-to-know basis type situation.
How long were you in the military for?
4 years.
When you discharged from the Marines? What year?
2006.
Honorably discharged?
Yes.
After you were honorably discharged from the Marines, what did you do next?
I had a passion for law enforcement, and I wanted to serve my community here in Massachusetts. So I left California and came home and applied for various police departments, ultimately getting a job with the VA Hospital Police here in the Boston region.
When did you transition from the VA to the Massachusetts State Police? What year?
I actually transitioned to the Attleboro Police Department. I worked there as a patrol officer, SWAT team member, and then in 2011, I transitioned from Attleboro to Massachusetts State Police.
When did you join the homicide unit?
It was May of 2015.
And have you been in that position since?
I have.
And you're now a sergeant in that?
I am.
I want to ask you about the structure of the homicide unit for the state police. How many different troopers work in the homicide unit at Norfolk County DA's office?
We have a range from 2 to 6 troopers working in the homicide section over the years that I've been there. Currently, we have 6 homicide detective troopers in the section.
What type of cases does your unit investigate?
Our unit investigates primarily unattended deaths. Unattended deaths are those that are not attended by a physician. A variety of deaths, including natural deaths of old age, medical conditions, accidental industrial accidents, obviously homicides, overdoses. We have suicides as well. And those vary in age on the victims that pass, whether they're stillborn infant deaths, children that pass away of SIDS, or unfortunately teenage suicides.
Have you been to a number of scenes, a number of cases?
Yes, I have.
Do you handle more than one case at a time?
Yes, we do.
When a case, an unintended death, is notified to your office, is that routine or is it by statute?
The notification comes in due to the statute requirement. In Massachusetts, under Mass General Law, Chapter 38, Section 4, the authority is given to the district attorney in each county to investigate those deaths. They appoint designees, and within Norfolk County, those designees are law enforcement agents from the Massachusetts State Police. So in our county, the Massachusetts State Police, with the district attorney's authority, investigate all unattended deaths.
You mentioned that it's called the homicide unit. Are many of the deaths that you investigate not homicides?
Primarily, the death investigations are not homicides.
When you walk into a call, do you have a preconceived notion whether it's a homicide or not a homicide?
When we walk into a call, we take in all the evidence, so we do not know exactly what we're going to have as a finding. We follow the evidence, we follow the information that we're provided, that we learn throughout the investigation. At times it's obvious that it was a homicide when the local agency that's reporting the death says that there was a shooting reported and there's a deceased person at the scene. So yes, we will know that it's most likely a homicide, but we don't make a preconceived notion or determination before we get there.
You said there are a number of cases that go through your office. Do you work investigations by yourself?
Never, no.
Are investigations assigned to the group as a whole, or is a particular trooper in the unit?
We have case officers, and the assignment of the responsibility when you will most likely be a case officer is scheduled a month or so in advance. So each trooper has a responsibility of a 24-hour period that they are on call. They respond to the scenes, whether it be a train strike versus pedestrian, or a vehicle, or a suicide by hanging. They respond, and then if they need assistance or they think that there's something more, additional resources are called out, like crime scene services, which helps us document scenes, etc.
Have you ever been assigned a homicide or a homicide investigation?
Yes.
In the cases where you're assigned, do you investigate the case alone?
Never. It's always a team effort. Every case requires a team effort. Just the amount of work that goes into collecting evidence, interviewing witnesses, interviewing involved parties, interviewing the suspect, all those tasks that are required in collecting surveillance footage require manpower and time and resources. And so every investigation, although it has a case officer, it requires a team effort of individuals to work together in concert to accomplish a successful investigation.
Are you often working on more than one investigation at the same time?
Yes, we are.
If you were the case officer, would you have other resources you would use to help with the investigation, other units in the Massachusetts State Police or local police?
Yes. Typically, we partner up with the local police detectives. And when we're conducting interviews, it's a state trooper and a local detective that are conducting those interviews or collecting surveillance footage and so forth. And there's a reason behind that. The reason why we pair up is not just the manpower, it's also that we work in a dangerous line of work, and people could lose their life, people could get injured, or unfortunately people could get fired or retire and no longer be available to testify, provide their testimony, or be a resource in the future.
Is it a common practice that when there's an investigation, more than one trooper will appear at many events?
It is very common and preferred. Unfortunately, in the real world, it's not always possible. A trooper can be responding to a scene and just to simply grab something from another trooper and could be approached, and a small brief interview could happen, or if a trooper's at a home talking to a witness and others show up willing to provide information, he has to conduct that interview by himself because of the resources aren't available for him.
Let's talk about the assignment of this case. You said that there's case assignments, a schedule that is made in advance.
Yes, sir.
On the day or the morning of January 29, 2022, do you know who was assigned to take calls for new cases?
Yes. Before 7 a.m. on the 29th, it was Michael Proctor that was assigned to be on call.
Is there a supervisor assigned as well, in addition to a trooper that's not in a superior position?
Yes. Every day there's a supervisor assigned in addition to the on-call trooper. There's a supervisor that's also available for any reason at any time to respond, assist that trooper if there's any questions or issues that come up.
Was there a supervisor assigned that morning?
Yes, there was.
And who was that?
It was myself.
When did you first hear or learn anything about this call or this case?
In a unique fashion, this call actually came from the Troop H headquarters, which is the field services portion of the state police, the uniform patrols that service the Metro Boston area. The headquarters duty office contacted me, I think by mistake, misdialing the number because our names and numbers were listed one above the other. So the call actually came into me. I took the call and advised them that I would call the on-call trooper for that day, and they would contact Canton PD and take the appropriate steps.
About what time did you receive a call that morning?
approximately 6:44 in the morning.
After receiving the call around 6:44 that morning, did you contact anybody to assign a case manager, or did you get involved personally?
I called Michael Proctor and told him to reach out to Canton and follow up on the report of a male in the snowbank.
And this is around 6:44 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
What did you do next?
I waited for a call back from Michael Proctor, and he reported the details of, yes, there was a male found in the snowbank in Canton, and that they were requesting our assistance as he had sustained injury and was unresponsive and had been transported to Good Samaritan Hospital.
What was the plan at this point?
At this point, where I learned that he had sustained injury and there was a heavy blizzard in the area, I decided myself to get dressed, shovel out, and respond to Canton.
Were you required to get involved and go to Canton that morning?
At this point in time, I was not, but I thought that it would be prudent on me to, at the very least, shovel out, because another call could have come in and I would have had to respond to that, and the driver would have been shoveled.
Were you in touch with Mr. Proctor?
I was.
Did you have any plan to meet him?
Yes.
When and where?
We decided to meet at the Canton Police Department.
Okay. And about what time were you going to leave your home, or did you leave your home?
I left my home probably around 8:50, and I know I arrived to the Canton Police Department approximately 9:15 in the morning.
Did you know the address where the person was found in the snow?
At that time, I learned the address once we got to the police department, but it had no significance for me. I did not know where it was.
Why did you plan to go to the Canton Police Department instead of going to the scene first?
The Canton Police Department, fire department personnel, and paramedics had already cleared the location. So we, again, given the conditions, we were in a controlled environment inside a police station to exchange information, collect any evidence if it was available, and the police department safety and security of that would have been the best location for it.
You mentioned that you arrived at the Canton Police Department around 9:15 a.m.?
Yes, sir.
Was Mr. Proctor there when you arrived?
Mr. Proctor was there walking in with me.
When you went in with Mr. Proctor that morning, who did you meet?
We went in, we met with multiple Canton police personnel, one of which being Sergeant Good. He was one of the first responders to the initial scene.
Did you receive any items from Sergeant Good or any of the police officers while you were there?
Yes, we didn't receive it, but we were shown a broken cocktail glass, bottom of a broken cocktail glass. We were provided Mr. John O'Keefe's cell phone, and I was also shown a brown paper bag with 6 plastic Solo cups in it, containing what was reported to be blood in the snow.
When you were shown these items and had a discussion with the Canton Police Department, were any decisions made about the future of the investigation? You had shared with us earlier that typically the state police pair up with local detectives. Did you do that morning?
That morning we did not. We had learned that there was a loose familial connection through town channels with the address and possibility of a Canton police officer or detective. So Canton police, out of overwhelming precaution of impropriety, not that there was one, decided to step away from any interview investigation assistance with us.
Has that happened in your career before?
Yes, it has, yes.
Since there would be no local detective, did that change your role at this point in the case, your involvement?
It did not change my involvement, but it did bring up a concern of manpower. We are obviously limited by staff. The weather conditions also further exacerbated that issue. So transportation was an issue, timing's always an issue, and you can never have enough manpower.
Did your role become more prominent given there was no local detective involved?
I would have to pick up the slack. I'm a team player. I always want to assist in any which way I can to make others' life easier.
And you were Mr. Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After you received the broken glass, the cell phone, and you saw the plastic cups with the blood in them, where did the evidence next lead you?
Based on the information we had learned and the evidence, we decided that we needed to speak to the individuals who were last in contact and present at the scene when Mr. O'Keefe was found.
Did you have any specific other information that you were following at that point?
Yes, we had statements made by the defendant that she was questioning whether she had hit him, and to that extent.
Had you focused in on a target at this point or reached any conclusions about your investigation?
No, we were still in the information and fact-finding portion of the investigation. We are not ruling out people as much as we're not ruling people in as much as we're ruling people out. So we need to get as much information as possible that is in physical form, statement form, and circumstantial factors as well.
So where did the evidence take you next?
Following 3 interviews conducted in Canton with witnesses, we proceeded to the Good Samaritan Hospital because, based on the information I learned, I needed to put eyes on Mr. O'Keefe and his injuries. I needed to see what exactly the witnesses were describing.
Do you remember who you spoke with that morning before you decided that you wanted to go to the hospital to see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, we interviewed Miss Jen McCabe, Mr. Matt McCabe, and Mr. Brian Albert at the McCabe residence.
How long, or about what time did you get to see Mr. O'Keefe?
We got to see Mr. O'Keefe, I would approximate probably like 12:30, maybe 1 o'clock-ish.
Why did you want to see him specifically?
I wanted to see the injuries for myself, the location of the injuries, the types of injuries, the extent of the injuries, and overall condition that his body was in would be very telling. The mechanism of injury, how it might have taken place, and also the correlation of any evidence at the scene with those injuries.
Now, you don't have any medical degrees, do you?
I do not, no.
How about biomechanical engineering?
No.
Do you have life and job experience in these situations?
Yes, 20 plus years of law enforcement investigating car crashes, pedestrian crashes, and 10 years in homicide.
Your role is not to make a diagnosis, is it?
No, it's not.
Is this information and your interpretation based on your experience important in guiding what you're going to do in the investigation?
Yes, it is very.
Do you ultimately get to Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, we do.
Okay, take us through what happens when you get there.
When we got to Good Samaritan Hospital, the driving conditions were treacherous. It took us 45 minutes from Canton Center, basically, to Good Sam, which should be a 15, 20-minute drive. At one point, I had to get off the highway because I couldn't tell if I was on the roadway, if I was off the roadway. So the guidance of trees on the side of the road through the town streets actually helped us guide the path to Good Samaritan. Once we arrived, we walked to the emergency department where Mr. O'Keefe was initially treated and where he remained. Upon arrival, we spoke with medical personnel who advised us that the defendant had at that point been discharged from the hospital and that Mr. O'Keefe was still in the emergency room and available for us to view.
At that point, you said the defendant had been discharged. She was not the defendant at that point.
No, she was not, no.
Did you have a chance to enter a room or actually see Mr. O'Keefe?
Yes, I did.
Had he passed at that time?
Yes, he has.
So when you walk in the room, what do you see?
When I walked into the room, I saw a medical bed in front of me. Mr. O'Keefe was covered with a sheet, as is typical with any victim that had passed. There was a pile of clothing to the left, at his feet to the left of the bed. I observed several injuries on him once I lifted the sheet, and those were documented with photographs by Crime Scene Services, a member of the state police, who also met us at the hospital for that purpose.
So there were other members of the team that were there to photograph
Yes.
Mr. O'Keefe and some of the injuries?
Yes.
How many people were in the room with you and Mr. Proctor when you were observing and viewing Mr. O'Keefe?
There was a total of 3 of us, myself, Mr. Proctor, the Crime Scene Services individual. There was medical staff coming in, nurses asking us if there was anything that we needed to assist us with. But from law enforcement, it was 3 of us there.
Now, I don't want you to try to give us a diagnosis or provide us an opinion of the cause of any injuries, but rather I want you to share with us, as you're observing Mr. O'Keefe in that hospital room, what are you seeing and what is standing out to you?
I saw pooling of blood underneath his head. There was seepage of blood into the sheets. There was also swelling, discoloration, a large amount of blood pooling underneath his eyelids. There was no abrasions or injuries that I observed to that region. So to me, through my training experience, I took that as subject.
Not to medical, not to any medical observations, but just you as law enforcement.
Yes, Your Honor.
I'd ask you not to give your personal interpretations of what you saw. Rather, I want you to share with the jury what you saw through your view.
There was also a tiny cut, laceration to the eyelid area.
You're pointing to your right eye. Could you be
Yes.
specific, please?
Also on the left nostril, there was a very small laceration there. Both were not actively bleeding. There were a series of cuts and bruises to the right arm, which extended from approximately mid forearm up to the mid tricep area of Mr. O'Keefe, and they were concentrated on the exterior of the arm. There was no other injury or marks on the interior or inside of the arm. There was also a bruise on that same arm on the back of the hand. It was light in color. It wasn't a profound discoloration as the eyes appeared to me. There were also injuries to abrasion or cut scrapes to the knee, I believe.
Which knee?
The right knee. I apologize.
You had first described swelling in the right eye, and then you had just said the eyes. Could you be specific? Was the swelling in one or both eyes when you saw Mr. O'Keefe?
When I saw Mr. O'Keefe, the swelling was in both eyes. It might not have been exactly symmetrical, but there was swelling, discoloration in both eyelids of Mr. O'Keefe. There was also blood pooling in the cavity of the eyeball, both sides of the eyeballs.
Do you know about what time it was that you visited Mr. O'Keefe and made these observations?
It was sometime between 12:30, 1 o'clock, and 2 o'clock, I would assume.
You mentioned that there was pooling on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head. Did you look for any injury?
Yes, we looked for injury. All I could tell, there was bleeding happening. I could not tell exactly what the extent of the injury was, not being a medical professional.
You mentioned there were a pile of clothes in the floor. Is that uncommon?
No, it's not uncommon at all.
Did you have any opportunity, or did you decide to look at those clothes?
Yes. What happens, the reason those clothes are on the floor is that for medical therapy, for medical treatment, the victim has their clothing removed for access to the body. There's obviously all sorts of equipment and medical procedure that's done. So that clothes is discarded. We knew that it was Mr. O'Keefe's clothing. We knew that it would be important to aid us in the investigation. So that clothing was picked up, identified item by item, and bagged. It was in a soaking wet state with moisture and other debris on it.
When you are looking at Mr. O'Keefe, do you have to touch him and move him?
Yes. During our investigations, we're not simply looking at photographs. We are there in the scene. We are smelling it. We are touching it. We are, unfortunately, with certain pungent scenes, we were tasting it. That's the reality of us breathing in the scene when we're living it through the investigation.
Do you wear any type of protection?
Absolutely. We wear gloves. At times, we wear other PPE, personal protective equipment.
When you looked at Mr. O'Keefe's clothes, you said that you bagged them. Did anything stand out in particular about his set of clothing?
In particular, we were missing a sneaker of his. That was very significant to me. It caused me to have Michael Proctor contact the paramedics that transported Mr. O'Keefe to the hospital and confirm with them, conduct a secondary check, that that sneaker was not left behind in the ambulance.
Why was the missing sneaker significant to you at that point?
At that point, our theory had evolved to a vehicle strike based on the injuries, and I was suspecting that he was hit out of his shoes.
Is there a phrase that's common in these type of situations?
Yes.
And what's that?
Knocked out of your shoes.
Did you know where the other sneaker was?
I did not, no. But I suspected, since it was missing, and once the reports came in that the paramedics, EMT personnel did not find the other sneaker, that it would be somewhere where Mr. O'Keefe was found or where he was initially struck by a vehicle.
Did you and Mr. Proctor have an opportunity around that time, 12:30, 1 o'clock, to go back to that address to look for the sneaker?
We did not, no.
Why not?
Again, during the critical early hours of an investigation, timing is essential. We have to make sure we get to any and every location that could possibly have evidence and prevent that evidence from being destroyed, altered, or concealed. So we are prioritizing missions. And with the resources available at that time, I conferenced with my boss and advised him of the current status of the information that we had, and he stated that he would go out and marshal up resources to conduct a search.
Is this an example of the team approach of the state police at the homicide unit?
Objection. Sustain.
After having this information, making these observations of Mr. O'Keefe yourself and bagging the clothes, where did the evidence lead you next?
At this point, once we viewed the clothing and Mr. O'Keefe, we had to go talk to the last person that saw him, and that would have been, at the time, his girl.
Who'd you go see?
The defendant, Your Honor.
We'll just write the prior to. The prior question wasn't answered, so prior questions.
Did you know where Miss Reed was at that point?
Yes, we had learned that she traveled to her parents' home in Dighton.
Did you learn about any, or did you have any interest in any physical evidence at that point?
Yes. With the missing shoe, her stating that did I hit him, and along that line of statements, I was interested in the vehicle that she was operating that night.
Okay. How far was Dighton from where you were at Good Samaritan Hospital?
Typically, I would say it's probably a 35, 45-minute drive. With the driving conditions, it took us all of an hour, 15 minutes.
Who was driving?
I was driving.
Were you in a issued vehicle, or were you in a personal vehicle?
No, I had to drive my personal pickup truck due to the weather. My cruiser would have never made the unplowed streets of the area.
Was Mr. Proctor with you?
He was.
Were you by his side the entire time?
Mr. Proctor and I were together the entire day.
You decided to go or drive towards Dighton. Did you ultimately make it to Dighton?
Yes, we did.
Do you know what time you arrived in Dighton approximately?
Approximately 3 p.m.
On your way down to Dighton, did you learn any further information beyond what you had known when you had left Mr. O'Keefe at Good Samaritan?
Yes. At one point, Michael Proctor took a call from Jen McCabe, and she further elaborated and provided information stating that she remembered.
Sustained.
After receiving that information, is there something specifically you wanted to look at when you got to Dighton?
Yes. We wanted to look at the rear right taillight. Based on the information provided, it was allegedly to be...
Let me stop you there. I just wanted to know what you wanted to look at.
Yes, sir.
I don't want to relate conversations of somebody who's not here. And so you had an interest in looking at the right rear taillight?
Yes.
Do you know what type of vehicle you were looking for?
We were looking for a large black Lexus SUV.
When you made your way down to Dighton, you said you finally arrived. How did you know you were at the right address?
The defendant provided her parents' address to us.
Before you got to Dighton, after learning of new information and the information you already had, did you make any arrangements?
Yes.
Tell the jury what you did on the way down to Dighton.
On the way down, we contacted Dighton Police Department and gave them a heads up that we would be coming down for an investigation, and we were looking to most likely seize a vehicle, and we were requesting their assistance in contacting a local tow truck company that they were contracted with, and or also to assist us at the scene, being a uniformed presence.
When you pulled up to the address, did you make any immediate observations while you were still inside your truck?
Yes, the road was not well plowed. There was only enough clearance for one vehicle. So it was difficult to find a place to park, and maneuverability was also challenging.
Did you make any observations of the home or the driveway before you got out of your truck?
Yes, the home is to the left of the driveway. The driveway was not plowed either. There was a large black Lexus SUV parked in the driveway.
Was the front of the SUV facing you or the back of the SUV?
The back of the SUV was closest towards us.
How far from the SUV were you when you first parked at that address?
Probably, it's the length of the driveway based on my memory now, I would probably estimate it to be 60 feet or so.
Did you make any observations of the SUV from that distance?
It was covered with snow, like it's been either sitting outside or driven outside in the snow, so it was exposed to the elements.
What was your next steps?
We waited for Dighton PD to arrive to assist us. Once they arrived, Michael Proctor and I exited and proceeded up the driveway. I told Michael...
Let me stop you with what you said. I want to just know what you observed.
Okay.
As you're walking up the driveway, how close to that SUV did you get at its closest?
At its closest, I got as close as me and the defense table, which is probably 10 to 12 feet.
From the 10 to 12 feet, did you notice anything remarkable about the SUV?
Yes, there was a large piece of red taillight cover missing from the vehicle.
After you made an observation of a large piece of the red taillight cover missing, did you do anything else relative to the SUV at that time?
Yes, I told Michael to get close.
I'm not interested in what he did. What did you do? What did you see?
I just saw the damaged, missing taillight cover. I did not touch it. We did not approach it with physical contact. So,
did you see where Michael Proctor went?
Yes.
How close to the car or the vehicle did he get?
Within 3 feet.
Did he ever touch it?
No.
Where did you and Michael Proctor go next?
We proceeded to the front door of the home to make contact with the residents.
And how clearly did you see that missing piece? What's your level of certainty?
100%.
Did you knock on the door?
Yes, I did.
And were you invited in?
We were, but not through the front door due to the weather and the piled up snow. We couldn't open the storm door. Mr. Reed invited us into the home through the garage. He opened the garage door for us and welcomed us inside.
When you went inside, what did you see?
When I went inside, I saw Mr. Reed, Mrs. Reed, and the defendant sitting on the couch.
You've referred to the defendant a number of times as Miss Reed. Do you see the defendant here in the courtroom today?
I do.
And the person you spoke to that morning, can you point that person out and describe an article of clothing they're wearing?
She's sitting in the middle right there in front of me wearing a black suit with yellow-colored metal buttons on it.
When you walked in, did you say that the defendant was sitting on a couch?
She was.
How close were you when you were speaking to her?
Within 12, 15 feet. We were in the same room, in the living room area.
Was Mr. Proctor there?
He was.
Was Mr. Proctor speaking to her?
He was.
Were you speaking to her at the same time or interchanging?
We were both communicating with her, a team approach.
I want to ask you about that conversation you had with Miss Reed. Before I do, Your Honor, may I approach briefly?
Okay.
Sidebar! Oh, intense sidebar moments, ladies and gentlemen. What did Yuri Buchanan hear from Karen Reed? My name is GrantSmithEllis. Ladies and gentlemen, we just finished the clip. You are here with me. It is GrantSmithEllis. We are monitoring closely. We get a look at the O'Keefe family. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it is heartbreaking scenes, right? Oh, no, we didn't even get to see the O'Keefe family. They jumped right to the fan, ladies and gentlemen. Not the fan. Oh, just devastating moments for Karen Reed right there. As we got confirmation, Reed's taillight was broken when she tried to hide the murder weapon at her parents' home in Dighton on January 29, 2022. My name is GrantSmithEllis, and I'm permanently stuck in Howard Cosell towel mode. God bless you to all the towel friends who have been chatting with each other and providing support during those difficult moments of testimony, as jurors also learned what it was like when the state police first discovered John's body in the hospital for examination. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, harrowing moments. My word, it is tough for Little Towel. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll get zoomed back in now, I believe, on the O'Keefe family. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is Miss O'Keefe. It is Miss O'Keefe and on camera, Paul, her son, John's brother, Paul's wife, Erin, John's sister-in-law. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at Sidebar, but it is a sad Sidebar, a devastating series of moments for Peggy O'Keefe and Paul O'Keefe and Erin and all of John's family members to hear how the state police discovered John's body in the hospital after John had allegedly been struck by Karen's car and left to die in a blizzard. Ladies and gentlemen, harrowing testimony. We have gotten through parts of it. This is going to be a long day. The Sidebar is coming to an end. Get ready, ladies and gentlemen. What did Karen Read talk about? What did she discuss? Here we go. It could be any minute now. What did she say to the state troopers? 15, maybe 10 seconds. 5. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, get ready. 4, 3, 2, 1. Here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, this seems to be a protracted sidebar. Sidebar. My name is GrantSmithEllis. I thought we were getting ready to come into session. Turns out Karen Read has just gone to sit down. There are extended deliberations. The sidebar continues. Ladies and gentlemen, sidebar. I repeat, sidebar. We have a sidebar. This is a sidebar alert. You have been informed that there is a sidebar. And you might be saying, I'm turning into a stream where a man is commentating on sidebars of a legal trial as we stare at Karen Read. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, this is the only place you can see the Karen Cam, wall-to-wall Karen Cam coverage. Don't forget to click like and subscribe to Towel Feed. This is what the people want to see. Ladies and gentlemen, we've broken a towel stream record on YouTube. I am thrilled to announce we have broken a towel stream record on YouTube, and it is only 9:51 in the morning. Little towels. We are at 234 people. I have had a request to move the Karen Cam. Hold on, I will do my best. What do you mean? Do you want Karen more in the center? Karen may just be sitting there, and there's very little we can do about that. However, oh no, it's not that, folks. That is the end of the Karen Cam. Folks, that is the end of the Karen Cam, I tell you. I am a towel, and I tell you the Karen Cam ends where Karen Read is kind of leaning over and talking to Elizabeth Little. I can also tell you that is Elizabeth Little because Alan Jackson does not have long blonde hair. Now, you might say, Towel, it's entirely possible. Alan Jackson does have long blonde hair. No, he does not. I'm telling you that it is Elizabeth Little. And you might say, no, Towel, I think Alan Jackson has started putting in hair extensions. No, ladies and gentlemen, we can only see. So, ladies and gentlemen, all we can see is David Yannetti, which you already have on camera, okay? All we can see is David Yannetti, Karen Read, Bob Alessi, and the Hank Cam. We don't have any other views, unfortunately, ladies and gentlemen. We have a restricted, the defense has the ability. They know what the Karen Cam is doing. Karen always has to be in the same seat, so we always get the Karen Cam. But we cannot control the other people, ladies and gentlemen, because the defense can seat people off camera. So I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, the only views we have are David Yannetti, Karen Read, and Bob Alessi. And you might be saying, Towel, that makes me very sad. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I can't do anything about that. Okay, sidebar is almost over. What is this going to be? Are we going to hear questions about what Karen Read said to the troopers? My name's GrantSmithEllis. I'll see you at the next break. Hold on to your towels. I don't really need to yell, but still hold on to your towels. 15 seconds. 14, 8, 5, 4, 3, 2. Little towels, here we go.
All right, so is it appropriate for me to give an instruction right now, Mr. Brennan?
I would defer to counsel.
Mr. Jackson, you want me to give a humane practice instruction?
Yes.
Yes. All right. So, folks, you're about to hear testimony regarding a statement or statements that were allegedly made by or attributed to Ms. Reed. I'm going to instruct you in more detail at the end of the case about this matter. However, I want you to understand that at this time, as the statements are offered into evidence, that before you may consider the content of any such statement made by the defendant as evidence, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination about whether or not it can be considered by you as evidence at all. In your determination, at the end of the case, you're not to consider any such statement by the defendant as evidence, even though it's presented to you through a witness at trial, unless, from all the evidence in the case, you first determine that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Reed made the statements she's alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, I want you to begin from when you were in the living room, your beginning conversation with the defendant, the presence of both her father and mother. You're with Mr. Proctor. Can you share with us the conversation that you had with the defendant?
Yes. She stated that she's willing to answer our questions, but she didn't want to go into too many details. That's how the conversation began. She provided us the fact that Mr. O'Keefe was hanging out with a friend of his at 5 p.m. at the One Meadows Ave residence, following which he proceeded to C.F. McCarthy's in Canton, where the defendant stated that she met him approximately at 9 p.m. She was drinking vodka sodas. Mr. O'Keefe was consuming Bud Light beer. After C.F. McCarthy's, they proceeded to the Waterfall Grill and Bar. At this point, the defendant was asked if she brought a beverage with her from C.F. McCarthy's to the Waterfall establishment, to which she stated she didn't think so. After the Waterfall, the defendant stated that she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at 34 Fairview. She was asked if she saw him go in the house. She stated no, she did not see him go in the house. She was asked about the damage to her rear taillight, to which she stated, quote, "I don't know how I did it last night," end quote. Once she provided us with the fact that she dropped him off and never saw him go in the house, she was asked to provide details about her leaving. She stated that she made a 3-point turn and left. She was asked to provide some explanation of how Mr. O'Keefe sustained those injuries that he had. She did not.
Let me stop you there. Did you get an answer to your question about how he sustained the injuries or the details about the 3-point turn?
No, I did not.
You mentioned that when you were at Good Samaritan Hospital, you saw blood on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant anything about that injury?
Yes, we asked about the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had, that he had been displaying, and whether or not he had those injuries the night prior at either McCarthy's or Waterfall, to which the defendant stated she didn't see any injuries on him. But then she provided a statement saying that Mr. O'Keefe bumped his head 2 nights prior and asked her about it, which to me seemed kind of strange. But
without the commentary, after she told you that Mr. O'Keefe had bumped his head 2 nights prior, and that he had asked about it or she had asked about it?
She stated that he had bumped his head 2 nights prior, and Mr. O'Keefe asked her about it.
Did she say when Mr. O'Keefe asked her about the bump on his head from the few nights before?
No, she did not.
Did the conversation conclude?
Yes, it did.
After the conversation concluded, what was your next step?
Once the conversation concluded, the defendant was advised that her vehicle is being seized, and her cell phone was also seized.
Were there any other items at that point that you were seizing, other than the cell phone and the vehicle?
Not from that location, no.
Did you have a warrant at that point?
We did not, no.
Did you have authority to seize items prior to having a warrant?
I'll allow that.
Well, what is the process when you want to obtain items but you don't have a warrant? What process do you go through?
We seized them to prevent any alteration, destruction of the evidence that could be contained on those items pending a warrant. They are secured. They're not touched or processed by us. The process of obtaining a warrant includes writing an affidavit justifying.
Objection. Yeah, we don't need to hear any of this part.
Understood. Did you ultimately obtain both the phone and the vehicle?
Yes, we did.
Describe how the vehicle was seized. What happened?
The defendant provided her key card. It's like a credit card size key fob for the vehicle to allow the ignition to start. It was driven onto a flatbed tow truck, secured, and then we followed it from Dighton to the Canton Police Department.
Was video ever provided that showed part of that vehicle being loaded onto the tow truck?
Yes, it was.
Have you ever reviewed that video?
Yes, I did.
When you were at Dighton and the defendant's Lexus was being put on the tow truck, about what time was that?
It was approximately 4:16, 4:15 in the afternoon on the 29th of January, 2022.
Now, you mentioned that you took a cell phone. Are there parts or participants on the team that handle that specific type of evidence?
Yes, we have troopers that are specialized, trained, and have expertise in digital forensic analysis, extraction, and processing of digital devices.
Is that something you do?
I am trained in certain portions of it, but I am not an expert like them.
Did you manipulate the phone in any way?
No.
Did you see Mr. Proctor manipulate the phone in any way?
I don't recall seeing that, no.
Before the vehicle was moved or during the loading of the tow, did either you or Mr. Proctor go back anywhere near that vehicle?
We were near the vehicle once it was unloaded, but we never touched it.
Objection. Okay.
Shh, we're going to peacefully invade. Get ready, towel friends. It should be just a number of seconds now. I have to get us zoomed forward. Prepare, little towels. Prepare yourselves for the return of Hank Brennan.
Jurors, I'm going to strike the last portion of that testimony.
Let's go.
The defendant, from the point you went in and spoke to the defendant until the vehicle was placed in the back of the flatbed, did you ever go back near the vehicle and touch it in any way?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor go back near that vehicle and touch it in any way?
No.
You mentioned that the tow was loading the vehicle, the defendant's Lexus, around 4:15?
I believe so, yes.
Did you join the tow truck driver, or did you keep your separate vehicle at that point?
We traveled in my...
I'll allow it.
I drove my vehicle and followed the tow truck back to the Canton Police Department.
Where was Mr. Proctor?
In my front passenger seat.
During that time, had you made arrangements or did you receive any information about other members of the team engaging in any searches relative to this case?
Yes, I have.
And what did you learn?
I learned that Detective Lieutenant Tully had
I'm going to allow it.
had dispatched other members of our unit to 34 Fairview and other resources from the Massachusetts State Police to assist him in a search for the missing shoe.
Do you know what time those other members arrived or began to arrive at 34 Fairview?
Objection.
You begin your travels at 4:15 p.m. back to the Canton Police Department. Why did you choose to bring the vehicle to the Canton Police Department if the Canton police detectives were not working on this case anymore?
They had a heated storage facility, being the Sally Port. We needed to preserve the vehicle as best we could away from the elements. And it was also in close proximity to our office, also to process the vehicle and get the search warrant from the local courthouse would have been more convenient for us.
Why was a heated Sally Port or a heated garage important to you?
The vehicle was impacted with snow that accumulated, and also from traveling on the highways, it was packed with a shell of snow covering the exterior of it. So it would melt away in the heated Sally Port.
Were you intending on having other resources or other team members or other units available to look at the vehicle at some point?
Yes, we were.
Who were you intending? Who did you expect would have to look at the vehicle in the future?
For one, we would have to document the exterior of it with photographs. That would be Crime Scene Services section. We would process it for fingerprints, which would be also serve as the Crime Scene Services section provides. We would, if needed, take swabs for DNA or other latent evidence. So that would be the chemist, as well as if the authority was there to process the internal workings, the computer chips, and the infotainment system of the vehicle. And that would be a digital forensics expert that's trained in that field.
Would an unheated garage or Sally Port impede that?
Yes.
Given that Canton Police Department was not now part of the active investigation, did you have any concerns bringing it to the Canton Police Department?
No.
You said you left Dighton at 4:15. What time approximately did you and Mr. Proctor and that Lexus arrive at the Canton heated Sally Port garage area?
We arrived in at the Canton Police Department at 5:30, and the vehicle was unloaded and placed into the garage at 5:35. p.m.
Did you and Mr. Proctor go into the garage?
Yes, we did.
And in the garage, what were you doing?
We helped facilitate putting yellow.
I'm going to ask you what you were doing and then what you saw Mr. Proctor doing rather than use we. I want to be very specific about what you did and saw. What were you doing?
I helped put up yellow caution tape around the vehicle to prevent anyone from coming near it and touching it.
Were there any other persons in that area other than you and Mr. Proctor?
There were members of the Canton Police Department.
Did you make observations of the vehicle once you had it in that Sallyport area?
Yes, I did.
You mentioned that it was packed with snow. Was the snow still on it when you brought it into the Sallyport?
Yes, there was.
Did you wipe the car down or clear
No.
the car of the snow?
No.
Did you touch the vehicle in any way with your hands?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Proctor touch that vehicle?
No, he did not.
Objection. I'll sustain it.
To strike.
I'll strike that. Ask it differently, Mr.
Did you ever see Michael Proctor touch that vehicle while you were in the Sallyport area?
I did not.
How long did you remain in the Sallyport area for, do you know?
We remained in the Sallyport area approximately until 5:51 and change, based on the best of my memory.
After you left the Sallyport area, where did you go?
We left the I apologize.
Go ahead. If you can say first what you did and then wait for the next question, please, Sergeant.
I left the Sallyport area and proceeded inside the Canton Police Department.
Where was Mr. Proctor?
He was with me.
By your side?
Yes.
Did he ever leave your sight?
I'm sure at some point he walked away from me, but I can't. We were traveling together all day.
You went into a different part of the Canton Police Department?
Yes.
Where did you go?
Into the dispatch area, and then the conference room upstairs later on.
Why did you go up to the conference room?
The conference room was provided for us to use as a meeting location. The members of our unit that had assisted at the 34 Fairview Road scene had traveled back to Canton Police, and we were meeting there to exchange information based on what we had learned with our portions of the investigation. That way everyone's on the same page at that point.
Did you meet, is this team, is it called a CERT team?
There is a CERT team.
Do you know if the CERT team was the team that went to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I do.
Did you meet with the entire CERT team that night at the Canton Police Department, or some members?
Not the entire team, no.
When you had the meeting in that room, who did you meet with?
In that room, I specifically remember being Detective Lieutenant Tully, myself, Michael Proctor, and other members of our homicide and narcotics section assigned to the Norfolk District Attorney's Office.
Did you discuss the evidence you had to that point?
Yes.
Regarding 34 Fairview Road, did you develop or decide any plans to physically go back to that area?
Yes, I did.
And what was the plan?
The plan was to take shovels and rakes and other gardening equipment and go back to that location to excavate for additional evidence.
When did you make the decision that you were going to go back to 34 Fairview?
It was that evening.
Why did you decide you were going to go back at some point?
During the recall of all the information learned and sharing of that information with other members of our investigative team, it was realized that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat, and at this point in time, that article of clothing was still missing.
Was there something impeding a full and complete investigation of the scene?
At 34 Fairview?
Yes.
Yes. The heavy, large amount of snow that had accumulated over the last 12 hours or so heavily hindered our investigation of that immediate scene.
When you were debriefed, did you learn the area where the CERT team had spent most of their time searching?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that, sir?
When you were debriefed, were you informed the area that the CERT team spent most of their time searching?
I don't recall on the specifics of it, no.
Okay. Now, at some point, did you obtain a registry of motor vehicle record and certificate for the Lexus that you had towed?
Yes, we did.
May I approach?
Yes.
So do you recognize this?
Yes, I do.
And if you can take a look at the following pages. And what is that, sir?
It is the Massachusetts Registry of Motor Vehicle title, history, and registration inquiry for a black and color Lexus LX year model 2022, bearing Massachusetts registration 3GC684, registered to Karen Reed.
Do I move this document into evidence?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 84.
Thank you. As part of your continued investigation, did you have an opportunity to obtain documents and items?
Yes.
Did you listen to audio recordings that were included statements of the defendant?
Yes, I did.
Did you listen to audio recordings from different sources?
Yes, I did.
What do some of those sources include?
Dateline 2020, Gretchen Voss, Fox 25, various media platforms.
I want to walk through some of the evidence in chronological order of date. So going back to January 29, 2022, at the hospital you obtained some items.
Yes, sir.
Did you bring those items with you today?
Yes, I did.
I want to talk about the progress of those items from when you first obtained them until today. You mentioned that they were clothes that you obtained at the hospital of Mr. O'Keefe.
Yes, sir.
And you shared with us that they were wet. You put them in bags.
Yes, sir.
That night, where did those clothes go when you left the hospital?
Those clothes, while bagged up, they remained in the back cab portion behind my driver's seat of my pickup truck on the floorboard.
Where did you bring them that night?
That bag containing all those clothing traveled with me around the area as we investigated, and then after the debrief at Canton PD, we brought them directly here to the Canton office of the district attorney.
Did you have those items with you at the Canton Police Department?
They were in my truck. I didn't bring them into the.
I see.
The
they remained in your truck while you were in the Canton Police Department?
Once I placed that bag in the back of my truck, I did not touch until I removed it from the truck at the Canton District Attorney's office to bring it in.
When did you remove it from your truck and bring it into the District Attorney's office?
Probably around 8 p.m. on the 29th of January 2022.
When you brought the clothes inside, where did you bring them?
We brought them to the temporary evidence processing area within the District Attorney's office in the State Police section of the office where we have our desks and workspaces. There's a designated area at the time for evidence processing.
What did you do with the clothes once you got them into the secure area in the District Attorney's office?
Once the clothing was in that secure area, we had to lay them out to dry.
What you did, if you could.
I had to lay them out to dry them. So I took a butcher paper, laid it out on the floor, and each item I removed and laid out onto that butcher paper to dry.
Was anybody with you helping you?
Yes.
And who's that?
Michael Proctor.
Why did you lay out the clothing items one by one separately?
Each clothing item needs to dry naturally and prevent moisture from being trapped. That moisture, if trapped, could develop mold and damage any DNA evidence that we could retrieve. Scientists could retrieve from the item. To prevent that, we dried each item individually, separating each item for better airflow.
How long did it take for those items to dry?
Several days.
And were they in that secure area on the butcher paper for several days?
Yes, sir.
Are there times when that separate area was left alone, nobody watching?
Yes, sir.
Were those clothes ultimately moved from that area?
Ultimately, they were moved, yes.
Did you personally remove them from that area?
No, I did not.
Did you know if they were bagged and put into evidence?
I do know they were bagged and put into evidence.
Is there an evidence locker at that office?
Yes, there is.
Is it a secure area?
Yes, it is.
Does every officer or trooper have access to that evidence room?
No, they do not.
Did you again see those items at a later date?
Yes, I did.
And have you seen those items since?
Yes, I have.
The items, the clothing items you took from the hospital, do you remember what items they were?
Yes, I do.
Can you share with us your memory of what items they are?
It was a two-tone gray sweatshirt, light material sweatshirt. It was an orange t-shirt. It was a pair of blue jeans, a belt, and a pair of underwear boxers.
And did you bring those clothing items with you today?
Yes, I did.
Beginning with the pants, do you have them with you up at the stand, Mr. O'Keefe's pants?
Yes.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
Do you have gloves, Trooper Mechanic?
Yes, I do.
I'd move this item into evidence.
No objection.
With the court's permission, I'd ask the trooper to show the item to the jury.
Yes, go right ahead.
Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes. Ticket 85.
Did you learn during your conversations with the CERT team and other members of the team that a sneaker was found at 34 Fairview?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen the photographs relative to that sneaker?
Yes, I have.
And you mentioned when you were at the hospital there was a sneaker? One?
Yes,
Do you have that sneaker with you?
I do.
Could you produce it, please?
Yes, sir.
You know, I'd move this item into evidence.
No objection.
Could I have the court's permission for the trooper to show it to the jury? Trooper, is that the sneaker that was at the hospital when you visited Mr. O'Keefe?
No, so this is the sneaker from 34 Fairview.
Could I have that marked? What is that, a left or a right sneaker, sir?
This is the left sneaker. Excuse me, this is the right sneaker from 34 Fairview Road, Kansas.
Yes, Your Honor.
Sure.
Sidebar.
If you could put the seat back in the bag and let Mr. Brennan bring the bag over, please.
Sidebar. I repeat, we are at Sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. Sidebar on the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial as we see Mrs. O'Keefe and the O'Keefe family, ladies and gentlemen. Just heartbreaking testimony this morning. And now we go up to the light and the fan. My name is GrantSmithEllis. We are waiting for the Sidebar to conclude. I'm live with you, ladies and gentlemen. I'm paying attention. I'm reading your messages. I am doing my best to monitor. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I hear someone has sent. Oh, it's Chewbacca. Oh, if you are watching and you send me an adorable picture of Chewbacca, please know I have saved it and I will share it at the break. I will keep your Chewbacca tip identity a secret, but it's an adorable picture of Chewbacca. These are very tense moments in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial, ladies and gentlemen. Jurors have just been shown John's pants, the very pants he was wearing at the moment, 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds when Karen Reed allegedly struck John on 1/29/2022 while Karen was drunk driving with a BAC between 0.14 and 0.28 while going 24.2 miles an hour in reverse. Thereupon striking John with her car, reducing to 23.7 miles an hour in a millisecond with a 4.7 degree steering wheel correction to the right. Therein, John landed on the lawn of a home. John, in a blizzard that was starting, hit that lawn after tripping on a burn potentially, causing a traumatic brain injury, and then Karen left John to die after her taillight broke in the collision, allegedly from hypothermia, as indicated by reddening of John's pancreas and that traumatic brain injury. And John's phone, evidence jurors have already seen, showed John never moved from 12:32 a.m. and 16 seconds until after 6 a.m. the next morning. Was John attempting and holding his phone with a traumatic brain injury in those moments, laying alone on the lawn as Karen drove away and left him to die following an argument with John that Karen had about a woman named Bella's mom for no reason? Ladies and gentlemen, this is just devastating. My name is GrantSmithEllis, and I am here with you. I wouldn't say Towel has had the best morning, but by God, I am pleased to be with you, Towel friends, and you will get Towel through this. We might be coming up on our recess, folks. Remember, we take a short morning recess around 10:30 or 11. Then we go into session until 1, and Towel gets to get his lunch around noon. Yes, it is the best time of the towel day, even if the situation is exhausting. Also, you are watching live coverage, of course, of the day 12 of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. This, you see exclusive Karen Cam coverage. You see the Bill Reed and the Janet Reed cam. We will see the Bob Alessi and the David Yannetti cam. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a towel cam extravaganza. Ladies and gentlemen, they are being heard on the sneaker issue now. Ladies and gentlemen, we are about to return from Sidebar. My name's Grant. Howard Cosell, TowelSmithEllis. Let us get ready. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it might be morning recess. Get ready. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm a towel. I am a towel, and I am with you. Shall we go into morning recess for my erudite commentary on the morning's developments? And you might be saying, sir, why would I want to listen to a towel talk about developments in a court case? It is because I'm interested. Now let's listen.
Jurors will take our morning recess because you don't need to watch us over there following the thing. So we'll take a half an hour just to make sure that everybody is ready and is able to move forward smoothly. These things happen when you have a lot of evidence in the courtroom. So we will see you at 11:30.
All rise, please.
Okay, folks, we might be coming back into session. We might have a motion argument. Jurors are leaving the court. My name is GrantSmithEllis. Will we be having a motion argument about some evidence? Ladies and gentlemen, stay with Little Towel. We have entered an unexpected early morning recess. The Karen Cam has not ended. Ladies and gentlemen, are we going to go to a full recess, or are we going to have a motion argument? There is no way to tell except to monitor in real time with horse racing announcer Towel. Also remember, we have still broken a towel stream record. We got as high as 250 people, maybe more, earlier
Just let me
today.
know and I'll come right back out.
Your Honor, may I
Yes.
be heard?
Oh,
Yes.
here we go.
May I, during the break, in the company of a representative from the defense team, speak to Trooper Buchanan about this issue?
I have no problem with that. Do you, Mr. Jackson?
No problem at all.
You will facilitate things. Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's watch the update.
You know, and I'll come right back out.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
May I?
Okay, we're going to have to show the fan. I hate to do it, but it's required. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis. These were the moments that interrupted the morning Karen Reed trial and John O'Keefe trial, day 12, a presentation of testimony. Listen to Hank Brennan explain that there needs to be a conference between with a representative of the defense and Trooper Buchanan. It is about John's shoe.
Your Honor, may I?
Yes.
Be heard?
Yes.
May I, during the break, in the company of a representative from the defense team, speak to Trooper Buchanan about this issue?
I have no problem with that. Do you, Mr. Jackson?
No problem at all.
You will facilitate things. Yes, you may.
Thank you.
Okay.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard it. We are in a quick recess. Ellis, and we are monitoring closely. Yes, you heard it there. We are in a recess until 11 a.m. in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. Also, I have heard that Ed Jobs' family is from Baku. I have always wanted to go to Baku. God bless your family. Oh, there was a war there. My goodness, I'm sorry to hear that. Yes, it's a beautiful city, my dear friend. Thank you for bringing it up, and I'm so sorry to hear that happened to your family in the context of a war in the area of Azerbaijan and Armenia. Oh, God bless you, dear friend. Now, if I recall, sorry, friend, I must focus. Ladies and gentlemen, we're in recess until 11 a.m. Kai will go talk to the towel friends. Tune in, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. We will chat. We will break more towel records, and you can watch the exclusive Karen Cam in real time, the most unique look at a criminal defendant in the history of real-time trial coverage. youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm back with you on Towel Chat. Do you want to see Little Towel? I can appear on your screen. I'm a Little Towel. Look, ladies and gentlemen, watch this. Have you ever said, I would like to see a Little Towel appear on screen? 3, 2, 1, I should do so right about now. Oh, I wasn't prepared for this. I was not ready. Ladies and gentlemen, hold on. There is some confusion about a shoe, but it is also morning recess. If you are listening, you should still be able to hear Little Towel. I know you can because I can see the real-time feedback. Now, needless to say, towel friends, we have more things to talk about. We have more things to do. We must get caught up. We must let the towel friends know why we are in recess. Look at me. I'm a little towel. Yes, I think there's a slight communication issue there. Hi, Paula. It's great to see you. Now, ladies and gentlemen, it's great to see all of you. Towels Public Information Service with the Karen Multicam View is going strong. Now, let's check back in on the court. I think we're going to be looking at the fan as far as I understand. It is morning recess in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial, and it is only the fan. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me just show you why we don't have to look at the fan. Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. No, you didn't confuse me at all, Ed Jobs. God bless you. I appreciate you, dear friend. Ladies and gentlemen, we don't have to watch the fan spinning. Praise reporter towel Christina and look at that, ladies and gentlemen. I am a sharp-looking towel, but they stopped the fan from spinning. What is it that I'm explaining? I don't remember. Lucy, please ask again if it's about this. It's the Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca who have stopped the fan from spinning. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, it is a wonderful day. It is a glorious day. We broke towel stream records. Now we are waiting for court to come back to session at the top of the hour. And you might be saying, oh my goodness, I found myself listening to a man who thinks he's a towel. That has now put a picture on the screen of a Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca, so we don't have to look at a spinning fan. And you might say, wow, the little victories in life are the big victories in life, ladies and gentlemen. And me, myself, as a towel, would agree with you wholeheartedly. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, let us get back to getting our updates. Let's see the moments that the jurors just saw. Let's get updated on the horrifying developments having with Karen Reed confessing to talking about a head injury on John O'Keefe. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it was a devastating morning. So first of all, folks, let us check. Oh, wait a minute. Do we have video? Oh, that was from last year. I think this is from when Karen Reed was walking in last year. Hey, that's my footage. Wait a minute. It might actually be JLR's footage because he kept walking. I can't tell. Hey, Karen! Oh, yeah, that's definitely JLR from last year. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I am going to take a look for you to see if we can find the footage of Karen Reed. Oh, yes, I have it. Here is the humane practice instruction. Ladies and gentlemen, I think I'm one of the only people who gets excited about finding clips of Judge Cannoni delivering the humane practice instruction, but bear with Little Towel as I prepare this for you. I feel so guilty about having to take Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man off the screen. I am sure they will forgive Little Towel. So will Christina. Okay, bear with me. Here we go, Little Towels. Watch this. We will first get rid of the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca. Here we go. Okay, now we see what we need. This was the moment. The jurors got the humane practice instruction, and then Karen Reed was forced to listen to her remarks to state police about making up a head injury on John. Karen must have known John was seriously injured when he hit that lawn. Let's listen. Yes, Ed Jobs, it was devastating prior testimony devastating about Karen's prior remarks. Let's watch it again, folks, and don't forget, if you're new to Towel Stream, we're on break for another 23 minutes before court comes into session. Get yourself settled. Get yourself put together. We have a 25-minute recess. And don't forget to support the stream in real time by liking and subscribing. Apparently that helps. Also, don't forget, I am a towel, and I enjoy using our towel-based emojis. Okay, let's listen.
Now, Mr. Brennan.
I would defer to counsel.
Mr. Jackson, you want me to give a humane practice instruction?
Yes.
Yes. All right. So, folks, you're about to hear testimony regarding a statement or statements that were allegedly made by or attributed to Ms. Reed. I'm going to instruct you in more detail at the end of the case about this matter. However, I want you to understand that at this time, as the statements are offered into evidence, that before you may consider the content of any such statement made by the defendant as evidence, you're going to have to make a preliminary determination about whether or not it can be considered by you as evidence at all. In your determination at the end of the case, you're not to consider any such statement by the defendant as evidence, even though it's presented to you through a witness at trial, unless from all the evidence in the case you first determine that the Commonwealth has proved beyond a reasonable doubt that Ms. Reed made the statements she's alleged to have made, and that she made it voluntarily, freely, and rationally. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, I want you to begin from when you were in the living room, your beginning conversation with the defendant, the presence of both her father and mother. You're with Mr. Proctor. Can you share with us the conversation that you had with the defendant?
Yes. She stated that she's willing to answer our questions, but she didn't want to go into too many details. That's how the conversation began. She provided us the fact that Mr. O'Keefe was hanging out with a friend of his at 5 p.m. at the One Meadows Ave residence, following which he proceeded to C.F. McCarthy's in Canton, where the defendant stated that she met him approximately at 9 p.m. She was drinking vodka sodas. Mr. O'Keefe was consuming Bud Light beer. After C.F. McCarthy's, they proceeded to the Waterfall Grill and Bar. At this point, the defendant was asked if she brought a beverage with her from C.F. McCarthy's to the Waterfall establishment, to which she stated she didn't think so. After the Waterfall, the defendant stated that she dropped Mr. O'Keefe off at 34 Fairview. She was asked if she saw him go in the house. She stated no, she did not see him go in the house. She was asked about the damage to her rear taillight, to which she stated, quote, "I don't know how I did it last night," end quote. Once she provided us with the fact that she dropped him off and never saw him go in the house, she was asked to provide details about her leaving. She stated that she made a 3-point turn and left. She was asked to provide some explanation of how Mr. O'Keefe sustained those injuries that he had. She did not.
Let me stop you there. Did you get an answer to your question about how he sustained the injuries or the details about the 3-point turn?
No, I did not.
You mentioned that when you were at Good Samaritan Hospital, you saw blood on the back of Mr. O'Keefe's head.
Yes.
Did you ask the defendant anything about that injury?
Yes, we asked about the injuries that Mr. O'Keefe had, that he had been displaying, and whether or not he had those injuries the night prior at either McCarthy's or Waterfall, to which the defendant stated she didn't see any injuries on him. But then she provided a statement saying that Mr. O'Keefe bumped his head 2 nights prior and asked her about it, which to me seemed kind of strange. But
without the commentary, after she told you that Mr. O'Keefe had bumped his head 2 nights prior, and that he had asked about it or she had asked about it?
She stated that he had bumped his head 2 nights prior, and Mr. O'Keefe asked her about it.
Did she say when Mr. O'Keefe asked her about the bump on his head from the few nights before?
No, she did not.
Did the conversation conclude?
Yes, it did.
After the conversation concluded, what was your next step?
Once the conversation concluded, the defendant was advised that her vehicle is being seized, and her cell phone was also seized.
Were there any other items at that point that you were seizing, other than the cell phone and the vehicle?
Not from that location, no.
Did you have a warrant at that point?
We did not, no.
Did you have authority to seize items prior to having a warrant?
I'll allow that.
Well, what is the process when you want to obtain items but you don't have a warrant? What process do you go through?
We seize them to prevent any alteration, destruction of the evidence that could be contained on those items pending a warrant. They are secured. They're not touched or processed by us. The process of obtaining a warrant includes writing an affidavit justifying.
Objection. Yeah, we don't need to hear any of this part.
Understood. Did you ultimately obtain both the phone and the vehicle?
Yes, we did.
Describe how the vehicle was seized. What happened?
The defendant provided her key card. It's like a credit card size key fob for the vehicle to allow the ignition to start. It was driven onto a flatbed tow truck, secured, and then we followed it from Dighton to the Canton Police Department.
Was video ever provided that showed part of that vehicle being loaded onto the tow truck?
Yes, it was.
Have you ever reviewed that video?
Yes, I did.
When you were at Dighton and the defendant's Lexus was being put on the tow truck, about what time was that?
It was approximately 4:16, 4:15 in the afternoon on the 29th of January, 2022.
Now, you mentioned that you took a cell phone. Are there parts or participants on the team that handle that specific type of evidence?
Yes, we have troopers that are specialized, trained, and have expertise in digital forensic analysis, extraction, and processing of digital devices.
Two drops, dear friend. It was so good. It's so good to see you have returned. Folks, if you're wondering, do we have video of Karen Reed's taillight in 3 different places, 3 different times broken on the morning of January 29, 2022? We do, at 5:07 a.m., at 8:32 a.m., and on at 4:12 p.m. Let's watch them, ladies and gentlemen. I have them. I am a good little towel. I am a towel. Well, you can have a mistrial with or without prejudice, Jill, but, you know, I don't know. Yeah, you normally retry. A mistrial literally means you retry, unless it's egregious, but this wasn't really an error. And Judge Cannoni said, okay, we'll just go have, outside the presence of the jury, her tone was very not concerned. So I don't really see this as a big deal. I see it as just a witness's testimony, and you're talking about shoes. Witness's testimony can be fallible, and they might associate one shoe with one place, another shoe with another place. They literally are collecting a litany of evidence, and what it really comes down to is there a chain of custody for this shoe? And it was this witness's. It's not really an issue if the witness says, oh, I remember we had a shoe that we had a chain of custody for that was found on the lawn. A shoe we have a chain of custody for that was found at the hospital on John. Here is the shoe from X, here's the shoe from Y. Very naturally, human memories might conflate that. The normal procedure then, which is probably what we'll see after the break, is there's normally what's called a refresh of recollection. And what will happen is the trooper will read his report silently. Mr. Brennan will say, does that refresh your recollection? We'll start the line of questioning over. The trooper will testify to the correct location each shoe was found. And again, this is not really like a mistrial issue, because what this is centered on, ladies and gentlemen, is just a refresh of recollection. It doesn't matter what the trooper remembers. People's memory it's not like the trooper's memory is the chain of custody. There is a evidence log for each shoe. Okay, the trooper can say, I see the number of the shoe that I just opened. This is the chain of custody log. I will refresh my recollection. You don't actually say this, but that's the evidentiary procedure. Then the trooper can say, I know for a fact, and I can confirm that because of this evidentiary number, my memory now is refreshed that this was the shoe that was found either on the lawn or at the hospital. You see what I mean? Now that goes for any type of evidence. The first shoe, the trooper might have said, oh, this was the shoe we logged from X instead of from Y. But even then, if the prosecutor or the defense, as would have happened here, they realize this is happening, the procedure which is going to happen now is check the chain of custody log, verify its what the actual chain of custody is. Is this a refresh recollection issue? Refresh the witness's recollection, move on. It does. The only thing it really reflects on is that the witness, because there were two shoes, very unusual, one found with John at the hospital on his body, I believe, one found on the lawn where John was struck. That means that the chain of custody of the evidence should be properly synced up with what shoe the trooper's talking about. It's a refresh of recollection issue, not a really serious issue on the merits. Procedurally, that's why I think it's minor. But yeah, so very minor in my opinion. Just again, but you have to do the procedure right. If the trooper's saying, I mixed up the shoes, what the trooper does is then say, the prosecutor says, with the defense's permission, is this your report? Is this the evidentiary log? It takes a few minutes to prepare. That's why they're doing a recess. Please read it to yourself silently. Look up when you're done. Prosecutor Brennan walks back to the podium. Have you refreshed your recollection? Was your memory exhausted? Have you refreshed your recollection? Okay, please tell me which shoe this was, where was it located? That's the procedure. So, yeah, no, we would have gone to recess though anyway, ladies and gentlemen. We would have gone to recess anyway. We were going into recess. This actually was convenient because if you're going to deal with something like this, a procedural error, not an error, a witness who has to have their memory refreshed due to on a chain of custody issue, yeah, that's fine. Do it. Do that while you are on morning recess. That's what Judge Cannoni was saying. Okay, you all need to go out and do that. Now, it is a little abnormal in the sense that, it's normally what would have happened, and my guess is Brennan just didn't have, all of these papers at hand, so Jackson and Brennan were talking about it at Sidebar. Normally, that wouldn't have even, if we weren't at recess, we wouldn't have actually really needed a recess. It would have been a quick break, because what would have happened is the witness literally forgot, right? So Brennan would have said, is your memory, he would have said a question do you have a memory of a report you wrote about this shoe or about the collection of evidence in this case? And in that, do you remember writing a report that in that report that two shoes were located? Do you remember distinctively indicating the chain of custody for each shoe? Okay, would reading that report help to refresh your recollection? You basically need to show the witness's memory is exhausted, and then you can allow them to read the report, then they resume their testimony. Yeah, no, so that's what I'm saying. It's even if you're not reading an evidence bag, what you're trying to do is, as a witness, and it's not as easy as it sounds, folks, you are cross-referencing the exhibit number with where you located the piece of evidence. It's an evidence tag that serves as a functionary bait stamp, and so you have to know, and it's a failure of memory, which isn't a big deal when you're talking about an evidentiary record, because the evidentiary record controls. The trooper's testimony is only evidence to the extent that he's testifying about his recall. The actual truth of the matter is the evidentiary record. So what we're going to eventually see is the trooper looking at the record to say which shoe this is. And if that had happened anywhere other than the morning recess, it would have been quick. We would have been done in a few minutes. But yeah, it's just, it might require a little coordination between the defense and the prosecution, because if the witness truly exhausted their memory on the chain of custody, which is very long, these are multi-page documents, I'm sure, then what Brennan will do, what Prosecutor Brennan will do is start the cross by saying, okay, so can we, or start the direct by saying, okay, so can we, bringing you back to the shoe, do you remember the report, etc. Now, the defense can cross on this and say, did you forget, or something like that, but it doesn't go, it's not really even impeachment, because all it really shows is that the trooper had a lot of evidence. We're through 2 items out of the box, and the trooper had to memorize the evidence numbers and the sergeant and assign them to specific locations. Now, that, again, this is why it's not a substantive issue, in my opinion. It's a procedural issue. That doesn't actually bear on the evidence, the chain of custody, the logs. That all was documented. The trooper is relaying that from memory. Remember, no notes up there, just relaying it. And now all of us, some of us have very good memories, okay? I have a decent memory. Some of you towel friends have definitely excellent memories. But no one's memory is infallible. And in fact, if you look under the rules, I'm a lay towel, this is not legal advice. If you look under the rules, refreshing recollection is one of the most common things that happen. You could have a defense witness who's an expert called by the defense saying, oh, I forget something. You could have a witness on cross, any witness saying, oh, I forget something, and getting their memory refreshed. In fact, with expert witnesses in particular, and this witness is not an expert by virtue of being a police officer, but witnesses who have highly technical, profession-specific based knowledge, the most common question that you ask them is your memory exhausted on this point of your report? Because they write hundreds of pages and they cover different cases. So of course, like, the most important part of any trial procedurally is when an issue comes up like this, it's figuring out, did the witness exhaust their memory? What is the actual report? What is the chain of custody? Would showing the witness the report and the chain of custody refresh their recollection? We will do that. That's it. Now, unless something way more intense than what we saw on camera occurred, but of course that's not it, because Judge Cannoni explained exactly what happened outside the presence of the jurors. But yes, folks, my name is GrantSmithEllis, and I wanted to see if I could find those videos for you of Karen Reed's taillight broken. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I know I have the videos somewhere. I put together a clip. There it is. There it is. And we have, I think we also have video.
Perhaps the best evidence.
Hold on. It's not just video of the taillight
that contradicts the defense position.
It's an interview that Karen gave admitting her taillight was broken to Gretchen Voss. Oh, have we not even heard this yet? Oh, wow. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Stay with Little Towel. Oh, I do have it. I have it, folks. I have it. I have all 3 videos of Karen's taillight broken that morning. I'm a Little Towel. That's why you watch Towel Stream, because I have an index of everything that has ever happened in this case, and I have the videos, and I can search through my own content. Look at that. Little Towels. I'm not on screen because my camera running takes up too much memory. But Little Towels, let's look at the first video of Karen Reed's camera, taillight broken on camera at 5:07, 5:08 a.m. Let's look.
Now, what we know is that missing taillight was not tampered with because it was gone hours before police even touched Miss Reed's vehicle. At 5:08 a.m., she left Meadows Road. That's John O'Keefe's home. And when she left at 5:08 a.m., that taillight part was already missing. If we look at Exhibit 6, please. This is from the Ring video of John O'Keefe's home. This evidence directly contradicts the idea that the Sally Port video is relevant to showing break or planting of evidence. As Miss Reed nudges into Mr. O'Keefe's car, she will pull forward and will stop the video in 2 spots so you can get a clear look of that rear taillight missing. Forward, please. Thank you. And then ahead one more. You can see the white light shine. Stop. You can see it clearly missing. You can't plant something that's already gone. And the reason why you see white, it is a red taillight cover, and when the red is missing or gone, as it is in this case, the white bulb still shines, and that's why it shines white. The defense position is also contradicted by the ARCA witnesses. If we look at Dr. Wolf's testimony, day 31 of trial, it's noted as Exhibit 10 in our package. Page 36. ADA Lally asks the good doctor, now doctor, in the course of your analysis or review of materials here, were you ever provided with a video of the defendant backing out a garage and making contact with Mr. O'Keefe's vehicle in his driveway at about 5:07 in the morning on January 29th? He says, I'm not aware of that. And then if we move to page 124, line 1. Now, line 2. Now, as far as you're aware from the review and your testing and everything that you did in this case, if a collision occurred at a lower speed, say 1, 2, anywhere from 0 to 5 miles an hour, would that create the damage to the taillight that you observed in this particular case? And Dr. Wolf says, at that speed, no. We provided notice of our own expert. And there's one thing, many things, but one critical thing the experts will all agree on. That nudging did not cause the damage to that taillight. The defense position is also contradicted by dash cam footage. Sadly, an officer went to the O'Keefe home to check on his niece and nephew on that tragic day. And when he did, he had a dash cam video further reinforcing that taillight is missing well before that vehicle makes it to the Sallyport area. If we could play Exhibit 7, which is the dash cam footage showing Mr. O'Keefe's car in his driveway at 8:22 a.m. If you could close up to the court, please. If you compare the right side to the left side, although covered and impacted by snow, if you could more close up, please, you can see that taillight, just like the detective in Dighton said, just like the 508 ring video shows, is missing.
Yep. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's look at the next clip. Let's look at the further clip that Hank Brennan's going to talk about. Here's the 823 evidence. We just saw the pictures of Karen Reed's car, but let's listen. Let's listen to Hank Brennan walk us through it.
Notice of our own expert. And there's one thing, many things, but one critical thing the experts will all agree on. That nudging did not cause the damage to that taillight. The defense position is also contradicted by dash cam footage. Sadly, an officer went to the O'Keefe home to check on his niece and nephew on that tragic day. And when he did, he had a dash cam video further reinforcing that taillight is missing well before that vehicle makes it to the Sallyport area. If we could play Exhibit 7, which is the dash cam footage showing Mr. O'Keefe's car in his driveway at 8:22 a.m. If you could close up to the court, please. If you compare the right side to the...
Moving forward.
This is the defendant's car arriving in Dighton in the driveway.
When her parents got back to Dighton with Karen.
The defendant on the passenger side, and you can see them
looking at the taillight.
The car near the right taillight and stop. And you can see them walk to the back of the car near the right taillight and stop. What are they stopping for? We can play video 9. And this is when the car is being put on the tow truck before it makes it to Canton. And just like 508 in the driveway of Meadows, John O'Keefe's home, you will see that right taillight, fine white, showing the missing taillight cover on 2 occasions. If you have an opportunity to stop the video at the important points, please do so.
Can you lower it?
We cannot.
Can you zoom in on it?
And it's very clear, the white light in this video. I cannot see it clearly on the screen.
So will you give me a flash drive of all of these exhibits?
Oh, there we go.
Okay.
If you look at it on a small screen, see right there?
I do see it.
Yep. And then you'll see it again. So the alarm.com video contradicts the defendant. If anything exculpatory about these Sallyport videos. In fact, this whole idea of third party or plant doesn't come to town until 9 months after Ms. Reed is indicted.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard that. Now it gets worse. So you saw the taillight broken. You saw Karen and her parents looking at it at 4 p.m. before Karen gave that interview with the state police. And then look, ladies and gentlemen, now we also saw the third piece of evidence. The third piece of evidence, again played by Hank Brennan, we just watched it, of Karen's car going up onto the lift. Now look, ladies and gentlemen, we have one more thing to play. How does Hank Brennan conclude that day from the pretrial motion hearing? He plays Karen's interview with Gretchen Voss, where she admits her taillight was broken. Never before heard. Let's listen to it. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, Gretchen is a writer. These interviews only have been coming into evidence at motion hearings, and the jury may hear this next clip soon. By the way, Modelo Macy, God bless you for supporting Towel Channel. Everyone who has been sending support, Towel appreciates you. I promise I will go to 7-Eleven at the top of the hour. I might even go to Burger King today for lunch, depending on what donations come in. By the way, reminder, this is a public information service. Not only are you supporting the Karen Cam, not only are you supporting Little Towel, not only do you reduce my anxiety, but you are helping other people become informed, cogent participants in our public sphere. And through Lord Reed's vision for the BBC to educate, inform, and entertain the wider public, we facilitate authentic and legitimate governmental institutions within the judiciary, the legislative branch, and maybe even the executive one day. So God bless you all for your support. Hold on. I don't believe I'm frozen. Hold on. Nope, I'm not frozen. It might be you. There's nothing frozen. It's just I am not up on the screen, folks. You're still hearing my voice. I'm going to play the next video. I'm doing a donation read. My name is GrantSmithEllis. I'm a Little Towel. I know that you all might actually want to see Little Towel, so I will pop up on your screen because I will give the people what they want. I am a Little Towel. So yes, no, nothing is frozen. It is just I'm monitoring for court to come back into session. Ladies and gentlemen, the Karen Cam might be about to come back, but we have to watch this. Let's listen.
Perhaps the best evidence that contradicts the defense's position that there's any relevance to the Sally Port video, that there's any type of is from herself. Ms. Reed spoke to Voss on June 20th, 2023. And in that testimony, or in that interview, she said, I was seized. There was a
Hold tight.
Perhaps the best evidence that contradicts the defense's position that there's any relevance to the Sally Port video, that there's any type of is from herself. Ms. Reed spoke to Voss on June 20th, 2023. And in that testimony, or in that interview, she said, I was seized. There was a pieces of taillight missing that I had picked out at John's at 5:45 before we drove over to Fairview. I'm showing Jen and Kerry, look what I just did to my light. And I'm worried that there's gonna be some kind of electric short.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, hold on. We're going over to trial coverage. Stay with Little Towel. I see the Karen Cam. We are about to come back into session. We are ready. Hold on, Little Towels. I've even paused the Karen Cam so we can get synced up. Thanks, Joe.
Sir, when we left, we were discussing Mr. O'Keefe's sneaker that you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital.
Yes, sir.
Would that be his right sneaker?
It would be his right sneaker.
Do you have that sneaker with you today?
I do.
And again, could you open that bag and show that right sneaker to the jury?
Yes, sir.
Is that the sneaker you retrieved from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
It is.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
Okay, any objection, Mr. Jackson?
No, Your Honor.
All right, thank you.
Trooper Buchanan, there are 2 more items. I'm sorry, Your Honor.
Okay, go ahead.
Thank you, Your Honor. Trooper Buchanan, there are 2 more items that you retrieved of John O'Keefe's clothing from the Good Samaritan Hospital. Did you bring those 2 items with you?
Yes, sir.
Are those 2 of the items that you laid out on butcher paper to dry?
Yes, they are.
Were they ultimately bagged and put into evidence?
Yes, they were.
And did you bring Mr. O'Keefe's T-shirt?
Yes, I did.
Is it placed in an object so it can be seen?
Yes, it was.
What type of object?
It's a transparent plastic sheet.
I would move the T-shirt into evidence.
No objection.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Buchanan show it to the jury?
Yes.
Could you show the back as well, Trooper? Thank you.
Mr. Brennan, could you help assist the court reporter with that, please?
Of course.
Exhibit 87.
You can place it on that side?
Yeah, that'd be great. Thank you.
And Trooper Buchanan, is there a last piece of item of Mr. O'Keefe's that you took from the Good Samaritan Hospital?
Yes, it is.
And what is it?
It's the sweatshirt.
I'd move that into evidence, Your Honor.
No objection, Your Honor.
The court's permission?
Yes.
Could you show the back side, please? May I approach?
Yes, thank you. Next exhibit, please, Madam Court Reporter.
Exhibit 88.
Thank you.
Your Honor, as to exhibit 88,
Sidebar.
Oh, okay.
Sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a sidebar. We have a sidebar alert. My name is GrantSmithEllis. Stay with us, little towels. We are on a sidebar. Now, ladies and gentlemen, I went to the wrong screen. Ladies and gentlemen, stay with little towel. We are on a sidebar. The sidebar seems to be almost over. Karen Reed is back at her table. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Oh, wait. I was wrong. The lawyers continue at the sidebar. Karen Reed herself is at the table. The Karen cam does not have Karen for some reason. She might walk away again. Ladies and gentlemen, these are intense moments. We are staring at Karen standing alone. She might wander back to sidebar. She meanders. David Attenborough towel here with you. Ladies and gentlemen, we are at sidebar. I repeat, we look at Mrs. O'Keefe and the O'Keefe family. John O'Keefe's bloodied shirt. Heartbreaking moments held up for the jurors in a glass display. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, that was just absolutely heartbreaking. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, it was just horrifying. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it was absolutely horrifying to see that shirt. And Miss O'Keefe is staying composed. My name is GrantSmithEllis, and I am still with you for this long, protracted sidebar about the items from John O'Keefe collected by state troopers in the hospital. It is a horrible moment to relive. Miss O'Keefe is doing her best, her head hung low, her most likely reflecting on John, her son, the second child that Miss O'Keefe lost after her dear daughter Kristen passed away from a serious medical issue in the fall of 2013. I believe it was in November. And then John's dear brother-in-law, Steve passed away in January of 2014 from a medical issue, and then Peggy O'Keefe lost John himself in January of 2022. Ladies and gentlemen, my name's GrantSmithEllis. We should be returning from the sidebar any moment. Say a prayer for Miss O'Keefe today, folks, and the entire O'Keefe family. Let's go back in the session.
Jurors, every piece of evidence that you're getting is recorded, and we have to keep a very clear record. So sometimes we spend time that may seem like a waste of time to you, but it's very, very important for the case. So we do appreciate your patience. All right, go ahead, Mr. Brennan.
Thank you. Trooper Kennick, you shared with us that you met with some of the members of the state police that night and then returned to the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office to put the clothing on butcher paper, you called it. What was your next step in your investigation?
We met and discussed the next steps. My decision was to go back to 34 Fairview and excavate for the missing clothing item, being Mr. O'Keefe's hat. There was also plans to start writing search warrants.
Did the weather get better over the next couple days?
The weather did take a turn for the warmer temperatures, yes.
Did you return to Fairview a few days later on February 3rd?
Yes, I did.
Was that the first time you personally had visited 34 Fairview?
Yes, it was.
When you went to 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022, do you remember about what time in the morning you went?
Sometime between 8:30, 9 o'clock, maybe 9:30.
When you went there, did you travel with anybody?
Yes.
Who did you travel with?
It was other members of my unit and a member from Crime Scene Services.
Did you all travel in the same vehicle, or did you meet there?
We all traveled in our own issued cruisers.
Was this a planned search or a planned excavation on February 3rd?
Yes, it was.
2022?
Yes, it was.
Who was there at the scene, 34 Fairview, with you?
It was Trooper DeChico, Mike Proctor, and Trooper Evan Brent.
And Trooper Evan, last name?
Brent.
Right. Was Trooper Brent the photographer?
Yes.
What type of tools did you bring when you went to 34 Fairview?
We brought snow shovels, garden shovels. I brought a like an E-tool, military-style E-tool.
Was there still some snow on the ground?
There was, yes.
Did you and the members of the group begin to look for any evidence?
Yes, we did.
Were you looking on the street, or did you move to more on the grass?
Objection, Your Honor.
Ask it differently.
What area were you focused on at this point?
We were focused on the lawn portion of the property by in the vicinity of the flagpole, the fire hydrant, and along the edge of the asphalt.
Did you see a berm, an asphalt berm, separating the concrete street and the yard?
Yes.
Were you looking anywhere near the area of the berm?
We did, yes.
Were you looking anywhere on the street?
The street was plowed, but portions of the street still had remnants of snow, so we did check that area, but it was much easier to identify anything because it was clear of snow.
Where was most of your focus?
On the lawn.
As you worked your way through the lawn, did you or members of your team come across any items that you believe to be evidence?
Yes.
I'm going to ask you to produce some of that evidence to us. Beginning with 535, did you find a number of pieces of plastic?
Yes.
Could you produce 535?
Yes, sir.
Let me just ask you a couple questions before you open that. If somebody identified an object that they believed to be evidence, what was the process for handling it?
On this day, we identified evidence. The process would have been documenting each item that was located with photographs. Then one of the members of the individuals present would bag each item into a paper bag.
When they were bagged, would the person bagging them use any type of protection like you're using?
Absolutely, every time.
After the items were bagged, was the bag sealed?
Eventually it was sealed, yes.
When you say eventually, what does that mean?
Once it was, all the items were inside and it was brought back to the office, it would be sealed, signed, completely filled out with all the pertinent information on the back.
Could you open that bag?
Yes, sir.
Before you take the pieces out, I'm asking you to look in. Do you recognize those pieces?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize them to be?
I recognize them to be the items that we recovered from the lawn area on the left side of 34 Fairview Road on February 3rd, 2022, during the planned excavation of the property.
And were they photographed before they were put in that bag?
They were.
Nora, may I approach before Trooper Buchanan opens that bag or goes through it?
Did you show Mr. Jack?
I'm sorry. Hand you a series of photographs. I've asked you to take a look at them, see if you recognize them.
I do recognize them.
And what is in those photographs?
The photographs depict items collected from the lawn at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
Do those particular photographs correspond with the pieces of items that are in that bag?
They do.
I have moved this series of photographs and evidence.
No objection. Okay. We'll mark them separately, please.
Thank you very much. Those items, were they eventually sent for analysis to a Massachusetts State Police lab?
Yes, they were.
When the laboratory received those items, are you familiar whether they marked them with a label or a number for identification?
Objection, Your Honor. I want to know about that.
Yes, they mark each item individually.
Do those items have markings on them reflected by an item number?
Yes, they are.
When you refer to a piece, will you refer to that item number that is on any individual piece?
Once it's labeled, it is identified by that individual piece by that designated label.
So if there's any numbers written on any of those pieces, was that written by you?
No.
Would that have been written by somebody else after it was sent?
Yes, at the lab.
Okay. If we can begin, if you can begin to take the pieces out so we can show them to the jury. And does that have a number on it or a tag?
Yes, it does. This is item 22-02-184-7-8, also alphanumeric A.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Thank you.
These two are taped together.
When you found them, were they taped together?
No. They're taped together by the lab. There's also a canister labeled debris collection. That number is 22-02-184-7-8.1. This is 7-8G. This is 7-8N as in November. There are also items too small to label with a letter and number. Those were put into a bag like this. Almost looks like a stamp bag, wax stamp bag.
Are those all the items in that bag?
Altogether, there are, it does look like those are all the items. Some of them are inside the canister that I pulled up.
Understood. You know how to move those items into evidence, please?
Exhibit 95.
Sir, you mentioned that there was a trooper there photographing the evidence.
Yes, sir.
Did the photographer take a photograph of the items in place when they were found, or were the items moved to a different location before they were photographed?
That day, every item was photographed where it was found.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of exhibits to the jury.
Okay.
And starting with Exhibit 89, which is P490-7690. Trooper, is that one of the items you found that morning?
Yes, it is.
Do you know where, in relation to the fire hydrant or the flagpole, this item was recovered?
It was in the general vicinity between the flagpole and the fire hydrant. The area we were excavating was approximately 40 to 50 square feet in area.
Mr. Brennan, can that be expanded, please, so that the jurors can see what we're looking at?
Thank you, Your Honor. Is the item that you recovered on top of that leaf?
Yes, it is.
Thank you. If I could next show Exhibit 90, which is P492, 7692. Before we close up, sir, is that the fire hydrant that is at the corner of 34 Fairview Road?
Yes, it is.
Could we close up, please, on that? Why is there a ruler on the ground?
The ruler is utilized to help put the item to scale by the photographer from Crime Scene Services. They utilize these measuring rulers for scale of the item that you're looking at. Sometimes it's hard to depict how large an item is if there's no reference point.
Could we do a little bit further view to show the fire hydrant? Thank you. Is that where this piece of evidence was found, in that exact location?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. I'd like next to show to the jury Exhibit 91, which is P515-7721. Do you recognize that piece of evidence?
Yes, sir.
Could we zoom in, please? Is that the same piece of evidence that is depicted in Exhibit 89, P490, 7690, a different angle with the ruler?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. If we could have Exhibit 92, please, which is P493, 7694. Could you zoom in, please? Is that piece of evidence in the bag that you've provided as evidence, physical evidence?
Yes, sir.
Was this found near the area of the other pieces?
Yes, it was.
If we could show Exhibit 93, P507, 7711, please. Could you zoom in, please? How long did you spend that day looking, you and the team, for pieces of evidence?
It was probably 45 to an hour.
And finally, if I could show Exhibit 94, P503, 7707. And could you zoom in, please? And this piece of evidence, where in relation to the other pieces was this found?
In the same vicinity.
Thank you. If you could take that down, please. When you were searching, did you find any item near the street area?
Yes, we did.
What did you find?
A black plastic drinking straw.
Could you retrieve 536 for us, please? I'd move this piece of evidence into evidence.
No objection.
All right.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes, let's get it marked.
I'm sorry, Your Honor?
Let's wait till it's marked.
Exhibit 97.
Thank you. Showing a photograph, do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I did.
What's it a photograph of?
It's a photograph of the black drinking straw that we found at 34 Fairview on February 3rd, 2022.
What location did you find it in?
It was close to the paved berm on the street.
This is after the street was plowed?
Yes, it was.
I'd move this into evidence as an exhibit, please.
Okay.
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 98.
Yes.
I'd ask you to open this and show it to the jury.
Yes, sir.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show Exhibit 98 to the jury.
Okay.
And that is P4887688. Sir, could you look at that photograph? And Ms. Gilman, could you close? Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
I do.
And what is that?
That is the photograph of the straw we picked up from the street in front of 34 Fairview Road.
Could we zoom out a little bit, please, Ms. Gilman? Is that the area where you or your team recovered that straw?
That is exactly where it was found and recovered from.
That photograph doesn't show much of the grass area. How far is that area from the fire hydrant?
It's probably, with my estimate, 15 feet, maybe 20 from the fire hydrant. It's probably 15 to 20 feet, if I had to estimate.
Thank you. You mentioned that one of the items that you went back to Fairview to try to find was a hat. Why were you specifically looking for a hat?
I had learned that Mr. O'Keefe was wearing a black baseball hat the night prior to the incident. So with us recovering the clothing from the hospital and the hat was not part of that pile of clothing, we needed to see where the hat was. That could have been a lead. That could be a clue of where Mr. O'Keefe was last prior to being discovered.
Did you or the team ultimately find a hat that morning?
Yes.
Could I have you produce 537?
Yes, sir.
All right, move that item into evidence.
No objection.
So this is going to be 96.
Thank you.
Thank you.
With the court's permission, Trooper Buchanan, could you open that and show it to the jury? Was that item photographed?
Yes, it was.
And when that was taken from the scene, was the same method used of using gloves and putting it in a bag?
Yes, it was.
When the item was it photographed in the place that it was found?
Yes, it was.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
So I'm showing you a series of photographs. If you take a look at it, the first one, do you recognize that photograph?
I do.
What is it?
It's the accumulated snow that was being excavated at the scene where we located Mr. O'Keefe's hat.
And the second photo?
The second photo is a close-up of Mr. O'Keefe's hat, flattened and frozen to the ground with portions of it exposed from underneath the piled up snow.
Third photo?
Third photo is also of the hat once it's been removed, and you can see the thin blue line, American flag, on the front of the hat and the Nike swoosh on the brim.
And the fourth photo, please.
And the fourth photograph is also a close-up of the top of the hat with a scale ruler next to it with grass showing from underneath the hat.
I'm going to put these back in the order you identified them. Or I move these 4 photographs into evidence.
Okay, any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
Do you want them as 4 separate or A, B, C?
A through 99D, so marked.
Thank you very much. Thank you. With the court's permission, I'd like to show these photographs to the jury.
Yes.
Beginning with 99A, P526, 7733, please. Could you close up just a little bit, please? Sir, can you describe what you see here?
Yes, that's the excavation track by one of the members at the scene. You could see the hat frozen flat to the bottom, or on the bottom of the snow, right on top of the grass. It was under approximately 1.5 feet of snow that had accumulated in the area.
Okay, next show 99B, P527, 7735.
This is again the close-up of the frozen flat hat to the grass at 34 Fairview Road.
Next is 99C, P529, 7739, please.
Once pulled out and flipped over, again, this is the same hat belonging to Mr. O'Keefe that was discovered frozen flat to the grass at the scene.
Thank you. You can take that down, please. Did you search the entire front lawn at that time?
No, we did not.
And we can see from those photographs, is there still snow in that yard?
Yes.
As you continued your investigation, did you continue to go back to Fairview over time?
Yes, based on the amount of snow still present and the fact that we were finding pieces of broken taillight and glass at the scene, and items that we did not expect to find, like a cocktail glass straw. I directed my members to go by the scene every day as the temperatures rose, snow would expose more evidence on the lawn, and with the hopes of finding each and every item that was present.
On February 4th, the next day, 2022, did you receive a call?
Yes, I did.
Not what was said, but who was that call from?
I believe it was...
I don't want you to guess if you don't know. Was the person a member of any group?
Yes.
From what group?
It was Canton Police.
As a result of receiving a call from the Canton Police, or someone from the Canton Police on February 4th, 2022, did you go anywhere?
I was already en route to 34 Fairview to conduct a directed check of the area.
When you say directed check, you drive by every day on your way to work?
I told my members on every day to work and home to make sure someone's checking the lawn to make sure that any evidence that exposes itself through the melting snow would be identified and collected.
So as you were on your way there, you received a call from someone from the Canton Police?
Yes.
Did you arrive at 34 Fairview on February 4th, 2022?
I did.
When you got there, did you see any more items?
Yes, I did.
How many?
One item, a larger in size red taillight piece had revealed itself, and it was collected.
Could you produce 710, please?
Yes, sir.
Is that 710, sir?
7-10, yes, sir.
I'd move that item into evidence, please.
No objection.
With- With the court's permission, could Trooper Buchanan open the item and show it to the jury?
Yes.
Thank you. Did anybody photograph that item where it was found?
Yes, there was a photograph taken.
Did you take the photograph?
No, I did not.
How did you receive the photograph?
It was attached to the Canton Police reports that were provided. Canton Police documented that item in place.
May I approach?
Yes.
Showing you two photographs. The first page, you recognize that item?
Yes, I do.
What do you recognize that to be?
That was the item I collected on February 4th at 34 Fairview Road, which I was just showing to the jury.
And the second photograph?
The second photograph is a zoomed out general vicinity photograph of the same item from 34 Fairview Road, the lawn area, approximately 7 feet from the roadway.
I'd like to move these into evidence. A and B. Court's permission.
Any objection, Mr. Jackson?
No objection, Your Honor.
Exhibit 101A and B.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show those photographs to the jury.
Yes.
P46, please. Is that a photograph of the item you just showed the jury, sir?
Yes, it is.
And where was it in relation to the other pieces that you had found on February 3rd?
It was further to the right. If you're looking at the property, if you have the fire hydrant on your left, it was further to the right, on the right bank of the snow that was melting on the lawn.
Is that on the lawn or on the pavement?
That's on the lawn.
And could we show the close-up, please, P47? Thank you. You could take it down, please. When you recovered those items, did you go through the same protocol of gloves and bags?
Absolutely.
Did you return to 34 Fairview on February 10th?
Yes, I did.
Was the snow in a different state than when you last left it on February 3rd?
Yes, it had receded significantly.
When you went back on February 10th, were you with anybody?
I believe I was with another trooper.
Do you know who that was?
I don't remember. I'd have to refresh my memory.
Was it Michael Proctor?
It might have been, yes.
Could you produce 7-11, please?
Yes, sir.
Does that bag contain some of the items you found on February 10th at Fairview Road?
Yes, it does.
I'd move that into evidence, please.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay. Exhibit 102.
Can you describe generally the size of the items in that bag?
Can I open it?
Please.
Generally speaking, there's 6 plastic pieces of clear and red and black items that are in size approximately to like $50.
Without going through every one of them, can you just pull out one red and one clear to show the jury a representative sample of what's in the bag? In total, there's 6 items in that bag?
In total, there are 6 items in the bag.
When you retrieved those items, did you use the same protocol of gloves and a bag?
Yes.
Did you photograph these items when you took them?
Not on this day, no.
Why not?
We had been to the scene so many times. It was the same general vicinity, and we just made the decision not to have crime scene come out to photograph these six pieces.
Were they in any remarkably different position than the other pieces? Anything that stood out, or were they in the... Let me rephrase that. Where were they generally in relation to the other pieces that you had found?
They were all in the general area where the other pieces had been located. It was on the left side of the lawn, but near the flagpole, between the road and the home.
Was there another group of items that you found that day that you put in a separate bag?
Yes.
Could you provide us... May I approach? I'm not sure if I've marked this one for evidence.
Yes.
Or not. Thank you. Thank you. Could you produce 7-12, please?
Yes, sir.
I'd move this into evidence, please.
No objection. Okay.
With the...
Exhibit 103.
With the court's permission, could Trooper Mechanic open the bag?
Yes.
In that bag, are there different types of items? The items you showed us before appear to be plastic.
Yes, these items are packaged in wax paper. There's 14 pieces in total, and these items contain glass and plastic fragments, some of which are also within like a cylindrical tin container that you saw earlier.
Could you show us some of the glass pieces, please?
Yes, sir. I'm going to have to open the wax bag.
Please. Could you stand so the people in the back can see? Thank you. Were there a number of different items inside that are inside that bag that you found that day?
Yes, there are a number of glass pieces taped and labeled for identification at the lab and mechanically pieced together to form this one piece in my right hand, and this is one solid, thick piece of curved glass in my left hand.
And again, is this February 10, 2022?
Yes, it is.
The last evidence bag, you said that you did not photograph where they were found. Did you photograph where these pieces were found?
No, I did not. No.
Any different reason than the last bag?
No.
Do you have a memory of where these items were found in relation to the items in the last bag?
Yes, they were all in the general vicinity where all the other taillight pieces were located, as well as the baseball hat.
How much snow was on the ground at this point?
Most of the snow had melted. There might have been some areas that was still present because of the excavation that took place. So very little to no snow was present at this point in time.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Is that all the pieces that you have that you were part of finding or retrieving from 34 Fairview Road related to plastic or glass discovery?
Yes, sir.
Did you continue to work on this case?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive video from a number of different locations?
Yes.
Where were you part of retrieving or receiving video from?
I was part of retrieving and receiving video from C.F. McCarthy's, the waterfall. There was also video that was collected from other agencies and entities.
Did you seek a search warrant or video evidence from a company called Ring?
Yes.
For what location?
For the Meadows Ave location, Mr. John O'Keefe's residence.
Did you receive video from Ring, directly from Ring?
Ring sent over files with Ring video.
Was that by link, by a computer?
I'm not sure how it came in. It was via the internet.
Did you view all of the files that were produced by Ring?
At some point, I reviewed all the files, yes.
Was that pursuant to a subpoena?
I'm sorry?
Were the Ring videos produced pursuant to a subpoena?
Through the search warrant, yes. We requested it through the search warrant. That's the way that these providers, service providers, respond to court legal service.
Were you aware that some cruisers or the cruisers at the Canton Police Department had dash cam video?
Yes, I am aware of it.
Did you obtain and review video?
Yes, I did.
Have you seen other video from the Canton Police Department?
Yes, I did.
At some point, were you asked if you would consent to provide your DNA?
Yes, I was, yes.
Is that uncommon in investigations?
It's not common, but situations do arise where you're asked to do that. So it's not the first time that's happened, but it has happened before where a law enforcement individual officer has to provide DNA, and they consent.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
Did you review any other materials in this case? Did you review any reports?
I did review reports, yes.
Did you write reports in this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, I want to ask you about Michael Proctor. You had told us that you were working on this investigation with him.
Yes, I was.
Are you still working on this investigation with him?
No, I am not.
You were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
Yes, I was.
When you work for the state police, do you have a personal phone and a phone that is provided to you by the state police?
Yes.
The state police phone, is that a work phone?
Yes, it is.
What type of information do you receive on that phone?
You can receive communications via email, text message, cell phone, tower, voice communications.
Okay. And do officers communicate with each other at times on those work phones?
Yes, they do.
And during that time, did you have a work phone that you were using for communications?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive or were you placed on an email chain that included Michael Proctor and others?
I believe it was a text chain.
I'm sorry, a text chain.
Yes.
Were you included on a text chain involving Michael Proctor and others?
Yes, I was.
Did you receive a text or a text chain from Michael Proctor and other people?
Yes, I did.
And when you received a text, do you remember where you were when you received the text chain?
The specific one you're referring to, I was at the Logan Airport working a traffic detail.
When you received that text-to-text chain, did you respond?
I acknowledged the text. I did not respond through with verbiage.
And then during that text chain, did you look at the entire text chain?
No, the text message came through on my Apple Watch as I was controlling traffic. I glanced at it, took part of the information that came through, and acknowledged it with a thumbs up emoji, indicating that I read it.
At some point, did you learn everything that was on that text chain?
Yes.
And as a result of that text chain, was there an investigation?
There was.
And during that investigation, you were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After the investigation was done, did the state police make any finding against you for that text chain?
Yes, there were 2 sustained findings as a result of that investigation.
Did you initiate that text chain?
No, I don't believe so.
You did react with a thumbs up?
I acknowledged the text message that he sent, or portion of the information that came through on my watch.
And the 2 sustained findings against you, were one of them for failure to adequately supervise?
Yes.
And the other, was it regarding a routine or regular review that it didn't consider that text chain? I'll rephrase.
Okay.
That second sustained finding, was it regarding a review of the performance level of Mr. Proctor?
That's correct.
Sustained is to full.
Was there a second sustained finding?
Yes, there was.
Did it relate to the review process of a subordinate?
Objection. Sustained is to full.
Okay. What was that second sustained finding about?
The accuracy of the review of the quarterly performance evaluation.
You said quarterly. How often would you write reviews for subordinates?
Every 90 days.
Was there any other sustained finding against you?
No.
Was there punishment in light of those 2 sustained findings against you?
There was.
And what was that punishment?
I lost 5 vacation days.
Do you presently work in the homicide division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I do.
Are you currently a sergeant?
I am.
Have you ever reviewed that entire chain that was at issue?
Only through the documents provided for me during the internal investigation.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
May I stand here?
Sure.
So I'm going to ask you to take a look at that document. And if you turn the page, does it begin to, one more page, please. Does it begin to reflect the email chain?
Yes, it does.
Do you remember this email chain?
I remember seeing it when I reviewed it. I don't remember the intricate details of these messages.
Do you remember that photograph?
I don't.
Okay, could you turn the page? Is there text?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Without citing the phone numbers, I'd like you to cite the author of the text, and I'd like you to read the text to the jury.
Do you want me to date it in time or no?
Sure.
August 17th, 2022, 9:44 p.m., 25 seconds. Funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
I'd like you to read all of them, please.
Next one, no nudes so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Hey, can you give the author for each comment? And can you start again, because I want us to understand.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The author, whoever makes the comment, I'd like to have the name of the author.
I'm sorry, this document does not identify who the author is, sir.
Okay. Dan?
Yes.
It identifies this as your phone,
That is, yes.
but each comment doesn't identify who sent it?
No, it does not. I assume it's an extraction from one device, but...
I see. If you've made any of the comments yourself, would you tell us?
If I made those comments?
No, if you make any of them in here as you read them, will you point out if you...
Absolutely, absolutely, yes.
Please. Okay. And if you don't know who made the comment, could you just identify that for us as you read it so we know?
Okay, do you want me to continue the next page?
Why don't we start over, because I should have been more clear in my direction. Could you begin again?
So in the beginning, it says, funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
Is that your comment?
No, it is not.
Okay, next.
It appears to be the same person because of the way that the extraction happens, and it says no nudes so far. Again, I believe it's the same person because all of these are identified as sent. It says, I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Do you have any belief that's Michael Proctor who was writing these?
Yes, I believe that is.
Next, please.
There's a blank page, and that's the end. Yes, sir.
Did you say you were suspended 5 days or lost 5 days vacation?
Lost 5 days of vacation.
Okay. And have you continued on your cases?
Yes, I have.
I want to go back to the evidence that you reviewed in this case.
Okay.
Did you get to look at the Ring video for John O'Keefe's home at Meadows?
Yes, I did.
Did you review the video over a period of time of January 28th and January 29th?
I did.
What were you looking for?
We were looking for activity to get a timeline. During investigations, different sources provide you information that can develop into leads. It also helps verify witness statements. It helps verify information that's coming in. We always trust, but we always verify the information that we take in from individuals we do not know. So although it could be a cooperating witness, you still have to verify that their information is accurate. Not that they might be intentionally misleading you, but 3 people can watch the same event and observe it differently. So it's good to talk to individuals and pick up on different facts that they remember, giving you a whole picture of what took place.
Did you review ring video for January 28, 2022 and January 29, 2022?
I did.
With the court's permission, I'd like to show a number of segments of the video from January 28, 2022.
Okay, the one that's already in evidence?
It is. It's Exhibit 6.
Okay.
Thank you. When you reviewed the video from the ring that Ring provided for Mr. O'Keefe's home on Meadows for January 28, 2022, did you review it from the morning time at about 7:18:55 throughout the evening?
On the 28th?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. If I could have video 119. Thank you. After that video, did you have an opportunity to look at video at about 5:05 p.m.?
I'm sorry, there was a noise coming from a bag over there. I apologize.
Not a problem.
Can you repeat that question?
Sure. On January 28, 2022, did you have a chance to look at video from the ring at about 5:05 p.m.?
Yes.
Could I have video 145, please? Thank you, Ms. Gilman. Did you have, there's more video. Did you have a chance to look at video from a little later that evening, 7:36 p.m.?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 149, please? Thank you. In your investigation, did you learn that the defendant's phone connected to Mr. O'Keefe's Wi-Fi at his house on January 29, 2022 at 12:36:39?
Yes.
Did you look for any ring video for that time, 12:36? 36:39.
Yes.
Did you look for any ring video for that time, 12:36:39?
Yes.
Was there any ring video on the 2022?
Yes, I did.
Could we see video 153, please? Thank you. Did you review that video from 5:07:58?
Yes.
Did you later review video of 5:46:29?
Yes.
Could we play number 154, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you recognize what's in that video?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is top left corner is Mr. John O'Keefe's vehicle. Middle left side of the screen is a black Lexus SUV registered to Karen Reed with the license plate based on that registration. And then on the right side, I believe that's Miss Carrie Roberts' vehicle.
Did you see the people enter the house?
Yes.
Did you look for further video after the people arrived at 5:46:29?
Yes.
Was there any video of those three people leaving?
No, there was not.
Was there later video at 7:05:16 a.m.?
There was, yes.
Ms. Gilman, can we see video 155, please? Thank you. Did you later see video at 8:23 a.m.?
Yes.
Could we have exhibit or video 159, please? Thank you. Did you later see video at 10:36:28?
Yes, I did.
Could we have video 161, please? Could you stop that, please? Do you know who's in that video?
I believe it's Mr. Paul O'Keefe and Mrs. O'Keefe.
Could you please play? Okay, thank you. Did you later look at video of 12:04?
Yes.
And could we please play the 1-minute segment of video 165? Could you stop that video? Do you know who that is?
I believe that's the defendant.
Continue, please. Could you stop that? Do you know who exited the car?
I believe that's Mr. Reed.
Okay, continue, please. Thank you. Did you continue to watch the video from the driveway?
Yes.
During that time period?
Yes.
Did you see anybody else get out of that car that was in the back?
Yes.
And who? That car that was in the back?
Yes.
And who? And 175. And 175. Thank you. Did you look for further video to see if there was any video for the time around when the Lexus was taken from Meadows that morning?
Yes.
Was there any video that was produced that shows the time around before and the time that Lexus was removed from that driveway that morning?
There was no video, no.
When you were at the Sallyport, did you get an opportunity to look at the Lexus's rear taillight area?
Yes, I did.
Did you get to make observations about the damage that you viewed that morning?
Yes, I was.
Did you later have a chance to see, after the snow melted, what that damage looked like?
Yes, I did.
Could I have Exhibit 54, please? Do you recognize what's in that photo?
Yes, I do.
And what do you recognize it to be?
That is the defendant's Lexus SUV that was seized and later processed. It's currently in the Canton Sally Port, I believe.
Could we close up on the right rear taillight, please? Do you notice anything about that right rear taillight?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's missing a large red portion of the lens.
Is that consistent or inconsistent with the damage that you saw when you first saw that car?
That is 100% consistent.
Did you get an opportunity to see any video or photographs of that right rear taillight before the car was placed in the Sallyport video?
Yes.
Did you view the ring video from Mr. O'Keefe's Meadows Ave address?
Yes.
If we could go back to video 153 from Exhibit 6. If you could play this, please. Did you have a chance to review this video?
Yes.
Is this at 5:07:58 a.m. on January 29, 2000?
Yes, it is.
You stop, please. Do you notice anything about the right rear taillight in that video?
Yes.
What do you notice?
It's showing white and is missing the red taillight cover lens.
Could you zoom back out for a second, please? Could you continue? And I'm going to ask you to stop in a second. Stop, please. Do you notice anything about that still of that video?
Yes, it's consistent with its appearance of missing that red taillight lens.
If you could play the vehicle leaving the driveway, please. Thank you. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Hand you a document, sir. Do you recognize what's in that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a still frame from the ring footage taken of the video we just watched of the Lexus SUV leaving, and the large red portion of the rear taillight is missing.
Would you like to move this into evidence?
Okay. Any objections to Jackson?
No, Your Honor.
If I may correct the record, the ring video exhibits are from 12A, not Exhibit 6. At some point later that afternoon, you shared, or mid-afternoon, you went to Dighton, but before that, did you review any other evidence of the damage to that taillight before you and Mr. Proctor even got to the Dighton address?
Yes.
Could I have Exhibit 10, please? Did you have a chance to view still photos from the wellness check that was conducted by the Canton Police Department and videos on the dash cam?
Yes, I did.
Did you review this photograph?
Yes, I did.
And could we show a close-up on Exhibit 11? Did you have a chance to view the dash cam from this footage at 8:26:31 a.m. relative to the damage to that right rear tail light?
Yes, I did.
You shared with us that, you can take that down, please. You shared with us that after this time, somewhere around 3:15, you went to Dighton,
Yes.
and you shared your observations when you got out of your truck and walked towards the car.
Yes.
Was there any difference between the damages that you've seen in the video, the photograph, and what you saw that morning?
The only difference is the amount of snow that's impacted on the vehicle. The damage is consistent. The large red lens is missing in every single piece of every single image that I saw.
You mentioned that there was a tow of that car in Dighton that you were there for.
Yes.
Were you aware that video footage was provided to us from that tow?
I was made aware, yes.
I'd like to enter into evidence a video from alarm.com.
Okay.
No objection. Did you view the video that was provided to us relative to the right rear tail light?
From alarm.com?
Yes.
Yes.
Court's permission, I'd like to play that for the jury.
Okay.
May I have a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
This is video 1, Your Honor.
Okay. Could you play video 2, please? Could you stop, please? Do you notice anything about the color of the right rear tail light?
Yes, it was white.
Could you continue, please? Thank you. You can put the lights on, please. Sir, did you have an opportunity to review video from C.F. McCarthy's on the evening of January 28th, 2022?
Yes, I did.
Did you have an opportunity to review videos from the Waterfall Bar on January 28th, 2002?
Yes, I did.
Did I say January 20th, January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
Did you review all the entire relevant time periods?
Yes, I did.
When you reviewed those videos, were there a number of different things you were looking for?
Yes, there was.
Can you share with the jury what you were looking for?
We were looking for consistency in statements that were already received through interviews. We were looking for description of clothing individuals were wearing at the bars, at those locations. We were looking for any evidence of aggressive behavior, any sort of information we could learn to help us with the investigation. We're also looking to see and document how much alcohol consumption was on the recordings.
When you went through the videos, did you happen to have an opportunity to copy and clip portions of relevant time frames regarding alcohol ingestion?
Yes.
Did you put all of those videos together in a sequence to show the course of the night, times when you could identify alcohol ingestion?
Yes, I did.
Did you put that into a video format for a presentation?
Yes, we did.
I think this presentation may take a few minutes.
All right, where is the conference sidebar for just a second, please? Jurors, feel free to stand.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Towel. I want to let you know I have tested the stream audio. We should be okay. If your sound is down, you might have fallen behind in the stream. The sound does come back up. It is not you. There are just prolonged periods where there was not much being said. Now, you may be saying, but I'm seeing Hank Brennan talking on the Hank cam. Yes, because the Hank cam is about 20 seconds ahead of the stream. Don't worry, towel friends. Everything seems to be okay. I can even hear myself talking. As I mentioned, what you were at, no, it wasn't an internet problem, folks. All that was happening was there was a little bit of out of sync audio where we were seeing Hank Brennan on the Zoom while the actual feed was quiet. So don't worry about that. I have tested on the back end, and I am able to let you know that the sound is better. Yes, Deaf Otter, I have noticed that what happened was in the courtroom feed, they have turned the sound down for when the videos were playing. We should be a little bit better now. We're going to come back into session. As the audio problems go in and out on the feed stream, remember, one of the pool feeds went down. We had to use a backup. We will make adjustments in just a few minutes at lunch, ladies and gentlemen. For now, Little Towel is here. We should be heading into the 1 p.m. Lunch recess any minute, and I will be with you.
And approach?
Yes.
Sir, I'm giving you a CD. Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
And what is it?
It is the PowerPoint presentation of the timeline from C.F. McCarthy's and Waterfall from January 28th, 2022.
I move this into evidence as an exhibit.
Mr. Jackson has no objection?
There's no objection on that.
Sir, I'm handing you 4 photographs. Do you recognize what they are?
Yes, I do.
What are they?
There's still frames from C.F. McCarthy's on January 28th, 2022 at 9:26:01 as timestamped on the footage cam.
Are there 4 photographs?
There are.
Now I move these 4 photographs into evidence.
No objection on it.
Thank you. Is one exhibit again with the letters, please?
Sir, I'm showing you 4 more photographs. You take a look. You recognize.
Yes, I do.
And what are they?
They're still shot photos of the waterfall surveillance footage from the night of 28th into the morning of 29th.
All right, move these 4 photographs into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
It's 108A through 108B.
Thank you. Your Honor, could I proceed with the PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Trooper, I may stop you with a couple points.
Yes, sir.
Could you explain to us what this is?
Yes, from left to right, it is chronological events that took place at C.F. McCarthy's. This is surveillance video from one of their cameras within the bar. It should be noted that the video is time-stamped 12 minutes behind actual time. So when it says 9:03, when it is 9:03, the frame will be time-stamped 2051, which is 8:51. So that's the time discrepancy, which is consistent throughout the surveillance footage.
So the times that are displayed in those arrows, is that the accurate time?
The arrows are the accurate time, and the time stamped 12 minutes behind actual time.
In these videos, are you identifying drinks that were received in drink and had been consumed by the defendant?
Yes, so the first video, as it is labeled, it's the defendant arriving. The next one will be the ordering of the drink and receiving the actual cocktail.
Okay, let's start with the first video at 9:03, please. Can you stop it there? Do you recognize who's in that video?
Yes.
From left to right of people that you recognize and identify the clothing they might be wearing?
From left to right, it'll be Mr. John O'Keefe wearing the gray sweatshirt that was displayed earlier. And then the defendant, who he is trying to embrace with one arm there. I do not know who the other individuals are in the shot.
Okay, thank you. If you could continue, please. If we could proceed to 9:10. What did that show, sir?
It showed the defendant receiving her first tall vase, cylindrical style cocktail glass with a lime in it and a straw to go along with it.
9:27, please. And what was depicted in that video that you saw?
In that video, we see the defendant get handed her second cylindrical tall-style cocktail glass while she finished the first one and then picked up the second one.
When you've made a relevant observation in the video, please interject and stop so you can point out for us what you've seen.
Absolutely, sir.
Okay. Next, please, 932.
Here the defendant is handed a shot.
Stop, please. Okay.
Right there.
I think we'll just have to play it and you'll have to speak as you're watching it. It doesn't look like it can be stopped. Sorry, Ms. Gilman.
She's handed a shot by the bartender on the left side of the screen. She picks it up and puts it into her second cocktail glass, making it a third beverage of alcohol content that she's consuming. So right there we had, we observed Mr. O'Keefe retrieve his phone from his rear left jean pocket. And he put it back. Now the defendant picks up her second cocktail glass with the added shot in it and consumes it.
Could we proceed to the next video, please? This is now 9:45 p.m.
Yes, sir. So the bartender hands over another cocktail glass and some beers. The shot goes into the empty one after it's poured into the new cocktail glass. So that's drink number 4.
Does it also depict Mr. O'Keefe putting his cell phone in his back pocket again?
Yes.
By 9:45, how many drinks have been served to the defendant?
4 drinks.
4 drinks between 9:10 and 9:45?
That's correct. In 35 minutes, 4 drinks.
Could we proceed to the next screen, please? 10:09 p.m.
Here the defendant speaks with the bartender and gestures that she wants a shot.
Objection. The objection sustained.
Move to strike.
I'll strike that.
Mr. O'Keefe on his cell phone again?
Yes, he is. And he puts it in his back pocket. The defendant is showing Mr. O'Keefe the middle finger and then puts beverages on the bar.
Should I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes.
What is the drink count at that point?
At that point, it's 4 drinks.
Okay. Could we have the next?
Mr. O'Keefe brings over a couple of beverages. The defendant retrieves the cocktail glass. A shot glass is picked up by one of the patrons, and the defendant retrieves it from him and places it back on the bar. The defendant is consuming the beverage in her hand, places it on the bar. And then
What time are we at now?
That was 10:34, so we're moving to 10:37.
What is the drink count at 10:34?
That is 5 drinks at that point.
Could we play 10:37, please?
The bartender makes 4 shots, top left corner. She's seen preparing the 4 shot glasses. 2 are on the bar top now. She retrieves 2 more.
1041, please.
Here, the 4 shot glasses are redistributed. Pours it into her drink. She does not consume it from the shot glass.
Okay, I'll strike that.
Next video, please.
Now, as the Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant are getting ready to leave, the defendant is holding the drink in her left hand, continues to sip on it. And the two walk out of the bar without
At 10:53, how many drinks have been served to the defendant at this point?
7.
Objection, Your Honor. I'm going to sustain the objection.
Move to strike.
I'll strike.
Next slide. And is
So
this...
I'm going to actually see counsel.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a sidebar before Hank Brennan can finish the second half of his presentation, and you know what that means, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. My name is GrantSmithEllis, and we, ladies and gentlemen, are at Sidebar. And you know the Sidebar rules. That means, ladies and gentlemen, we will now wait, and we will watch, and we will wait to see if the luncheon recess will be 45 minutes as anticipated. Stay with Little Towel, ladies and gentlemen. It looks like we are already in luncheon recess. We will find out exactly how long it's going to be in just a second, and then we will go over the moments that Hank Brennan just brilliantly decimated Reed's defense preemptively by way of having Yuri Buchanan bring up Michael Proctor's text messages. We'll go over the moments that Brennan had the timeline of Reed's drinks shown and played for the jury. We'll have towel discussions. And ladies and gentlemen, we will. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, as you can see, we are now heading into lunch in the John O'Keefe and Karen, and I am going to take you in. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I think they're playing the Jen McCabe clip. Let's watch it. Let's watch it before we go into lunch and recess. Yes, let's play it. Oh, well, that's all right.
Jen McCabe, it's me or her. Either I'm going down, Jen, or you are.
Oh, you heard it, ladies and gentlemen. It was devastating. And now you see law and crime take over. All right, ladies and gentlemen, fellow towels, give Little Towel a second. Let me collect that clip of Hank Brennan playing devastating moments for the jury related to Karen Reed's alcohol consumption. Ladies and gentlemen, LA Connection, you have a fun time at work. We will be here for you, with you after break. Lunch should go until 2 p.m., folks. Let's get ourselves caught up. Let's be erudite, informed, and prescient Little Towels. Yes, let's watch the moments that Hank Brennan got ahead of the Karen Reed defense and shocked the world by having Michael Proctor's supervisor read his text messages about Karen Reed. It was unexpected. It threw the Reed defense off, and my name is GrantSmithEllis. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, that was quite a morning session in the O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. All right, there we go. I'm Little Towel. I'm back with you. It's getting a little warm, but it's supposed to rain here in the Boston area anytime now. And as we get ready, ladies and gentlemen, as we get ready, what we're going to do, we are going to do a few things. First of all, your comments are up on the screen. Second of all, I, Little Towel, am going to bring us back to the moments around 12 o'clock when Hank on the Karen Reed defense. No one saw it coming. No one saw it coming, ladies and gentlemen. Hank Brennan stunned the Reed defense by bringing up Michael Proctor's text messages. But really, ladies and gentlemen, the moments going into the luncheon recess that had everybody concerned on the Reed defense even more so was the videos of Karen drinking in the annotated timeline, 9 drinks, bringing her BAC to 2 to 4 times the legal limit between 0.14 and 0.28 in the hours before Karen's alleged to have struck John O'Keefe with her car while backing up to a speed of 24.2 miles an hour at 12:32 and 16 seconds a.m. on January 29, 2022. Yes, Luisa Ramirez, Hank Brennan has outlawyered the Reed defense once again. All right, ladies and gentlemen, now give Little Towel a second here. I have to do a few things. One, I need to bring us back on the special towel cam coverage to around noon. And also, if you can see, we do have a new pope. We are waiting to find out if the new pope will walk out onto the balcony only 2 days after the start of conclave. But ladies and gentlemen, as we do that, Little Towel also has some more information that can be brought up for you. Yes, Little Towels, we are going to take a look right now as we wait for the feed to load at the moments that Hank Brennan decimated the Karen Reed defense. Yes, you should clean your messy ducks totes if you need to, dear towel friends. Okay, now you can see we didn't exactly go back to where we wanted to because it was closer to about 12 p.m. Now, Little Towels, if you missed this, this was the moment. This was the moment that Hank Brennan got ahead of the Karen Reed defense. It was after 12 o'clock. How do I know that? I was going to get my cheeseburger. Yes, Towel had a delicious cheeseburger. Oh my goodness, it is Murder by Maestro. Ladies and gentlemen, there are so many wonderful towels amongst us, but oh my goodness, it's the Sheffield Towel and Murder by Maestro back to back. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have quite a lunch hour. No, it's okay. Some people aren't Catholic, but Towel happens to be Catholic, although I was raised in a Jewish family, part Jewish, part Catholic. And I celebrated both Hanukkah and Christmas growing up, and we really got to explore the different faiths. But yes, the news about the new pope being chosen, it's more interesting because it happened after only 2 days. The average conclave to select a new pope is about 22 days. Beach Dance, it's great to see you, dear friend. Oh, it's so wonderful. Deb H, hello. All of the towel friends jumping in. Allie90211, I love your username. It's great to see you, friend. JJ, it's great to see you as well. And Dewdrops, the leader of the towelettes, forging ahead here with us, a dedicated towelette, even through the sound issues in court. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, let's check in on John DePetro's feed. I'm hearing that we have a live incident between Turtle Boy and John DePetro. Ladies and gentlemen, stay with me. Stay with Little Towel. We have a breaking confrontation between Turtle Boy and John DePetro. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, yes, I have John DePetro's feed right here. Stay with Little Towel. Ladies and gentlemen, we have breaking news. There might be a confrontation between John DePetro and Turtle Boy. We don't even have time to get updated on lunch. There's some kind of confrontation with Turtle Boy, and we're going to watch it. Ladies and gentlemen, we have just seen that John DePetro and Turtle Boy had a confrontation. The state police seem to have become involved. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, here comes the clip. Stay with Little Towel. Hold on, let us make sure the volume's on. Is this unmuted? Yes, okay. Ladies and gentlemen, Little Towels, let me bring this up for us right now. All right, hold on. You need to do a little patience with Towel. Let's see when it starts. When did it actually start? Oh, wow, they argued for a little bit, huh? Starting right here. Is this it? Stay with Little Towel. Stay with Little Towel. We're going to watch this together, folks. If you want to get in the clip, we're going to wait for this to buffer. We have to get John DePetro's Twitter feed caught up. This is a live stream that we're catching ourselves up on here, so stay with Little Towel.
Because it was a very significant day in the, let me just try this. It was very significant.
So you're allowed to ask questions?
Oh, there was a confrontation, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. Stay with Little Towel. Stay with Little Towel. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. We're all going to do this together. Ladies and gentlemen, just in, my name is GrantSmithEllis. There has been a confrontation between journalist John DePetro, one of the most respected and venerated journalists covering the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial, and Aiden Turtleboy Kearney, a man who is not even in the courtroom today or on the media list. He is a blogger and a turtle. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to watch this confrontation in real time. This has just unfolded. My name is GrantSmithEllis. It's lunchtime. Just minutes ago, the police seem to have gotten involved and separated Aiden Kearney as he bothered a journalist named John DePetro. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. We're going to watch it live. My name is GrantSmithEllis. Let's see it unfold.
The Karen Reed, just see if this link works. Nope, I don't know. Oh, okay.
There's Kearney.
Let me see. Try this.
John, why
All right,
do you
hold
lie
on.
every day?
I'm live right now.
Why do you lie every day?
Oh,
You go
now
in there
listen,
and you lie. We read your tweets. You're misrepresenting
hardly,
what's happening.
hardly. Now
No,
listen.
you're lying. You're lying, John. How much are they paying you to lie?
Now, hold on. Listen, Turtle. All right. Do I have to get? You're not supposed to be doing this. You're not supposed to be doing this.
Doing what?
And on top of it, you're
You don't like when
interrupting
people ask questions?
right now.
You ask Karen Reed questions.
I'm live read right now.
What? So you're allowed to ask questions,
All
but
right.
I'm not?
Yeah, but she's not broadcasting and I am. So.
No, I'm
Hey,
broadcasting.
Trooper. Officer. You come here just for
I can't talk to you?
No, not when I'm broadcasting.
Okay.
You're not supposed
Wait,
to do
why
that when
can't
I'm
I do that?
broadcasting.
Why can't
If
I do
you
that?
check, there is a provision where you're not supposed to interrupt someone in the middle of a broadcast.
Who said
As
that?
a matter of fact,
Who said
you know
that?
it's an FCC policy.
An FCC
So
policy.
actually, you're violating FCC policy. Officer, could you just ask this individual to move along instead of interrupting? So you can check that. It's actually a policy that you're not supposed to interrupt a broadcast. So, all right, you can keep filming me like that. So, with your glasses. So, why don't you go tell them that you want them and their families to burn to death in their homes? Okay, that is certainly the words of a domestic terrorist.
I don't want that.
Yes, you do want that.
No, not at
So, now listen, I've asked you 4 times, and you can look it up. You're not supposed to interrupt the broadcast. You go over there and do that. I'm live right now, right? And he is coming over and interrupting broadcast. And I'm actually on the radio, and there's a policy that you're not supposed to interrupt someone doing a broadcast of this. So could you ask him to move along? What is your point?
Well, I was just trying to ask him a question.
No, he's interrupting. You can wait till I'm done at 2 o'clock. You can wait till I'm done at 2 o'clock.
Am I not allowed to ask him a question?
No.
I'm not trying to start it.
Yes, you are trying to start something. I see Stonewall.
I'm not the one that
If
got
you
the
want to
police.
talk to me, I'll talk to you at 2 o'clock.
I definitely don't want to make it a big deal.
You are trying to make a big deal.
Well,
So,
okay,
you
John.
want-
Yeah.
Why don't you
okay.
just let me do my thing?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. I'll get going, but I mean, what the heck, John? Just ask you a question.
Why don't you go ask when someone's doing a live broadcast, you
Because
can
he asked
interrupt.
Karen Reed
Oh,
the other
here
day
we
when
go.
we went to court. He asked her
Oh, yeah. Why
about
don't you
OJ.
just move
Remember
along?
you asked her about OJ and go with
Absolutely, I
OJ
did.
frame?
Yes.
So he can ask questions to Karen Reed.
She wasn't
I can ask
broadcasting.
questions to him.
She wasn't broadcasting. What part of that? I know that all your fans are down there.
Well, what law
I'll
says
talk
that
to
I can't ask a
It is
journalist?
a violation. It is. That's what this is for. So, I don't want to talk to him. He's a domestic terrorist. All right, folks. Now, this is definitely a different type of broadcast.
Oh, my word, ladies and gentlemen. You see Aiden Kearney being escorted away from the scene. Ladies and gentlemen, Aiden Kearney being escorted away after being called a domestic terrorist by a reporter on live stream. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we have just seen quite a moment at the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. Tune in, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Reporter John DePetro just had a live confrontation with Aiden Kearney. Mr. Kearney was accused of violating FCC regulations and ejected from the scene. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Aiden Kearney was turtle walked away from the scene by the state police for interrupting some kind of FCC broadcast by John DePetro. Ladies and gentlemen, what a moment in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. There's something new every minute. We are in lunch and recess till 2 o'clock. Join us as we see more damning video of Karen Reed drinking 9 drinks in the hours before she's alleged to hit John O'Keefe. We saw video of Karen flipping John off at the bar before Karen was alleged to have struck John. What else is yet to come? My name's GrantSmithEllis. Tune in. Oh, my word, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my word. Simply unbelievable scenes. Unbelievable scenes at court. We caught the footage live. We must tell the towel friends. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, we must tell the towel friends what has happened. For if we do not, they will be confused. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to write it up. You all will help Little Towel. Let's think about how we have to lead with the turtle walk. Of course we have to lead with the turtle walk, ladies and gentlemen. This is an interactive program, I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, and we are going to write this up together right now. And the headline will start with turtle walk. And remember, Aiden Kearney has to behave within 300 feet of a courthouse. Breaking news. Aiden, Turtle Boy Kearney was just turtle walked by the state police after Kearney attempted to interrupt a live broadcast by venerated John O'Keefe and Karen Reed retrial journalist John DePetro. DePetro called Kearney a domestic terrorist and asked Kearney why Aiden talked about burning down the homes of state police officers in order to take out or to harm their families. Oh my word, ladies and gentlemen. What an interesting series of events. I cannot believe we just watched that unfold. It was quite a moment. It was quite a moment on John DePetro's stream. It was quite a moment on Towel stream. Oh my word. And I have a whole article written up. A whole article, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, my word. Oh, we also have to include the stuff about his bail conditions. Hank Brennan, for his part, has just ended. Just has a T in it, Grant. You cannot spell just without a T. Annotated. John's insistence. Turtle walked is not a real word, so of course it's spelled wrong. But we will make turtle walked a word. Somebody call Merriam-Webster's dictionary. I think we need alarm emojis for this. Alarm emojis, at least 3 of them. I've never done more than a 3-alarm emoji post. I think this is a 3-alarm post. We can't do a 4-alarm post because that would be reserved for something like towels taking over northern France. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, if towels take over northern France, I will use 4 alarms. Okay, hold on. Kearney is under active bail conditions to behave within 300 feet of courthouses in the Commonwealth due to his open felony charges for wiretapping and witness intimidation related to the Reed trial and Aiden leaking information about Karen's connection to former U.S. Attorney Josh Levy, who is now suing President Trump on behalf of Harvard. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, oh, truly, we had quite a moment. Linda O'Gara, I'm glad you were here to watch the moments unfold. It is like every single day is some kind of explosive horse racing themed development. And I, in my Howard Cosell towel mode, seem to be the perfect person for these moments. Yes, history calls some of us, ladies and gentlemen. History calls us like a clarion vision in order to rise to meet these moments. And I will not fail to meet that task. If I have a Howard Cosell towel voice, ladies and gentlemen, I will use my Howard Cosell towel voice. And there's also one person out there who really likes when I say things like ladies and gentlemen. And I want to just extend an apology to that person because I am a bit of a stupid towel and I occasionally get overwhelmed and have existential crises because I am a towel. But that person should love me anyway. Damn it. I am worth it. See, ladies and gentlemen, if you had the opportunity to love a towel, maybe some of you do love towels, would you not jump at that chance? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, one day the history book shall be written and it will say, the turning point was when the world discovered their love for towels. And then there will be just this absolutely ridiculous section of the history books where students ask, what the hell is going on with this little towel and how did it cause such positive change? I'm thrilled, Paula. I'm thrilled. Right? Turtle Boy's not even in court. He's just standing around. He tried to get some play off John DePetro. Ladies and gentlemen, Aidan Kearney's transparent desperation tactics continue. He did anything he could for attention, but all it did was result in Kearney being turtle walked. And ladies and gentlemen, yes, Ange Wittick says Kearney should not be associated with any of God's creatures. And I say I am a Howard Cosell towel, and I agree with you entirely, and God bless you. Ladies and gentlemen, you may be saying, sir, this intonation, Mr. Towel, sir, is this appropriate? And I would be saying, for the first time in days, my ridiculous Howard Cosell towel intonation is actually appropriate. I don't even know how to react to what I just saw. That was an absurd series of events. All of your comments are on point. I don't know what to say. I am an awestruck and confused towel. Ladies and gentlemen, what do you do in moments like this? So you don't get to see a turtle walk, a live turtle walk. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, a turtle walk is a rare phenomena. Let me just explain this to you, folks who are tuning into the stream. My name's GrantSmithEllis. We are on lunch and recess from the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial, and we have just seen a turtle walk. Oh my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know what a turtle walk is, it's when Aidan Kearney is forced to walk somewhere by some kind of juridical officer. And we just saw the state police turtle walk Aidan Kearney away from journalist John DePetro after DePetro accused Kearney of being a domestic terrorist and threatening to burn down state police officers' homes and also violating some kind of FCC regulation. That part I didn't understand, but I assume John DePetro knows what he's talking about. Ladies and gentlemen, this was quite a moment. I cannot believe we have seen it unfold. Aidan Kearney got turtle walked. A unexpected, a completely extemporaneous turtle walk. Those state police officers must feel like they have just had the greatest moment of all time. Can you imagine what it must feel like, ladies and gentlemen, to actually, not just to see a turtle walk live. This is like as if we had sent a woman or man or some kind of dog who's actually Chewbacca in a wig. Well, yes, Chewbacca who is actually a dog in a wig to the moon. Ladies and gentlemen, oh my goodness, Towel's energy levels. I don't know if this single energy drink can even encapsulate the flow of energy that the cosmic forces have brought through Towel's voice into your speakers on this glorious Thursday afternoon. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we have an American Pope. Oh, goodness. Towel is becoming completely overwhelmed. We have an American Pope. The Catholic Church is looking to reassert its influence in the United States. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I hope Bill Reed was not selected as Pope. Someone please tell me that Bill Reed was not selected as Pope. I don't know if I'd be able to handle it. Ladies and gentlemen, the decision. Oh, no, Greg James. Please tell me Bill Reed is not the Pope. Oh, no. Oh, God, Karen's going to get some kind of diplomatic immunity. Someone take her passport. Oh, goodness, ladies and gentlemen. I don't know what to tell you. I'm still unsure about what the hell is going on right now. Whoever tipped us off to the real-time interaction and confrontation between Turtle Boy and journalist John DePetro, Oh, my word. Oh, absolutely incredible scenes. Ladies and gentlemen, it's not quite us sending Chewbacca, who's actually a dog in a wig, to the moon, but we may as well have seen a very similar moment. And you may be saying, sir, this is intense. JJ, I don't know which part of the stream you're listening to, but just know that there was a court stream audio issue for 5 minutes. We all fixed it. It took a second. It will come back up, the audio. Allie says that Bill Reed is just a leaning tower of Pisa. Ladies and gentlemen, please be very careful. I'm coming in clear, JJ. I'm glad. Don't worry about Hank Brennan. There was a slight period where the audio in the courtroom was bad. We fixed it. Where is Bill Reed? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I'm hoping to... No, Bill Reed cannot be the Pope. Oh, no. Ladies and gentlemen, was Bill Reed taken by jet, some kind of supersonic jet, to the Vatican in the middle of the morning session and selected Pope? I hope not. Oh, no. Oh, I don't know if Towel's little heart can take it. We had to see that confrontation. Towel was put under so much stress. Aidan Kearney tried to use journalist John DePetro for clout and got shut down like a little turtle. In fact, it was more than a shutdown. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis, and if you're tuning in and saying, why is this man who thinks he's an anthropomorphic towel shouting, it is because Aidan Kearney was just turtle walked in real time. Ladies and gentlemen, turtle walked in real time on live stream after attempting to confront venerated journalist John DePetro. And you might say, sir, what does turtle walked mean? That means Aidan Kearney was walked by a juridical official. This is a very formal definition. You have to speak to Webster's. I don't control these things. He was turtle walked by a juridical official, ladies and gentlemen, away from John DePetro. Yes, Towel did manage to stay hydrated. I had a Gatorade. Towel had some lunch. Towel also managed to get another water bottle, which I refilled from my tap. It actually isn't a tap, it's a filter, which I'm very glad that I have. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, exactly. There's no Karen Reed supporter, so all Aidan could do was try to clout chase off John DePetro, and it did not go bad. The Pope went to Villanova. He is apparently like the beloved Pope Francis. Oh, dear Lord, thank you, JPD. I was so worried. I am blessed to hear. I am thrilled to hear that the Pope is another honorable man like Pope Francis, who took the bus to work in Argentina and rode a small Fiat car around Rome. Ladies and gentlemen, Norman Towel, the world is changing for the better. There is hope yet, and Aidan Kearney got turtle walked in front of us all. There is Mr. Byrne heard Bill Reed as a court officer sitting in back of him. I didn't hear anything about a Bill Reed scuffle, ladies and gentlemen. I didn't see anything about a Bill Reed scuffle. If you saw that reported by a guy who thinks he's a shark, I'm not sure if that's actually what happened. However, if you saw that reported by someone else, let Little Towel know and we will further investigate. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is Conflagration City right now. There are confrontations occurring in real time outside the court during lunch and recess of day 12 of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. My name is Grant, Howard Cosell, David Attenborough, Towel SmithEllis, and I am monitoring with you as all of these developments fly in real time across your screens. Yes, you're even looking at an image right there in front of you of Aidan Kearney being turtle walked due to a confrontation that happened live just minutes ago. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll re-watch the confrontation that just occurred on John DePetro, the venerated journalist himself, John DePetro's live stream. It led to allegations of domestic terrorism against Kearney and questions about why Kearney was threatening to burn down state police officers' homes or threatening or saying he wanted them to burn down with their families inside them. And then it concluded with John DePetro accusing Aidan Kearney of violating some kind of FCC regulation. And then if that weren't enough, Aidan Kearney got turtle walked by the state police away from the scene. Ladies and gentlemen, how much can happen at one time? I don't know. Oh, my goodness, ladies and gentlemen, will this lead to some kind of complaint? Was this a violation of Kearney's bail conditions? Will Aiden Kearney's clout-chasing stunt due to the failing Free Karen Reid movement come back to haunt him? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we must watch what has just occurred. We must break from our regular programming. Ladies and gentlemen, we must break from our regular programming to re-watch what has just occurred in real time. The shocking confrontation between turtle blogger hybrid Aiden Kearney and venerated journalist John DePetro. John DePetro sublimely handled the confrontation. And ladies and gentlemen, we firsthand will take a look. It was on John DePetro's live show during lunch. Now, John DePetro is in the courtroom during the Karen Reid and John O'Keefe trial. Look at Kearney, a looming figure. Yes, Paula, I will absolutely take a break at 2 o'clock when we go back to evidence. But for now, Paula, friends, look at Aiden Kearney looming in the background of John DePetro. Look at him looming, folks. As we watch the clip, this happened 25 minutes ago, right at the start of lunch hour. Kearney is not even in the courtroom this week, ladies and gentlemen. Kearney is not even in the courtroom. He's not on the media list. So he hangs around outside court and attempts to clout chase, apparently, off John DePetro. Let's watch the moments if you're just tuning in. Ladies and gentlemen, there has been a shocking confrontation between journalist John DePetro and turtle blogger hybrid Aiden Kearney. And if you want to see the clip, let's let the towel friends know. Ladies, gentlemen, and fellow towels, my word, there has been a confrontation between blogger turtle hybrid Aiden Kearney and venerated, that's how you spell venerated journalist John DePetro outside of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reid retrial during lunch. Watch the replay live now. Ladies and gentlemen, what a moment. That's also not how you spell confrontation. There is no E. That is a confrontation, Grant. Confrontation. Oh, someone should have taught Towel how to spell a long time ago. All right, let's watch the moments, ladies and gentlemen. Aiden Kearney hiding behind the pillar just like he hid behind the bush when he allegedly violated a restraining order held by Lindsay Gattani, an incident going to trial very soon. Ladies and gentlemen, is Aiden Kearney going to get in trouble for this interaction? If you're just tuning in, let's watch the moments that occurred live just 25 minutes ago. A shocking series of developments involving journalist John DePetro and apparently Aiden Kearney on a downward spiral as the Free Karen Reid movement collapses. So Kearney tries to ambush a live broadcast and ends up getting humiliated and turtle walked. Let's watch, ladies and gentlemen.
Let me see. Try this.
John, why
All
do
right,
you
hold
lie
on.
every day?
I'm live right now.
Why do you lie every day?
Oh,
You go
now
in there
listen,
and you lie. We read your tweets. You're misrepresenting
hardly,
what's happening.
Now
No,
listen.
you're lying. You're lying, John. How much are they paying you to lie?
Now hold on. Listen, Turtle. All right. Do I have to get? You're not supposed to be doing this. You're not supposed to be doing this.
Doing what?
And on top of it, you're interrupting.
You don't like when people ask questions?
Right now.
You ask Karen Reid questions.
I'm live read right now.
So you're allowed to ask questions,
All
but
right.
I'm not?
Yeah, but she's not broadcasting and I am. So.
No, I'm broadcasting.
Trooper. Officer. You come here just for
I can't talk to you?
No, not when I'm broadcasting.
Okay.
You're not supposed
Wait,
to do
why
that when
can't
I'm
I do that?
broadcasting.
Why can't I do
If you
that?
check, there is a provision where you're not supposed to interrupt someone in the middle of a broadcast.
Who said
As
that?
a matter of fact,
Who said
you know
that?
it's an FCC policy.
An FCC
So
policy.
actually, you're violating FCC policy. Okay, that is certainly the words of a domestic terrorist.
I don't want that.
Yes, you do want that.
No, not at
So, now listen, I've asked you 4 times, and you can look it up. You're not supposed to interrupt the broadcast. You go over there and do that. I'm live right now, right? And he is coming over and interrupting the broadcast. And I'm actually on the radio, and there's a policy that you're not supposed to interrupt someone doing a broadcast of this. So could you ask him to move along? What is your point?
Well, I was just trying to ask him a question.
No, he's interrupting. You can wait till I'm done at 2 o'clock. You can wait till I'm done at 2 o'clock.
Am I not allowed to ask him a question?
No.
I'm not trying to start it.
Yes, you are trying to start something. I see stonewall.
I'm not one that
If
got
you
the
want to
police.
talk to me, I'll talk to you at 2 o'clock.
I definitely don't want to make it a big deal.
You are trying to make a big deal.
Well, okay,
You
John.
want?
Yeah.
Why don't you
okay.
just let me do my thing?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. I'll get going, but I mean, what the heck, John? Just ask you a question.
Why don't you go ask when someone's doing a live broadcast, you can interrupt.
He asked Karen Reed the other day when we went to court. He asked her
Oh, yeah. Why
about
don't
OJ.
you just move
Remember
along?
you asked her about OJ and go with
Absolutely, I
OJ
did.
frame?
Yes.
So he can ask questions to Karen Reed.
She wasn't
Can't he ask
broadcasting.
questions to him?
She wasn't broadcasting. What part of that? I know that all your fans are down there.
Well, what law says that I can't
It is a violation. It is. That's what this is for. So, I don't want to talk to him. He's a domestic terrorist. All right, folks. Now this is definitely a different type of broadcast. You want to talk to me at 2 o'clock? All right, we'll just do our thing. All right, now, folks, that is purposely came over. He's totally interrupting. And by the way, I will look into it. There is an FCC policy, because we're on the radio and also broadcasting, that you're not supposed to interrupt a broadcast. And I'll follow up on it. So we know who that is, and it's a Reed supporter, and they're upset that I'm in the courtroom. But, and despite all these odds, we're just going to continue. But this, just so you understand, this is supposed to be the zone where media can broadcast. So, and right now, since we're on the radio, this is actually no different that if you were to do this on someone on whether it's Channel 10 or Channel 12 or, one of the local Boston stations. This portion of the program is brought to you by PR Landscape Materials. Now listen, this Sunday is Mother's Day. Stop it.
John is so funny. It's like, oh, I know people are going to watch this. I better do an ad read. I love it. John's great. Oh, ladies and gentlemen. Whoa, that was some intense scenes. How about that, folks? How about that for some intense scenes? But, ladies and gentlemen, fellow towels, let us do one more thing. Let us get caught up on the moments that led up to all of those situations, folks. Let us watch what happened before the luncheon recess. Well, and there is a buffer zone, and Kearney's under court orders. It's an intense situation. Modelo Macy for Aiden Kearney. Oh, folks, we're over 5,000 views on the X stream. God bless all of you who are watching over there. And you know what? John mentioned his ad read. This is a good time. It's 1:45 p.m. How long are we in, folks? Oh, goodness, we are just hours. We're 6 hours and 20 minutes in to today's broadcast. I'm thrilled that you're all watching closely. We have had quite an intense lunchtime moment. If you missed the updates, ladies and gentlemen, Turtle Boy got into a confrontation, and right before lunch, Hank Brennan dropped a series of devastating timelines in the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial related to Karen's consumption of alcoholic drinks, 9 vodka drinks in the hours before John O'Keefe was allegedly struck by Karen's car, while Karen had a BAC of between 0.14 and 0.28. Ladies and gentlemen, what a series of events. And then the Turtle Boy confrontation with John DePetro. Okay, few things, ladies and gentlemen. One, if you're new to this channel, my name is GrantSmithEllis. I am a towel. I am a lay towel. I also do a bunch of different things. I cover regulatory agencies, the criminal courts, and I do my best to keep the public informed about matters related to our representative form of governance. Now, in that context, ladies and gentlemen, this is a public information service. It is much like the BBC or PBS. There are no sponsors or ads, though. It is completely viewer supported. So do you know what that means, folks? It is truly your contributions that keep this Towel Stream going. So there's a few different ways that you can support Towel Stream. You don't have to donate to Towel Stream, especially if you've already donated this month. I don't want you to do that. Do not put yourself in peril. You all need to live and thrive. However, you can like the stream as it's live over the luncheon recess. That helps it, apparently. You can subscribe to Towel Channel. We are heading north of 840 subscribers, little towels. Ladies and gentlemen, also, if you ran into a buffering issue, yes, just refresh. If you ran into a buffering issue and you come across this, just refresh your app. And anytime there's a slight hiccup in any of the streams, you just need to refresh the YouTube app and the stream will come right back up. Now, the other thing that's going on, ladies and gentlemen, is you can actually support wonderful Little Towel stream. Towel is completely overloaded, but he wakes up every day, this little towel, and says, I'm going to inform the public and engender cogent public discourse and thrive with this wonderful, friendly, lovely community of towel friends. So there's ways for, oh, we got a support from Karen. God bless you for the super sticker, Karen. You are a super towel. I am going to flood the chat with towel emojis in support of your super towelness. Now, we have the YouTube option. If you are a member on the YouTube, you can use the wonderful towel emojis. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, there are a number of ways to show you think that this towel channel is of service to the wider polity. One of the other ways you can do so, ladies and gentlemen, is, I'm going to drop this in the chat right now, you can also send donations. But again, remember, do not donate if you have already donated and you feel it would be a burden. Please do not donate if you need to do things like feed your family or pay for expenses. I would feel bad. I do not want you to put yourself in a difficult position to help Little Towel. That would make me sad. And then the third thing is, I'm going to drop this in the chat, but I don't want you all to think that this is the only way that you can make Little Towel feel proud or help. You can also go out and do any kind of small acts of service, ladies and gentlemen. You can go out there, you can smile at a neighbor, you can donate to homeless veterans, you can support a family member in a time of need, you can reach out to a friend you haven't heard from in a while who needs an ear to lean on, you can apologize when, even though things get tough, you don't respond in a way that's necessarily as you should, like, for example, when you have an existential crisis because you're a towel. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, if you have indeed been benefiting from Towel Stream, if you want to see, public information services only exist because people in my position who would otherwise get all these offers with all these views and all this stuff to sell out, instead say, you know what, I trust in the towel faithful, the washcloths and the hemp towels and the beach towels and the towelettes and the washcloths. I said that twice. And the paper towels and the towelettes and the there are so many towels. We're going to go in circles now. The microfiber towels. That is what makes me feel proud. But more so than that, your little acts of service. You're donating tomato plants to others, as Francis Frutel once did and got the tomato plants deemed honorary towels. That is what makes Little Towel proud to be a member of this flourishing fabric of the towel universe. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, let us take a look. I have the clip getting uploaded now of Hank Brennan, and I'm going to then play. We're not going to watch all 26 minutes, but I'm going to, after we get through after I post the timeline, we will have an opportunity to see a little bit more of what you missed right before the luncheon recess. We'll be coming back with even more timeline presentation from Yuri Buchanan from the State Police, Sergeant Yuri Buchanan. And Little Towel is getting a little bit warm because it hasn't rained yet, and it is hot. But that's okay. We will persevere. God bless all of you, Little Towels. And flannels. I forgot the flannels. Oh, and the soap dispensers. How could I ever forget the flannels? In particular, our lovely Sheffield flannel. And let me remind you all, Sheffield United was the greatest football team in the English football pyramid in the late 1800s and the early 1900s. And they are the original United. And all of the towel friends are honorary blades. Yes, God bless Sheffield United and the Sheffield flannel named H. Ladies and gentlemen, now we must continue to pay very close attention because we are going to get our update, our penultimate update on what happened leading into the luncheon recess. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, let us get the last clip that I had. Pope was announced. I haven't even seen the new Pope. I wanted to see him walk out on the balcony, but I don't have time because we must. Oh, the moment when John O'Keefe's shirt was shown to jurors. Absolutely agonizing, friends. If you missed it this morning, Towel will show it to you now. This was one of the moments in the morning that was simply horrifying. Oh, friends, we had to break in. We do have one more thing to do. And I also realize I'm not even showing you the screen that I'm going through. Folks, we need to actually do something together, which is check out how Hank Brennan presented Michael Proctor's text messages to get ahead of the defense. It was brilliant, ladies and gentlemen. So let's take a look. It was right around 12 o'clock on Towel Stream. We're going to watch together. Lunch and recess should be ending any minute now, around 2 o'clock. So we have about 10 minutes to go. So you all listen in for a bit. We're going to listen to this text message testimony.
It's not common, but situations do arise where you're asked to do that. So it's not the first time that's happened, but it has happened before where a law enforcement individual officer has to provide DNA, and they consent.
Did you?
Yes, I did.
Did you review any other materials in this case? Did you review any reports?
I did review reports, yes.
Did you write reports in this case?
Yes, I did.
Now, I want to ask you about Michael Proctor. You had told
Oh,
us
here
that
we go.
you were working on this.
How is that, ladies and gentlemen?
Now, I want to ask you about Michael Proctor. You had told us that you were working on this investigation with him.
Yes, I was.
Are you still working on this investigation with him?
Okay, here we go. Hold on.
I did review reports, yes.
Did you write reports in this case?
Yes, I did.
All right, let's do the clip. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. We are just about to return from lunch in the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial, day 12 at 2 p.m. Eastern. But if you missed it, this was one of the moments of the morning. Here was when Hank Brennan, prosecutor Hank Brennan, got ahead of the Karen Reed defense and shocked the Reed defense by bringing up Michael Proctor's vulgar text messages about Karen Reed before the Reed defense could weaponize them on cross. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to watch the moment together as it unfolded. Take a look at your screen. We will chat along with the Towel friends, and as soon as court comes back into session, you will be the first to know. We have the exact moment queued up.
Now, I want to ask you about Michael Proctor. You had told us that you were working on this investigation with him.
Yes, I was.
Are you still working on this investigation with him?
No, I am not.
You were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
Yes, I was.
When you work for the state police, do you have a personal phone and a phone that is provided to you by the state police?
Yes.
The state police phone, is that a work phone?
Yes, it is.
What type of information do you receive on that phone?
You can receive
Do officers communicate with each other at times on those work phones?
Yes, they do.
And during that time, did you have a work phone that you were using for communications?
Yes, I did.
At some point, did you receive or were you placed on an email chain that included Michael Proctor and others?
I believe it was a text chain.
I'm sorry, a text chain.
Yes.
Were you included on a text chain involving Michael Proctor and others?
Yes, I was.
Did you receive a text or a text chain from Michael Proctor and other people?
Yes, I did.
And when you received a text, do you remember where you were when you received the text chain?
The specific one you're referring to, I was at the Logan Airport working a traffic detail.
When you received that text-to-text chain, did you respond?
I acknowledged the text. I did not respond through with verbiage.
And then during that text chain, did you look at the entire text chain?
No, the text message came through on my Apple Watch as I was controlling traffic. I glanced at it, took part of the information that came through and acknowledged it with a thumbs up emoji, indicating that I read it.
At some point, did you learn everything that was on that text chain?
Yes.
And as a result of that text chain, was there an investigation?
There was.
And during that investigation, you were Michael Proctor's supervisor?
I was.
After the investigation was done, did the state police make any finding against you for that text chain?
Yes. There were 2 sustained findings as a result of that investigation.
Did you initiate that text chain?
No, I don't believe so.
You did react with a thumbs up?
I acknowledged the text message that he sent, or portion of the information that came through on my watch.
And the 2 sustained findings against you, were one of them for failure to adequately supervise?
Yes.
And the other, was it regarding a routine or regular review that it didn't consider that text chain? I'll rephrase.
Okay.
That second sustained finding, was it regarding a review of the performance level of Mr. Proctor?
That's correct.
Sustained is to full.
Was there a second sustained finding?
Yes, there was.
Did it relate to the review process of a subordinate?
Objection. Sustained is to full.
What was that second sustained finding about?
The accuracy of the review of the quarterly performance evaluation.
You said quarterly. How often would you write reviews for subordinates?
Every 90 days.
Was there any other sustained finding against you?
No.
Was there punishment in light of those 2 sustained findings against you?
There was.
And what was that punishment?
I lost 5 vacation days.
Do you presently work in the Homicide Division of the Norfolk County District Attorney's Office?
I do.
Are you currently a sergeant?
I am.
Have you ever reviewed that entire chain that was at issue?
Only through the documents provided for me during the internal investigation.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Yes, stand here.
Sure.
Sir, I'm going to ask you to take a look at that document. And if you turn the page, does it begin to, one more page, please. Does it begin to reflect the email chain?
Yes, it does.
Do you remember this email chain?
I remember seeing it when I reviewed it. I don't remember the intricate details of these messages.
Do you remember that photograph?
I don't.
Okay, could you turn the page? Is there text?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Without citing the phone numbers, I'd like you to cite the author of the text, and I'd like you to read the text to the jury.
Do you want me to date it in time or no?
Sure.
August 17th, 2022, 9:44 p.m., 25 seconds. Funny, no nudes so far. I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Hey, can you give the author for each comment? And can you start again, because I want us to understand.
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
The author, whoever makes the comment, I'd like to have the name of the author.
I'm sorry, this document does not identify who the author is, sir.
Okay. Ma'am?
Yes.
It identifies this as your phone,
That is, yes.
but each comment doesn't identify who sent it.
No, it does not. I assume it's an extraction from one device, but
I see. If you've made any of the comments yourself, would you tell us?
If I made those comments?
No, if you make any of them in here as you read them, will you point out if you...
Absolutely, yes.
Please. Okay. And if you don't know who made the comment, can you just identify that for us as you read it so we know?
Okay, do you want me to continue the next page?
Why don't we start over, because I should have been more clear in my direction. Could you begin again?
So in the beginning, it says, funny, I am going through his retarded client's phone.
Is that your comment?
No, it is not.
Okay, next.
It appears to be the same person because of the way that the extraction happens, and it says no nudes so far. Again, I believe it's the same person because all of these are identified as sent. It says, I hate that man. I truly hate him.
Do you have any belief that's Michael Proctor who is writing these?
Yes, I believe that is.
Next, please.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, you heard it. Those were the moments. Those were the moments that Hank Brennan brilliantly got ahead of the Karen Reed defense, and now the Karen cam is about to come back on. We are about to come back from lunch. Let's see what's on the screen. Do we have any action, or is it the dreaded fan? Ladies and gentlemen, the Karen cam is not yet up on the screen. What will we see up here? Is it? Oh, it's still Anjanette talking. Oh, it's the fan. Ladies and gentlemen, the fan is back. We are back. We do not have the Karen cam yet, but stay with Little Towel and we will watch in real time together as court comes back into session. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis, and we are going to go over the Karen cam screen. Stay with Little Towel. The only fan. Oh, no, oh, you know what, ladies and gentlemen? We forgot to do one important thing. I'm going to actually switch back because the Karen cam's not in session yet. I have a plan. And you might say, Grant, don't you want to just go back to watching testimony after talking for an hour and getting quite excited? And the answer is yes, I would like to do that, but I have one plan. And you might say, Grant, is it because you don't want us to have to watch the fan? And the answer is yes. Venerated Towel Christina, reporter Towel Christina, provided us a way where we don't have to watch the fan. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, look at those two beautiful figures on your screen. It is Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Yes, the picture of John is wonderful as well. But to avoid watching the fan spin, for now, ladies and gentlemen, we are looking at your favorite Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca. Look how happy they are that they stopped the fan from spinning. You can't do anything but be overwhelmed with cuteness overload. Ladies and gentlemen, the Chewbacca and Stay Puft Marshmallow Man Stop the Fan team have executed their mission exceptionally well. And you might be saying, won't that fan cut up that little marshmallow? No, it will not, ladies and gentlemen, because the fan has stopped spinning. And if the fan is not spinning, then the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man will not get cut up into little pieces. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we have one more piece of information, though. This one is a little bit more unfortunate. Is this the one we're looking for? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, look what David Yannetti did when he found out the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca managed to stop the fan from spinning. David Yannetti said, no, those towels will suffer. And now, ladies and gentlemen, David Yannetti Spaghetti, has captured the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca. Oh, no. Ladies and gentlemen, I don't think the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man can get through that overwhelming tide of spaghetti. Oh, no. Even if Chewie tries to eat all the spaghetti, the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man is going to disintegrate among the oils. Ladies and gentlemen, oh, my goodness. No one thought about how marshmallows dissolve in spaghetti oil. It was the Marshmallow Man's spaghetti-based heel. No one thought about this. Oh, dear goodness. I'm terribly afraid for the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Listen, it's not my fault we're not back into court yet, ladies and gentlemen. I am just trying to protect the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. Don't any of you understand? Please, that's all I've ever tried to do, and now David Yannetti has entrapped the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man in spaghetti. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I am overwhelmed. I don't know what's worse, David Yannetti deploying the spaghetti as a trap, or Turtle Boy confronting John DePetro. It was the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man's kryptonite. I told you, ladies and gentlemen, no one saw David Yannetti spaghetti, but out of nowhere it caught the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. And now Alan Jackson could get him on the stand. Now listen, Chewy and Stay Puft Marshmallow Man have thought about this, ladies and gentlemen. Let me show you. They came prepared. Look at this. Chewy passed the bar. Ladies and gentlemen, Chewy passed the bar and is able to protect the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man from Alan Jackson's cross. That wasn't Joe Krowski, ladies and gentlemen, in court. That was Chewbacca in a suit, who's actually Chloe the dog in a wig. Ladies and gentlemen, that man was there yesterday to protect the interests of the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, and none of us saw it coming. I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, these developments, absolutely no one saw Chewy becoming a lawyer to protect the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. I swear even David Yannetti was floored at that move. Hank Brennan might be a legal savant on one level, but did any of you think that a dog in a wig who looks like Chewbacca would be able to pass the bar in time to represent the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man in this trial? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, yes, that is Chloe in a wig, and she passed the bar. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, this is just terrible news for Alan Jackson and David Yannetti. Even though David Yannetti deployed his absolutely unexpected spaghetti-based trap, I don't even think David Yannetti, oh, God bless you, someone just sent a towel donation. Truly, I don't want to say people's names unless they say, because I don't want to, if you send a donation, you can choose whether you want to own it. But God bless you for that towel, friend. I swear it makes my day, and it truly makes Towel be happy that we can spend time together and that Towel feels supported. God bless you, Little Towels. You synthesize your energy and localize it in Little Towel's room and inspire me to greatness and inspire all towels and towelettes and washcloths and hemp towels and beach towels and paper towels and flannels and soap dispensers and microfiber cloths and every type of towel to greatness, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, yes. No, listen. It's one thing when you have to rehome your dog. It is another thing when your dog has to wear a wig, pretend that she is Chewbacca, retain the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man for protection, and then the dog has to become a lawyer because David Yannetti tries to call the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, and with Alan Jackson's help, as a witness in a murder trial. Could you believe that's what I'm saying. Could you believe if you were Chloe and all of a sudden you find yourself in this situation, you would look around and say, first of all, I didn't know that they made Chewbacca costumes for dogs. Second of all, why have I passed the bar? I am a dog. And then third of all, why is my client the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man? All right, we're coming back into session.
Court is back in session. You may be seated.
All right, Mr. Brennan, whenever you're ready.
Ms. Gilman, if you can take us to 1054. And before we begin, Trooper Mechanic, Is this a different location than all the video we've seen before?
Yes, this is the Waterfall Bar Grill surveillance footage from inside the lounge area. And for reference purposes, this is, at this location, the timestamp is accurate to the real time.
Ms. Gilman, could you begin at 10:54, please?
Here we see the defendant, Mr. O'Keefe, walk into the bar and see their friends. Engage in hugs and greetings.
We'll let the Waterfall Bar videos play.
I'm sorry, sir?
We'll let the Waterfall video bars play. We'll just let them play.
Okay.
$11.46, please. $12.06, please. $12.07. $12.10, please. Did you see the last person walk out the door on that video clip?
Yes, I did.
And did you identify who that is?
Yes, it's Mr. John O'Keefe. He's wearing the two-tone gray sweatshirt with the sleeves pulled up towards the elbows.
Is that the same clothing that you found at Good Samaritan Hospital when you went to visit?
Yes, it is.
The baseball hat, did you have an opportunity to look at the hat he was wearing?
Yes, I did.
Is that consistent with the hat that you and the group found on February 3rd, 2010?
Yes, it is.
The pants?
Yes, it is.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Showing you Exhibit 108C. This is already introduced into evidence. When you studied that photo, do you notice anything in Mr. O'Keefe's hand?
Yes, in his right hand, he's holding a short style cocktail glass with black drinking straw protruding from it as it is backdropped on the snow on the hood of the car that's parked outside.
Could we show 108C, please? Ms. Goodman, could you focus the best you can on the drink? Is that the photo you looked at?
Yes, it is.
Can you point out or explain where you see the drinking straw?
Absolutely. Right there, to the right of the red indicator, you could see the straw protruding out of the glass. Mr. O'Keefe is holding in his right hand.
Thank you. You can take that down, Ms. Gilman.
I'm going to allow it.
You can take that down, Ms. Gilman. Thank you. One last matter, Trooper Buchanan. In 2024, did you obtain ring video for that time period in 2024 from Mr. O'Keefe's home?
Yes, I did.
Did you provide that ring video to a person who works for a company by the name of Aperture?
Yes, we did.
And just very basically, do you know what Aperture does?
Yes, I do.
What do they do?
They assist in scientific fashion to reconstruct, test, and evaluate, analyze vehicle-involved crashes and deaths.
Is Aperture part of the Mass State Police team?
They are not.
Are they a private company?
Yes, they are.
May I approach?
Yes.
Handing in the item to you, do you recognize it?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It's a ring video from 2024.
So what location?
Meadows Ave.
Thank you. I'd move this as evidence.
No objection. Thank you.
I have no further questions.
Okay.
Exhibit 139.
Thank you. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Sergeant Buchnick.
Good afternoon, sir.
I want to talk to you for a second about roles in this case, in this investigation. Would you agree with me that Michael Proctor was the lead investigator as well as the case agent in charge of this case?
He was assigned as the case officer for the case.
In that position, given the fact that it was his assignment, would you agree with me that he had a leadership role insofar as the investigation of the case is concerned?
I wouldn't call it a leadership role. It's more of a facilitator, liaison between the DA's personnel within the office and the state police. He also helps facilitate any missions, outstanding tasks that need to be completed.
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
He obviously had a supervisor, correct?
He did, yes, that would be myself.
That would be you.
Yes.
Every case has some lead trooper in your unit, correct? Every case is assigned to someone to sort of be in charge and lead the charge of the investigation. Is that right?
Every case has a case officer that manages the investigation.
Right. And managing the investigation doesn't mean just, sort of typing up schedules. It means actually managing the investigation, like deciding what search warrants are going to be written in certain circumstances. That's one example, correct?
They're responsible for writing and authoring those search warrants. Sometimes the recommendation, suggestion, or leadership comes from the supervisors or the DA staff, where their experience might dictate otherwise.
And sometimes it comes from the lead case agent himself or herself, correct?
At times, yes.
Every team, even back when you were in the military, you were on many, many teams in the Marine Corps, correct?
I'm sorry, you were speaking, facing away from me. I couldn't hear you.
Every team, including back in the time you were in the military, back in the time you were in the Marine Corps, every team has multiple individuals involved in that team, correct? That's the whole point of a team, multiple people, correct?
I would agree with you that a team consists of more than one person. Yes.
And there has to be some sort of echelon of leadership on that team, correct? Everybody's not just an equal, co-equal, correct?
We might have different duties, responsibilities, but some teams have equal rank. Yeah.
But there's going to be a team leader, right? That's a military phrase, team leader.
Yes, there is a team leader in the Marine Corps, in the rifle platoon, but not every team has a leader.
Did the team in this case, in this investigation, have a leader? Someone who was assigned as the lead case agent? Not just another officer, not just another detective, but the lead case agent.
The case officer for the investigation was Michael Proctor.
But you don't want to say lead case agent or case officer, correct?
I refer to that billet as case officer.
Your responsibility as the supervisor over this particular case officer or any other case officer that you might have, or any other trooper that you might have under your supervision, your responsibility in no small part is to supervise the individuals under your command to ensure that the case is adequately investigated. It's properly investigated. That's part of your role as a supervisor, correct?
That is one of my many responsibilities, yes.
It's partly because you have more experience, I'm guessing, than the people under your charge. Is that right?
Certainly in my position, but there are many instances where a sergeant might have less experience than a well-seasoned trooper that's been in the office for 15 to 20 years. So
fair enough. Fair enough. That may be the case, but under ordinary circumstances, you earn your way into a supervisory role in the Massachusetts State Police through both not just time, but time and experience, correct?
We take an exam and then get promoted based on the exam.
Part of the responsibility that you have as a supervisor is to make sure that the case is properly investigated, and that may include making sure you have the right suspects, right? The array of suspects that may exist, you want to make sure, and you supervise to make sure that that array of suspects is appropriate and proper, correct?
In every investigation, we follow the evidence, we follow the statements made, provided by eyewitnesses, witnesses in the case. Sometimes the defendants or suspects provide statements to us. At many instances, those could be contradictory statements. We follow the evidence in every investigation, and that evidence determines who the suspect, person of interest, or ultimately the defendant is.
And you want to make sure that you gather, or that your subordinates gather that evidence in an appropriate and objective way. It's obviously the foundation of a good investigation, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
Maybe. You obviously, as a supervisor, want to make sure, you talked about following the evidence, you want to make sure that that evidence is gathered in a way that is adequate, in a way that is objective, that in a way that is unbiased, so that you can gather the evidence that will lead you to the right folks, right? To the right suspects.
We always want to gather as much evidence as possible. We conduct that gathering in the most appropriate ways possible. Sometimes there are tough decisions that have to be made where we have to either decide whether we're collecting evidence A or evidence B, and those decisions have to be made on the spot. At times it's a time-sensitive matter. At times it's a decision made by a group putting their heads together and deciding on that. So I don't know if that answers your question, but that's the most
Let's try it again.
Accurate explanation.
Okay. You done?
I am.
Okay. Let's try that again. You want to make sure that the evidence, as a supervisor, supervising your subordinates, you want to make sure that the evidence is gathered in an appropriate way, in an objective way, correct? Yes or no?
Yes.
Okay. You're also doing everything you can as a supervisor and someone with the experience to make sure that the highest levels of integrity and those demands are met in any investigation that you work on.
If there was a question of integrity, those individuals would not be part of an investigation.
That includes knowing, obviously, what your subordinates are doing.
During the conduct of the investigation, during the process of us investigating a crime, yes, we know what is going on, because every bit of information that comes in needs to be shared, and we need to make sure the whole team is aware of all the evidence and information that is available to us at the time.
You want to make sure that, I'm going to use a colloquial phrase, you keep tabs on those who are reporting to you, correct? What are they doing? What are they engaged in? When are they coming and going? Who are they interviewing? Things of that nature. Basic investigative things, correct?
For the most part. You can't track every single person all the time, but this is a very serious line of work. A lot depends on it. We speak for those that can no longer speak for themselves. So we do our best to conduct every investigation with integrity, honor, and get to the truth.
If you don't properly supervise, and I'm talking about your role now as a supervisor, if you don't properly engage in that supervision, it obviously increases chances for mistakes. It increases chances for bias to seep in. It increases chances that something could affect the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
That's a lot there. Can you repeat that, please? Maybe one section at a time?
Sure. If you don't properly supervise your subordinates in an investigation, failing to properly supervise them could increase the chances that mistakes are made. Isn't that right? That's why you supervise.
That is one possibility.
Okay. Let's break it down. It also increases chances that there could be inherent biases that are seeping into the case that you want to make sure doesn't happen. Correct?
I believe that human beings all have biases, but during the investigation, those biases do not affect, especially in this case, they did not affect any outcome of the investigation.
So I wasn't even talking about this case. I was talking about cases in general and your supervisory role in general. Your job as a supervisor is to seek out and make sure that there are no biases in an investigation, correct?
Absolutely.
You want to make sure that any investigation, as a supervisor, any investigation that is under your charge, under your supervision, is done adequately and professionally. Is that right?
Yes, that is right.
And there's a chain of command for that, right? Meaning someone under your charge needs to report up the chain of command to you, and you have supervisors to whom you report, correct?
Yes, it's a paramilitary structure, and it is in order for the colonel to keep command and control over the entire agency of 2,000 plus people, it is absolutely necessary for there be a reporting up and down within the ranks of the Massachusetts State Police.
And you have, by the way, what's your chain of command? Who did you report to back in 2022?
I directly reported to Detective Lieutenant Tully.
Especially in a case, you mentioned this case a second ago, especially in a case like this, a homicide investigation, especially in a homicide investigation involving a police officer, you have to maintain your knowledge, an intimate knowledge of those under your command, under your charge, to ensure that what they're doing fits what you believe to be the proper protocol. In other words, you're not just going to let people loose. You're going to watch what they're doing and actually supervise them, correct?
Yes, absolutely. We are professionals, and we conduct each and every investigation with that in mind and with the integrity that is necessary.
You just used the word I was about to use. That ensures the adequacy of the investigation, correct?
Yes.
To use your word, that ensures the integrity of the investigation. Is that right?
Yes, that's correct.
As you sit here today, do you believe that this investigation, now I'm going to turn to this investigation, was conducted with professionalism, with competence, at the highest level of integrity?
This investigation was conducted professionally, with integrity, and all the evidence collected, all the statements collected, pointed in one direction. There was no bias influence on the evidence, on the information that was collected, or which direction the investigation pointed naturally.
Former Trooper Michael Proctor was the person who was the assigned case agent, the lead case agent in this particular investigation, correct?
Michael Proctor was the case officer for this investigation.
He was assigned, ultimately, to use another phrase, as the lead investigator, wasn't he?
I'm not going to agree with you.
Is there a reason that you want to try to distance yourself from naming Michael Proctor as the lead investigator in the case? Is there some reason?
I am not trying to distance myself. All I'm saying is the term that I use is the case officer. We're simply case managers. There's no leading investigation in any direction.
So, in your mind, well, let me ask you this. Is case officer another word for that? Synonym would be an investigator. right? He's a detective, an investigator, correct?
He is a detective, yes.
And he was the one who was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police because of his on-call status that night, or that morning, January 29, 2022, he was assigned to the case, correct?
Michael.
Yes or no? Assigned to the case. That's all I'm asking.
Well, you said a lot before that,
No,
so.
I said he was assigned to the case. What I said before that was January 29, 2022. He was assigned by the Massachusetts State Police as the case officer for this case. Correct?
No.
Who was?
He was assigned to be on call a month prior. Just because he was on call, he was assigned the case as a result. He was not assigned the case right there and then, because his assignment began much earlier in the day.
All right. Sergeant, we can do this all day, I suppose. He was on call.
He was.
January 29th, correct?
He was.
Because he was on call, any case that happened to come in would be assigned to whom?
To the on-call trooper that's on the schedule.
Which was whom?
It was Michael Proctor.
Let me just ask you this. Do you believe that Michael Proctor, his involvement in this case, taints the investigation? Tainted the investigation?
No.
Not at all.
The investigation was done with honor, integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction only.
Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor?
Was that a question? I'm sorry.
Sure is. Everything I say is a question. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant? Okay.
Sustain to the comment. Go ahead and ask it again, Mr.
I'll ask it again. You said honor and integrity. Honor and integrity by Michael Proctor? Objection.
I'll allow it.
The investigation was conducted with honor and integrity, and all the evidence pointed in one direction and one direction only.
So, Sergeant Buchanan, you don't want to answer my question. Correct?
I will answer your question, absolutely.
Do you think this case was handled with honor and integrity by Michael Proctor, Sergeant?
The investigation was handled with integrity by Michael Proctor.
You do know that he touched or had input in nearly every part of this case, obviously, as the case officer, correct?
He managed the case.
So he had some input or had some connection to nearly every part of the case, be it the physical evidence, the search warrants, the interviews, things of that nature.
He was one of the involved with collecting evidence, conducting interviews, and signing affidavits for the search warrants.
He didn't take a minor role in this case. He had a major role in this case. Would you at least agree with that?
He had a role that was more significant than others. A major role would, to me, suggest that he had 51% or more. And with a team of the size that we had working on this case, he did not have a major role.
So you believe, as you sit here today, your testimony is Michael Proctor did not have a major role in this investigation of Commonwealth versus Karen Reed because he didn't have 51% of something? That's your testimony?
That's the way I understand it, yes.
Okay. You're aware of the search warrants that were drafted, affidavits that were attendant to those search warrants in this case, correct?
Am I aware of affidavits drafted?
Search warrants and affidavits.
In support of the search warrants?
Correct.
Yes, I am.
All right. You're also aware that there was a good amount of physical evidence that was handled in this case? Recovered, touched, booked, assigned or booked into the lab, things of that nature?
I am aware of the evidence involved in this case, yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant Buchanan, I've handed you a binder, and it's tabbed just for your convenience, so I don't have to walk back and forth. With
Thanks,
the court's
sir.
permission.
Yes.
Can you open tab 1? I'm not going to ask you to read the entire search warrant, but is that a search warrant that ends in 07?
Yes, it is.
And it's for, generally, Verizon records for Miss Reed's cell phone.
No, I would not agree with you, sir.
What is that search warrant for?
It's for Verizon records for a VIN number, which looks like a vehicle.
Is that the vehicle, the SUV, the Lexus SUV in this case?
I do not know for sure because it doesn't have that identifier here, and I don't know the VIN number off the top of my head.
Okay, fair enough. Who's the affiant?
Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 2? Is that a search warrant ending in the number 14?
Give me 1 second.
I'm sorry,
I don't want to ruin your presentation here.
Search warrant ending in 13. I misspoke.
Okay.
Is that a search warrant for, generally speaking, Karen Reed's cell phone?
The quality of this photocopy is so poor I cannot make out exactly what it's for, but there is an overlay of print. I can read what is presented to me if that's what you want me to do. I do not know if this is an authentic copy of a search warrant.
Let's just look at the affidavit. Can you tell me who the affiant is?
On this document, the affiant is Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab? By the way, just staying with that for a second, you said you don't recognize it. Do you recognize it as being attendant to this case?
The application or the affidavit?
The search warrant. Well,
Again,
they go together.
The application or the together?
They go together.
I understand that, but I'm asking which document you want me to.
The document in total. In other words, it's not a search warrant dealing with a different case. It's dealing with Ms. Reed's case, correct?
Again, I cannot say from the search warrant because of the quality of it. The addendum A appears to be with this case.
Okay. Have you ever seen it before?
I'm sorry?
Have you ever seen it before, this search warrant?
I haven't read the whole thing, so I can't testify to that.
So this could be a search warrant that you never even saw?
Based on what you're presenting to me, never having seen or not having read all the details of it, I cannot say whether I've seen it before or not.
So you're not sure that Michael Proctor didn't just do the search warrant without your knowledge? As you sit here.
I don't know if this is truly Michael Proctor's product.
Think that might be a forgery?
I'm sorry?
You think that might be a forgery at the end of that affidavit?
Well, for one, it's not signed, so I don't know who produced this. What I'm saying to you is I don't know who produced this. The quality of the first document the narrative. I don't know who produced it. If you show me a search warrant application with an affidavit from court, with a stamp, the timestamp and a stamp water seal from court, I will tell you that that's what it appears to be. What you've shown me here, I don't know what this is.
Otherwise, looking at that document, seeing the affidavit, seeing the addendum, seeing Michael Proctor's name on it, no clue whether or not that's a warrant that's attendant to this case that Michael Proctor drafted and submitted. You have no clue.
I can't take you at your word.
Not asking you to take me at my word, sir. I'm not testifying. I'm asking you to take the document at his word. Do you recognize it or not? If you don't, you don't.
I do not know.
Okay, let's turn to tab 3. Does that appear to be a search warrant ending in the number 14?
Yes, it is.
And does that appear to generally be associated with Ring camera footage at One Meadows? Or can you not tell that?
It has an email address, an associated MAC address, so yes, that's what it appears to be.
Okay. Can you tell me who the affiant is?
Again, this is not a signed search warrant. This is just an affidavit.
Whose name is at the bottom of it?
The name at the bottom, printed, is Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 4? Does that appear to be a search warrant ending in the number 04?
Yes, it does.
And does that appear to be for ring footage also at One Meadows in 2023?
Based on the application addendum A, it's the same email address associated with the previous location of Meadows, yes.
Who's the affiant or affiant?
Michael Proctor.
Can you turn to tab 5? Does that appear to be a police report?
It does.
And do you see a reference in that police report for a search warrant ending in 10 for a telematic system regarding Miss Reed's SUV? And it may speed things up if you look at page 2.
There is a reference to it, yes.
Okay. Whose report is that?
It's Trooper Nicholas Guarino's report.
And who is referred to in on page 2 as seeking search warrant ending in 10?
That search warrant was issued at Stone District Court and presented by Trooper Proctor.
Turn to tab 6, if you wouldn't mind. Do you see a search warrant ending in the number 77?
I see the application, yes.
And this deals with Google, some geofence data, correct?
Yes, it is.
Who's the affiant?
Again, this search warrant is not signed, but I would say this isn't an actual search warrant, but it seems like at the bottom it says Trooper Michael Proctor.
If you turn to tab 7, please. Does that appear to be a report authored by Nicholas Garino?
It does.
Does that deal with John O'Keefe's cell phone?
It's a report written by Nicholas Garino referencing Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone, yes.
And it indicates that Mr. O'Keefe's cell phone was seized by a particular trooper?
That's what the report indicates, yes.
Who's the trooper?
In this report, it says that Trooper Proctor secured the cell phone.
Turn to tab 8, if you don't mind. Do you see a similar report by Trooper Garino?
Yes.
And do you see reference to Karen, pardon me, Karen Reed's cell phone having been seized?
Yes.
And that was seized by Trooper Proctor also, correct?
Yeah, him and I were there together.
His name is in the report, though.
Yes, his name is in the report.
Your name is not in the report, is it?
I'll have to check. Give me a second, please. My initials are in the report.
Turn to tab 9. Do you see a report by you?
I do.
Indicating early spring 2022. There was a CPD video requested by somebody, correct?
Yes.
Who did you indicate requested that CPD video?
The case officer, Trooper Proctor.
And you went and actually, in this instance, you actually went and got the video and delivered it to him, correct? At his request.
Yes, as the case officer, I would, yeah.
Because as the case officer, he's entitled to ask for things, have them delivered, correct?
Anybody's entitled to ask for things, absolutely. We are pursuing justice. We're looking for any and all possible evidence.
I'm sure you are. As the case officer, he's entitled to ask for things to be delivered to him.
Yes, yes.
Even by his supervisor.
Yes, absolutely.
If you wouldn't mind turning to tab 10, please. Do you recognize that report?
I'm sorry, I was still turning. It's the same report.
Same report, different paragraph, also talking about, or the different sentence, talking about a July 2023 CPD or Canton Police Department video that was also requested, correct?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question?
Sure. That particular part of the report, where I'm directing your attention to July of 2023, there was a Canton Police Department video requested by someone, correct?
Yes.
Who was that requested by?
Trooper Proctor.
And who delivered it to Trooper Proctor?
I did.
Turn to tab 11, please. You see a document referencing the analysis of Canton Town Library videos.
I do.
And who is it that's listed as having received and reviewed and analyzed the town library videos?
Give me just 1 second. I have to read the report. It was Trooper Proctor that analyzed the video and wrote up the timeline.
Thank you. Sergeant, if you'll turn to tab 12. Do you recognize that as being a November 2023 report?
Yes, it's report number 83.
And who authored that report?
This report is authored by Trooper Michael Proctor.
Does that indicate, and I'm not going to ask you to go through the entirety of the report, but if you scan that report, does that indicate certain items of evidence that Trooper Proctor claimed to have recovered on his own? Pieces of plastic, small black plastic, clear plastic, fragment of glass on February 11th, 2022, 3 pieces of clear plastic on February 11th, 2022, clear and red plastic pieces on February 18th, 2022. Is all that referenced in there?
Those items are documented in this report as were collected, yes.
And those are all documented as having been collected by Trooper Proctor himself, correct?
Yes, yes, they were.
And if you'll turn to tab 13. This is an evidence submission form, correct?
I'm sorry, 13?
Tab 13, yes, sir.
Yes, it's a copy of an evidence submission form from March 14th, 2022.
And that indicates submission of certain items of physical evidence from Massachusetts State Police custody to the crime lab, correct?
I would say so, based on this copy's information on there. Yes, I would say so.
And who's the person who submitted the items that I'll ask you about?
It is Trooper Michael Proctor.
And those items include clothing, is that right? We don't have to go through them line by line, but generally, you see clothing items mentioned on there?
The first line is a clothing item, yes.
That includes a lot of what we saw today, Sergeant Buchanan, the shirt, the orange shirt, the sweatshirt, blue jeans, belt, correct?
Blue jeans, belt. What was the other thing that you listed?
Shirts.
There was a shirt, yes.
It also lists certain items of plastic, certain items of glass, is that right?
Some of those items are listed, yes.
And it even mentions the straw that you talked to Mr. Brennan about, correct?
Yes, the straw is mentioned and numbered.
And all of those items were submitted on March 14th, 2022, correct?
That's what the form indicates, yes.
And all of those items were submitted by Michael Proctor from his custody and control to the crime lab, correct?
That's who signed the form.
So the things that, according to the form at least, and your experience with forms of this nature, it was Michael Proctor who possessed and controlled those items before they were turned over to the to the crime lab, correct?
That would be accurate, yes.
So he would have maintained all of it, is that right? At least at some point?
They would have been in his custody as he's transporting them for processing at the lab, of course.
And then after he maintained control of it, eventually he turned it over and submitted those items, correct?
If the form is accurate, then yes, that's absolutely right.
So we've just gone through a few things. What you and I have just gone through is not nearly everything that Michael Proctor was involved with in terms of this investigation, correct? We didn't talk about witness interviews, right?
We did not talk about witness interviews, no.
So there's a lot more that Michael Proctor on a day-to-day basis as the case officer was involved in addition to what you and I have just talked about. right?
Yes, there was many more things he was involved in. As I mentioned, that was just report 83. There's 100+ reports in this case that were written. There's a lot of evidence that was collected and processed. So he had a part in the investigation as the case officer, managing the tasks. But there's a lot of people involved in this investigation.
So he touched or authored or reviewed or controlled at least every bit of what you and I have talked about this morning, all these items that we've just talked about, correct?
He is referenced, or is his name appears on most of these documents, yes, if not all.
Of the ones that we just went through, he's not just referenced, he's the author of every single one of them, correct?
No. Nicholas Garino wrote some of these reports.
Sorry, the author of the search warrant. I asked you to look at Nicholas Garino's report to reference the search warrant that Nicholas Garino referenced in his report, and Michael Proctor was the author of that search warrant, correct?
Again, I hate to do this to you, but...
oh, I don't think you do.
Some of these search warrants could not be authenticated. I don't know what these documents were. I didn't read them. So I can't tell you that he was the author. Like, what you presented, I can't speak to.
You just made my point. Even as the supervisor, you don't know everything that Michael Proctor was doing, do you?
No, it's impossible to know everything somebody was doing.
Got it. Especially the case officer on this case, as busy as he was, right?
I'm sorry?
Especially the case officer on this case, as busy as he was, Michael Proctor, right?
He was keeping us and his supervisors abreast of what was happening, the next step, the search warrants he was writing, the evidence that was being collected, the interviews that are being conducted, court dates and motions and stuff like that.
So he would do the work and then keep you, the word you just used, keep you abreast of that work.
Right, unless I was involved with the investigation myself. We did a ton of interviews together, as I authored some of these reports as well. I said there was 100+ reports.
Sir, you were notified on January 29th, 2022, that a Boston police officer was found gravely injured in front of 34 Fairview in the lawn, in the yard, correct?
No, that is not correct.
What were you notified of?
When the notification came in, it was that there was a male party found in the snowbank.
At some point, you learned that male party was John O'Keefe, a police officer, correct?
At some point, we did learn that he was a Boston police officer.
Matter of fact, you learned that morning. May not have been the first notification, but certainly early that morning, you knew that John O'Keefe was a Boston police officer.
At some point, we learned. I don't remember exactly when, if it was morning, just after 12. I don't know when, but we did learn that he was a Boston police officer.
And I'm not asking about what Trooper Proctor learned, but what you learned. You learned that he was a Boston police officer, correct?
At some point, I learned that he was a Boston police officer, yes.
And on January 29th, did you ever respond to 34 Fairview Road at any time?
On January 29th, 2022, at no point in time did I or Michael Proctor, who was with me the whole time, ever respond to 34 Fairview Road.
So the answer to my question, very simply, is no, right?
That's correct.
You just answered this question as well, but I want to make sure we're absolutely clear. Your Honor, may I approach? I don't want that binder to be in this way. At no point on January 29th, 2022, did Michael Proctor respond to 34 Fairview either, did he?
No, he did not.
You already indicated and you described in some detail that Massachusetts State Police took over the investigation from Canton Police Department around 8 or 9 a.m., correct? You're following certain protocols.
Yes, at some point in the morning, once it was determined that Mr. O'Keefe was gravely injured and was being transported to the hospital with no signs of life, and we were advised that he had a estimated 10% of survival rate, we engaged our services and responded to Canton Police to begin the investigation.
So the answer to that question is yes, correct?
Yes.
You'll often work with a local police agency, even though, police department, even though Massachusetts State Police may have statutory jurisdiction over the case because it's a homicide, right?
Yes, part of our mission is to aid and assist local police departments when they request it. In this specific situation, as I stated earlier, the DA's office has exclusive jurisdiction over death investigations, and our office has that responsibility of investigating those cases. But we work very well with local departments.
So the answer to that question is yes, correct?
Yes.
If you can answer my question yes or no, this will go a lot faster. In this case, even though you oftentimes work with local law enforcement agencies, it was determined that you would not continue working with Canton PD because of a conflict or the perception of a potential conflict of interest, correct?
To alleviate any perception, not that one existed, the Canton Police Department recused themselves from being involved in the interview portion of the investigation.
And that's in no small part because the lawn on which Mr. O'Keefe was found belongs to to Brian Albert, and Kevin Albert, Brian Albert's brother, worked as a detective at Canton Police Department, correct?
That was my understanding why they chose to take those steps.
Your first documented action in this case was to call the medical examiner's office. First documented action. Not the first thing you did, but the first thing that you documented that you did was to call the medical examiner's office at about 10:41 a.m., correct?
In what respect are you saying first documented action?
There's a report where we can look at the earliest thing that you did, and it's actually written down and documented. You know what I mean by documented? Written on a piece of paper.
In that respect of documentation, I would have to look into it. I believe there was something probably before that, since there was a documentation of us getting notified of the incident.
At 10:41, let me just ask it a little bit more straightforward if I can. Just get to the point. At 10:41 a.m., you called the medical examiner's office to inform them that Mr. O'Keefe, quote, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass, or at least appeared to be, correct?
That is in part what I advised the medical examiner's office, where they are responsible for the medical portion of...
Objection, Your Honor. May we approach briefly?
Okay.
Sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, we have a sidebar. My name is GrantSmithEllis. We are looking at the light, ladies and gentlemen. No, not the fan. Oh, no. My name is GrantSmithEllis. Alan Jackson is running around in circles like a crazy marshmallow man, a reddened marshmallow man on cross. Hank Brennan is not even objecting when Alan Jackson makes sardonic remarks and belittles the witness. Alan Jackson has turned into his 200-foot puffy, Stay Puft Marshmallow Man form. Ladies and gentlemen, Yuri Buchanan, the trooper, was about to talk about what the medical examiner was told during the initial stages of the investigation into John's death. And ladies and gentlemen, Alan Jackson objected in his own cross. We should be coming back into session any minute now. I'm a towel. Stay with me. I'll be with you until the end of session today. My name's GrantSmithEllis. Continue to be good to each other and love little towels. All of you are so kind, and that makes me happy. Continue to be nice to each other. Just a few more seconds now. What better than a message of kindness to bring us back into session? I am a towel.
All right, so Sergeant, I'm going to ask you to do your best to answer the question that's asked.
Yes, Your Honor.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
Did you contact the medical examiner's office in the morning of January 29th, 2022?
Yes.
And did you state to them that there was a possibility that the decedent, John O'Keefe, was struck in the face with a cocktail glass?
I don't recall my words exactly, but that sounds accurate to what I might have said.
At least your initial investigation during those early morning hours, those critical hours, led you to believe at least that there was a possibility that there was a physical altercation, correct?
Yes.
What steps did you take at that moment to determine whether or not anybody in the house may have been involved in that physical altercation that you thought was a possibility?
That's a compound question. I have to answer it separately.
Answer it however you want to. It's an open-ended question, which is unlike me. What steps did you take to, at that moment, to determine whether or not anybody in the house could have been involved in that possible physical altercation that you just described?
We interviewed the homeowner and 2 witnesses that were in that house.
You never went into the house, did you? On January 29th, at least.
I personally did not go in the house.
You did not secure that house or remove the occupants, did you?
Which day?
January 29th. I'm talking about the morning of January 29th.
I did not know.
You did not secure the yard as a crime scene, correct?
That's correct.
You didn't conduct any search of that house?
No, I did not.
You didn't take any photographs of the interior of that house?
I did not.
You didn't ask a forensic criminalist to join you and process the house, correct?
That is correct.
You didn't set up a crime scene log to determine who is coming in and going out of the potential crime scene?
I did not.
No one actually documented the crime scene by taking contextual photographs and then close-up photographs, etc., during those early morning hours, correct?
I cannot speak to that. I was not there.
So the answer is you didn't do that. And you didn't cause that to be done.
I did not do that.
Crime Scene Services section, what is that?
It's a unit, specialized unit on the state police. They are specially trained with documentation, photographs, video, latent fingerprints, foot and tire impressions, footwear and tire impressions. They assist other investigators in documenting and processing scenes.
Did you contact CSSS to process the house or the yard or the area adjacent to the yard?
Which house, sir?
34 Fairview, Sergeant Buchanan. Do you think I was talking about a different house?
Yes, I did.
Really? Okay.
Yes.
Let's stick with 34 Fairview, where John O'Keefe's body was found. Did you call CSSS out to the scene to process that house?
I did not contact Crime Scene Services on January 29th to the area of 34 Fairview Road to the lawn where John O'Keefe's body was found.
You mentioned that you conducted interviews that day, correct?
That's correct.
Where were those interviews conducted?
The first interview was conducted at Canton Police Department. The second, third, and fourth were conducted at a residence in Canton. The fifth...
I'm sorry, what was the first interview at Canton Police Department that morning?
Sergeant Good.
So other than Sergeant Good, I'm talking about civilian witnesses. You mentioned 3 civilian witnesses. Where were those 3 witnesses interviewed?
At a residence in Canton.
But not at 34 Fairview, just to be clear.
They were not at 34 Fairview, no.
They had been at 34 Fairview, though, hadn't they? All three of them.
Yes, they had.
As a matter of fact, Michael Proctor spoke to at least one of them while she was at 34 Fairview, correct?
I don't know.
Weren't you with Michael Proctor when he spoke to Jennifer McCabe?
Which time, sir?
The first time he called her to set up the interview that morning on January 29th.
I don't know where Jennifer McCabe was. I can't testify to that. I have no idea.
So if that call was made, if she talked about that call being made, that was made by Michael Proctor, not by outside of your presence.
Can you repeat that?
Sure. If there was a call made to Jennifer McCabe by Michael Proctor that morning, that was outside your presence.
Not necessarily. I just did not know where she was.
So the only three people you interviewed were Jennifer McCabe, Matt McCabe, and Brian Albert, correct?
Not correct.
Who else?
The defendant.
Other than Miss Reed, and before you got to Miss Reed, because you didn't get to Miss Reed till 3:34, correct? In the afternoon.
In the afternoon. I don't know exactly what time we began the conversation.
Right. I'm talking about in the morning when you were trying to figure out what was going on. You interviewed three people.
Yes, we did.
3 civilians.
At one point, we interviewed 3 civilians, the homeowner at 34 Fairview Road, and 2 witnesses that were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant the night prior, and then one of the witnesses that was with the defendant when Mr. O'Keefe was discovered.
And these are individuals that you made the assessment had either been with or been with at the time or shortly before he was last seen alive, correct?
Based on the information that we had at that time, one of the individuals was with him right before he was seen alive, and the other
Right
2...
before he was last seen alive.
One of the individuals was with him right before he was last seen alive, and 2 of the individuals saw the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe together.
And those same 2 individuals were also with Mr. O'Keefe just minutes before he was last seen alive at the waterfall, correct?
All 3 of the individuals were with Mr. O'Keefe and the defendant at Waterfall, yes.
And all 3 of the individuals were also at 34 Fairview when Mr. O'Keefe arrived. You had that information, didn't you?
We did not have information of Mr. O'Keefe arriving at the house. He was dropped off on the lawn.
And all 3 people, all 3, were either named McCabe or Albert. Those are the 3 people that you had information from, correct?
Which information? We had information for a lot of different sources at that point in time.
I'm talking about the first 3 interviews that you did, the first 3 civilian interviews you did that morning. Still on the same thing. You mentioned talking to 3 people at a residence in Canton. Brian Albert, Jim McCabe, Matt McCabe. All 3 were at 34 Fairview when they indicated John O'Keefe arrived in an SUV. They all told you that, right?
They were inside the home when the defendant and Mr. O'Keefe arrived in the SUV.
These are the very people that would have a motive to lie if they were somehow involved, right?
Can you answer that, Sergeant?
No, Your Honor.
You're a professional investigator, correct?
That's correct.
Homicide investigator, right?
That's correct.
Many years of experience, right? Is that yes?
I don't know what many means to you, but...
No, of course not. Let me, how many years of experience do you have?
In homicide?
Correct.
10 next week.
Okay. Does that sound like many?
I didn't answer the first time because I don't know what you would think many is.
Right. Suspects ever lied to you?
Yes.
Suspects lie to you all the time, don't they?
All the time is not accurate. They lie about certain things to create an alibi for themselves and state contradicting facts or fabricated stories.
And if someone
all the time would mean that they're constantly lying about everything.
Do you understand the colloquialism all the time?
I do not know the term colloquialism.
Okay, let's try it a different way. If these three individuals were involved in the death of John O'Keefe, or knew others who were involved in the death of John O'Keefe, who they were close to, they would have a motive to lie about that, correct?
Objection.
But you took these three individuals just at their word, based on those first three interviews, correct?
No, not correct.
You didn't go in the house. You didn't search the house. We've already talked about that, right?
I did not go into 34 Fairview. No, I did not.
You didn't ask them to come with you down to the station, correct?
That's correct. I did not ask them to come to the station.
As a matter of fact, when you went to interview Jennifer McCabe at her home, Brian Albert happened to be there, correct?
He was there, and I was able to conduct the interview at the house with Brian Albert, yes.
Did you find that odd?
Absolutely not.
Totally normal for you to conduct a formal interview in a homicide case and have an extra person show up at the house just to be there?
Absolutely. Cooperating witnesses always try and be assisting, so cooperating witnesses would assist us.
You just use the word always. You don't know what all the time means. But they always try to be assistant.
Well, they're cooperating. It's in the nature.
They always try to help you out.
Okay, maybe I misspoke. They are cooperating witnesses. So always is such a finite, definitive statement. I apologize for using it.
And if an investigator were keeping an open mind, right, open to all possibilities at the beginning of the investigation, someone that you now are calling a cooperating witness might well be a suspect who's lying, correct?
Yes, yes.
That's a possibility.
That is a possibility, yes.
May I have just a moment, Your Honor?
Yes.
I want to shift gears for a second, Sergeant Buchanan, and ask you about some of the physical evidence in the case. You and Mr. Proctor collected the gray sweatshirt and the orange T-shirt that we saw entered into evidence today, correct?
That's correct.
You talked about finding that evidence at Good Samaritan Hospital, is that right?
That is where it was seized from, yes.
You described it as being on the floor, correct?
That's correct, yes.
Where on the floor was it when you first saw it? So on the hospital floor, not the ambulance floor, correct?
When I first saw it was on the hospital floor, correct?
All right. Madam Coach.
Yes.
Take a look at that photograph, please.
Yes.
Do you recognize that, sir?
Yes, I do.
How do you recognize it?
It's one of the photographs taken from Mr. O'Keefe's emergency department room.
Do you recognize the shirt or shirts that you earlier described as being in that photograph?
There is an orange shirt depicted on the floor to the left side, yes.
Your Honor, I'd ask that be marked and entered into evidence. No objection.
Okay.
While that's being marked, may we approach very briefly?
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, I repeat, we have a sidebar. A sidebar, ladies and gentlemen. GrantSmithEllis here with you, monitoring the fan, and I tell you, we have a sidebar. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Alan Jackson is a reddened Stay Puft Marshmallow Man, and we have a sidebar. Once I started announcing sidebar, people started leaving sheep emojis, and it took me 3 days to figure it out. That was like, ladies and gentlemen, when Towel was younger, a young little Towel, and someone said, Grant, I will meet you afternoon. And I said, oh, is that why we say afternoon? Because it literally means afternoon. My little Towel mind was blown, I tell you, ladies and gentlemen. I may be some kind of didactic memorization or mind map savant, but I am blown away by the notion of afternoon meaning literally afternoon. And yes, it took me a long time to figure out that the sheep emojis were representing sidebar. I am not a very good and commonsensical Towel. We should be coming back into session in the next 20 minutes. I'm a Towel. You can't expect me to be a master of everything. I am a Towel, ladies and gentlemen. AJ objected to his own cross. We're coming back from sidebar. I'll see you at the next break. A few seconds now. Let's go.
Your Honor, with permission, may I publish?
Yes.
Sergeant Buchanan, this is Exhibit 110. You just mentioned seeing an orange shirt. Do you have a laser pointer with you? If you don't, I can grab you one.
I do.
Can you point for the jurors where you were describing the orange? Just pick whichever TV you want to use. May I approach?
Yes. You worked earlier.
This is
It did, yes.
That's a beast. That should work. Just tell me which TV you're going to look at so the jurors understand and can follow.
I'll do the one to my right so the jurors can see. There is something orange right there on the floor.
Does that appear to be on top of something darker?
It does appear to be on top of possibly a darker item of clothing, possibly the jeans. I'm not sure exactly from here what that is.
Do you believe, as you sit here, and I'm asking it open because I don't know what the answer is. Do you believe as you sit here that that's the orange shirt and or the gray sweatshirt and or the jeans?
If we can zoom in, I could probably pick out the pattern. So from here, it looks like it's a cut fabric, indicating that it most likely is the orange shirt. The jeans, you can see the belt loop through the jeans on the left side. I would say that that is Mr. O'Keefe's clothing that we picked up and bagged.
Okay, if you could unzoom that for me. One more question. You see Mr. O'Keefe's left leg and right leg from about the little lower than mid-thigh down, correct?
Mid-thigh down, I see his legs, yes.
Okay, you see his right knee?
The interior portion of it, yes.
Okay, do you see any scrapes or marks or cuts or abrasions on that right knee?
Not from this point, no.
Thank you, we can take that down. May I approach?
Yes.
Oh, the laser point?
Yeah.
Which one? I think it's this one. They're both the same.
Oh, they are. I have one more question on that photo. Sorry about that. Can we display the photo one more time, Ms. Johnson? We don't need to turn the lights off. Take a look to the left. Could you zoom in on the chair? Do you see that item sitting on the chair, Sergeant?
Yes, I do.
What is that?
That is either mine or Michael Proctor's notepad binder.
Thank you. We can take that down. Concerning the two shirts that you earlier testified to as being sopping wet, did you bag those shirts? Well, did you bag those shirts, or did Michael Proctor bag those shirts?
We bagged them together. If my memory is not failing me, I believe he picked it up and I held the bag open. But I could be wrong. Maybe I picked it up and he held the bag open.
That's fine. The two of you together got them in a bag.
Yes.
Was it a paper bag or a plastic bag?
It was a large paper bag, the size of like a lawn leaf bag you would get for disposing your yard waste.
Okay. Was it is it specifically an evidence bag, or was it something that y'all came up with on the spot?
It's a bag that was provided by Crime Scene Services.
Okay. So it's an official law enforcement type bag. What, a grocery bag?
It was not a grocery bag. It was a large bag.
Okay, understood. Did both shirts go in the same bag?
All the clothing items that were in the pile went into the same bag.
Does that include the jeans and belt and boxer shorts?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. You went from Good Samaritan, straight to Dighton, correct?
Yes.
And you are the one that put the bag in your the super cab of your pickup truck?
Yes.
And then from Dighton, you went over to Canton PD, is that right?
Yes, we did.
And then from Canton PD, ultimately, before the night was out, you ended up back at the Norfolk DA's office, which is where you and Michael Proctor officed at the time, correct?
Yes.
When exactly, if you recall, did you lay out the clothing? You indicated it was sopping wet. You laid it out on a butcher paper. When was that?
It was during the evening hours once we arrived to the Canton office.
It was about 10 p.m., I'm guessing?
No, it was before that.
It was before 10?
Yes.
You have just a moment?
Yes.
Sergeant, I just want to get the record as clear as possible. Did you testify at a hearing last year, at a proceeding last year here in this courtroom, that it was about 10 o'clock at night when you finally got the clothing laid out on the butcher paper?
Based on the context on the question, I might have estimated to be around 10. I would have to take a look at the exact language being used.
That's fair. I'm not trying to hold you to anything. I just want to make sure we get it as clear as possible. May I approach?
Yes.
Highlighted portion, sir. May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
Sergeant, does that refresh your recollections to about the time that you ended up at the office to lay out those items on the butcher paper?
That refreshes my memory to my testimony prior.
And that was about your prior testimony, it was about 10 p.m.?
When asked about what time the items were laid out, I indicated previously it was 10 o'clock, approximately.
You didn't stay there all night with those clothes?
No, I did not.
You left the clothes with Michael Proctor, did you not?
I can't testify to leaving them, quote unquote, with Michael Proctor. We laid them out together in the drying area on the butcher paper. And then at some point, I secured from the office. I don't have a memory if he left with me or if he remained to do additional tasks in the office to, you know,
you indicated that those clothes stayed in that room starting on January 29th, 2022, so that they could dry, correct?
That's correct, sir.
Ultimately, they were bagged after they were dried, correct?
At some point they were, yes.
Who had access to that room where they were laid out on butcher paper in those intervening, those subsequent days?
Anyone that had access to the office with a proper key card authorization would have access to that area.
Of course, that includes you as a supervisor, correct?
It does.
It also includes Michael Proctor.
It does.
And those items were bagged on February 4th. Is that right?
I don't have a specific memory, but if you can show me a document suggesting that and supporting that statement, I will definitely look at it.
Sergeant, while we're looking for this piece of paper, you remember looking at the bag that the clothing items were in at this point, just the jeans?
Earlier today, sir?
Yes.
I do remember looking at the bag, yes.
Okay, and the bag has a label on it, obviously, that's generated when items are bagged?
It has multiple labels, yes.
Okay. Did you see the label today that it indicated it was bagged on February 4th?
I didn't pay attention to it, no.
May I approach, Your Honor?
Yes.
If you could take a look at those 3 pages briefly, that's a colloquy that may refresh your recollection.
I don't know what the colloquy means. Can you?
Colloquy, a back and forth conversation.
I see.
May I approach?
Yes.
Sir? Did reviewing that document refresh your recollection as to the date that those items were ultimately bagged and labeled?
Yes, based on the tag on the bag, when I previously looked at it, it appears that the tag was printed on 2/4/22.
And that would be consistent with the time that the items are actually placed in the bag?
I don't know that to be true.
Because you didn't place them in the bag, Trooper Proctor did, correct? I'm sorry, former Trooper Proctor did.
I don't know who placed them in the bag.
But it wasn't you?
It was not me, no.
But the case officer, Mr. Proctor, had access to that room and was taking control over those clothing items for those 6 days that they were drying on the butcher paper, correct?
That's not necessarily correct. It could have been the evidence officers bagging the evidence once it's dried and processing it. I highly doubt Trooper Proctor had access to the beast machine to print that label.
Right. I'm not asking if he printed the label. I'm asking if he bagged the item and walked it up to the evidence locker and the label was printed up there.
Again, I don't know who bagged the items.
That would be normal protocol, though, correct?
Somebody else bagging the items?
No, the case officer bagging the items. He's the one that seized it along with you. He laid them out on the butcher paper along with you. He would be the one to gather them up. I mean, the evidence officer's not going to come down there and do that without the case officer knowing, correct?
Not necessarily. The evidence officer's responsibility is to handle the evidence, so I don't know who handled the evidence that day.
How would the evidence officer know to go down there? How would he know that there were clothing items being laid out to dry on butcher paper unless the case officer told him?
They would walk by it every day and see it. That's their workstation. So they would know that, hey, this evidence is drying. There's only 4 detectives in the office at that time working on this case. We communicate daily, so they would know that, hey, it's dried, let's bag it up.
Well, that's a lot of speculation, especially for the supervisor, literally, who just said, I have no idea who bagged it up. They weren't communicating with you, were they?
I was giving you an explanation of what could have happened.
Right. Speculation about what could have happened, right?
Well, I certainly did not bag that item.
Right. But your best estimate would be, knowing the protocols at the MSP and in your unit, would be the case officer who's controlling the items of evidence would have bagged it and submitted it into the evidence locker.
I do not know who bagged it.
So for 6 days, anybody who had access to that room could have handled that clothing in any way they wanted to.
That's correct.
And that includes former Trooper Michael Proctor.
That's correct.
Do you have any kind of log to document what was happening or who was handling those items of clothing during that 6-day period before it was bagged into evidence? Any kind of a log?
I don't have a document logging the clothing laying out there. It was documented in reports and processing, I believe.
Have you ever seen a log? I'm not talking about a report after the fact. I'm talking about a log, real-time log, indicating who may have come in and handled or touched or manipulated those clothes in that 6-day span of time before the fact.
I have never seen a log like that, no.
The fact is, we don't have a single document establishing the chain of custody for those items between January 29th and February 4th. That's correct, isn't it?
That is absolutely not correct.
Where's the log or the document logging what happened to it?
We seized the clothing. It was in our possession. It was transferred for processing.
Sergeant, I'm asking you about a log, a written piece. It's got writing on it that logs the item between January 29th and February 4th. That doesn't exist, does it?
We did not create a log to document the documentation, so it'd be redundant, really.
You indicated on direct examination that you personally participated in 2 searches at 34 Fairview, one on February 4th, one on February 10th. Is that right?
That is not right.
What did I get wrong?
I was also there on the 3rd, 4th, and 10th.
Who did you go with on the 3rd?
That was Trooper DeChico, Michael Proctor, and I conducting the first excavation.
And about what time was that?
It was during the morning hours. I think earlier I said it was somewhere between 8:30 and 9:30. I could have been half an hour later. I'm not exactly positive on the exact time we began the excavation.
And the other 2 searches were the next day, February 4th, and then February 10th.
The next time I was at Fairview Road and involved in a collection of evidence was on the 4th, when Canton PD documented a 1 piece and I collected, and then the 10th.
Okay.
Was anything recovered on February, let's take them in order, on February 3rd?
Yes, Mr. O'Keefe's hat, straw, I believe red and clear plastic taillight pieces. There was those are the items that were recovered amongst.
That's on the 3rd. Okay, what about the 4th?
The 4th was the red taillight piece that we displayed, I believe, that Canton PD notified me of when I was already en route there.
When you say Canton PD, who was it that notified you, if you remember?
There was, at the scene, there was Chief Berkowitz, a couple of detectives.
Sergeant Lank, does that sound right?
I do not know. I can't say yes or no. I don't recall specifically. It was raining hard, so I grabbed the item and left.
Okay. Did you write a report? I'm gonna combine these into all 3 dates together. Did you write any report? Actually, I won't do that. Let me ask him individually. Did you write any report about your search on the 3rd?
Somebody authored a report. I'm not sure.
I'm asking about you.
I can't. There's over 100 reports. I'd have to take a look which report documents my activity that day.
Do you remember, as you sit here, authoring a report about your conduct or your activity on February 4th, the next day?
I don't have a memory of it, no.
Do you have a memory of authoring a report yourself about your conduct on February 10th, or your activity on February 10th?
I don't have a memory of it. It could have happened. I just don't have a memory.
The reality, Sergeant, is that no report was written about any of these searches until November 4th, 2023. Correct?
That could be possible, yes.
So literally the documentation of these 3 searches about which you've testified today, the documentation did not exist until, what is that math, 17, 18 months later?
That is not true. Each bag that the evidence went into was documented, the time, location, who recovered it, where it was recovered, and brief description of the items that were recovered from the scene.
And by the way, we're going to get to that in a second, the evidence bags. A report is designed to memorialize exactly what happens, when it happens, why it happened, who was there, what time it happened, things of that nature, correct?
That is one of the purposes, or some of the purposes behind the report, absolutely, yes.
And the report in this case that documented these 3 searches involving you, Trooper Proctor, I think Trooper DeChico, even Canton PD officers, there was no memorialization in a report until nearly 18 months later. Is that right?
It's possible, yeah. We write reports at different times. Yeah.
I want to ask you about this February 4th visit to the crime scene. You indicated that sometime in the morning, 8:45, 9 a.m., something like that, you responded?
On the 4th, sir?
On the 4th.
I was driving to work, so I would have to say 8:45 or so. Yeah, I mean, I don't have the exact timestamp, but if you know, if you have something to refresh my memory, I could tell you if that's accurate.
I'm not going to hold you to the exact time. It was in the morning on the 4th.
It was. It was.
All right. Did you know Chief of Police Ken Berkowitz before you responded on the 4th to 34 Fairview?
Yes, I knew who he was. I had met him previously, and he was present on the 29th when the vehicle was delivered to the Sally Port.
He was actually in the Sally Port, at least at some time, when the vehicle was delivered, correct?
He was there at some point. I had a conversation with him.
Okay. Tall guy, short guy?
Chief Berkowitz was a shorter guy.
Okay. Do you know who Brian Higgins is?
I do.
What's your relationship with Brian Higgins? Or what was it? I should be more pointed to this, Sergeant. What was your relationship back in 2022, January of 2022?
Brian Higgins was a federal agent, and I crossed paths with him on a couple of investigations, strictly professional relationship, a federal agent and a state trooper.
So not a personal relationship, more of a professional relationship?
Correct.
Did you know him to have a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz?
I did not know.
Didn't Brian Higgins actually tell you and Michael Proctor in an interview that he had a personal relationship with Chief Berkowitz? He called him one of his better friends?
Sustained, yes.
Sure. During the course of your investigation, did you learn, although you may not have personal knowledge of it, did you learn that Brian Higgins and Chief Berkowitz had some sort of a personal relationship?
If you show me a report stating that, I would like to take a look. If it's written in a report authored by me or that I approved, I will take it for to be fact.
As you sit here now, you don't have a memory of that conversation with Brian Higgins?
Do I have a memory of having a conversation with him and him sharing that information with me?
That's it.
I don't have a memory of him sharing that information, but if you have a report that was authored by me or Michael Proctor or any trooper in our office that says that, I will take it as gospel and testify to it.
Okay. Well, I don't want to take up the time to look for it. We'll put our hands on that. But in the meantime, let me ask you a few other questions. You were contacted and told to respond to 34 Fairview because Chief Berkowitz had been driving by and saw something while he was driving by, correct?
On which day, sir?
February 4th.
I'm sorry?
February 4th.
Yes. He indicated that he was driving by and saw a piece of potential evidence.
And he was driving by in a car at speed, correct?
I would take that to be factual. I mean, if he's driving by, I would take it to be in a car
and
at speed.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about, by the way, about how old was Chief Berkowitz when you met him out at 34 Fairview in 2022?
How old?
How old? Estimate. Was he in his 50s, 60s, 70s?
I have no idea how old Chief Berkowitz was.
He indicated to you that he was driving by and saw a small piece of red taillight from his car. Is that right?
Objection. Sustained.
He indicated to you that he was driving by and saw a red something from his car, correct?
Objection. Sustained.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz after you learned this information about him driving by? Did you question Chief Berkowitz about how he could possibly see a piece of red plastic from his car?
No.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about why he was driving by 34 Fairview in the first place?
No.
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about the fact that his department had been conflicted from the case, at least in part, because of a, as you put it, a perceived or possible perception of a conflict of interest?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that question, please?
Did you question Chief Berkowitz about whether or not he was aware that there was a conflict of interest between Canton PD and this investigation?
No, I didn't question, no.
Did you think that was important at the time to talk to him about that conflict of interest?
No.
Because just days earlier, the Canton Police Department had in fact recused itself from interviews because of a potential conflict of interest, right?
To prevent any perceived conflict of interest, they recused themselves from being involved in interviews.
Right.
I wasn't pairing up with Chief Berkowitz to interview the taillight piece. I mean, I don't.
No, I didn't figure that you were going to interview the taillight piece. We all get the comment. I'm trying to get to a point. 3 or 4 days after, 5 days after, 6 days after, Canton PD recuses itself from at least parts of the investigation because of a perceived conflict of interest. The brother of the homeowner, being a detective, the chief of that department drives by in a car and supposedly sees a piece of plastic. Right?
Question.
I'm sorry?
I object.
Sustained.
Was your understanding, at least at the time, that the whole purpose of the recusal was so there would not be a perception of a conflict of interest? To avoid that?
I didn't give it much thought of the understanding why there was a recusal. I was told that they're not going to conduct interviews with us, and me being on the mission of conducting this investigation, assisting with this investigation, collecting evidence, I just knew that I needed more manpower. And the Canton police, being, having recused themselves, weren't going to be available to provide that manpower to conduct interviews.
And yet, it was the chief of that very department that was standing out in front of 34 Fairview when you pulled up that morning.
With his detectives, they were at the location. They weren't standing outside. They were in their vehicles because it was raining really heavily.
Well,
can we end at this?
We can, Your Honor.
All right.
Sure.
All right, so Sergeant, we'll be bringing you back tomorrow.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Folks, that's it for today. Those same cautions, please do not discuss this case with anyone. Don't do any independent research or investigation into the case. If you happen to see, hear, or read anything about the case, please disregard it. Let us know. Be very careful with your social media use. And again, Sergeant.
All rise for the court, please. Jurors, close your notebook. Follow me.
Stay with
counsel about scheduling, please.
Sidebar. Ladies and gentlemen, sidebar. A quick sidebar to end the day. There is nothing after it, I will tell you, ladies and gentlemen. Ladies and gentlemen, my name's GrantSmithEllis. Who's ready to do the Day 12 recap? My name's GrantSmithEllis. I'm a little towel ball of energy. And oh my goodness, it's the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man and Chewbacca in David Yanetti's spaghetti. Nothing makes me so happy as seeing that image. Oh my dear goodness. Ladies and gentlemen, Alan Jackson was redder than the Pope's hat. He was a giant Stay Puft Red Marshmallow Man. Oh my word. And ladies and gentlemen, let me tell you, our dear towel friend Paisley Park, our Porter Towel Paisley Park in their new role, has sent a picture of Chewbacca. ladies and gentlemen, before we go, we do not know what has happened with Papa Reed and why there was a court officer watching him. We have heard reports there was some kind of Papa Reed-based altercation. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to watch the recap. We're going to see the Turtle Boy incident. But ladies and gentlemen, I would be remiss, and I think we all would be remiss, if at the close of testimony, we did not look at the picture from our dear, dear friend, Paisley Park. And ladies and gentlemen, yes, you may say to me, Towel, do you now have multiple Towel reporters on scene delivering updates about Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man? Yes, ladies and gentlemen, I do. In fact, we may have even had more updates from Christina Towel, who also sent along some fascinating updates that may involve Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man on a paper airplane. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, there is even a picture of Christina and Towel that I forgot to share yesterday. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, I must say we had quite a day of the presentation of evidence. You probably enjoyed the past 30 seconds to 60 seconds of Towel talking more than you did 2 hours of Alan Jackson's Circular Cross. James Joyce's Finnegan's Wake may have been a literary embodiment of Vico's recursive historical syntactical form, but ladies and gentlemen, Alan Jackson is not James Joyce. Alan Jackson was drier and redder than a Stay Puft Marshmallow Man. I tell you, ladies and gentlemen, my name is GrantSmithEllis, and I am intent on conveying to you this information. While I wait for this to load up, I may have to actually send it to myself. You know what, ladies and gentlemen, let's do our recap. Paisley Park, don't feel bad. We will come back to the Towel update once I figure out how to get all that loaded up. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let us do our business, and the business we have to attend to right now is the recap of day 12. You all want to see the Turtle Boy situation. You all want to see the updates from the trial, and that is what we will begin with. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, I actually did get the image I wanted to share. I feel like I can feel the energy of the world telling me that it is important to honorary reporter Towel Paisley Park that I share this image with you all. And you may say, Grant, is this just a wonderfully adorable image? Is that why it is so important for you to show it to us before we do our recap? And yes, ladies and gentlemen, it is that endearing and adorable that I feel no choice but to share it with you. How can you say to a man who has spent so much of his day talking about Chewbacca that I cannot share this picture of Chewbacca? No, ladies and gentlemen, that would be an injustice to Chewbacca. And yes, there you go, ladies and gentlemen. I know you all will appreciate Paisley Park for sharing this wonderfully adorable image of Chewbacca with us. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it is very adorable. I think all of us appreciate it. Yes, I appreciate all of you who were able to stay from the beginning. Now it is time for our recap, but we first must take a look at this adorable little Chewbacca. Actually, you know what? Chewbacca gets to hang out with little Towel for the recap. That's how much Towel enjoys little Chewbacca. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, Paisley Park, I love your nickname as well. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we have things to discuss. We have things to do. We need to get rid of that. Oh my goodness, it's the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man celebrating that he stopped the fan from spinning. God bless you, little Marshmallow Man. God bless you for saving us. Oh, you are an honorary Towel, Mandy Strong. It's wonderful to have you with us, ladies and gentlemen, fellow towels. You will find that we have towelettes here. We have washcloths. We have paper towels, hemp towels. I mentioned towelettes, soap dispensers, flannels, beach towels, microfiber towels. There are just towels of every type, ladies and gentlemen. Okay, now a few things we have going on. Number one, I have to say thank you to all the towel friends who have sent such generous support today. I would be remiss if I didn't get to thank you live. God bless every single one of you lovely little towels. Number two, we get to do our daily recap. I know every single one of you has been waiting for this moment. You get to be in the clip. You get to wave to the world as we all do our review of day 12 of the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial. Now, a few things that little towel must do first. Number one, I think the best thing for us to do is we probably don't need this anymore, so I will get rid of that. Okay, now, ladies and gentlemen and little towels, here we go. Give me a little bit to compose myself. Let me get a drink of the last of my water, and then... There's nothing better than getting a Chewbacca mention during coverage of a criminal trial, ladies and gentlemen. We call them moments of levities. This is a public information service. There's no ads. All you need to do is like the channel and subscribe, and you'll warm little Towel's heart. Okay, the other thing we do, ladies and gentlemen, is Towel has to do his recap live so that I can write this up after we end our stream, maybe 20 minutes from now or so. So let's chat together. Let's look at your Towel comments. Let's get the clip going. All right, little towels, here we go. Sometimes the clip that I make isn't wonderful because the computer is been running for so long. So I think what we're going to do is I might actually just clip this from the source, but I still need to actually record because it helps Little Towel with my pacing. Okay, here we go. We can do this, Little Towels. I have faith. I have faith. Keep the faith. All right, here we go. Queued up. 3, 2. All right. Good afternoon. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is GrantSmithEllis. Sometimes people call me Grant, Howard Cosell, David Attenborough, TowelSmithEllis, and I'm here with you for the Day 12 recap of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. Ladies and gentlemen, there were absolutely devastating moments for Karen Reed during the morning session when a state trooper, a former Marine who served on the Presidential Helicopter Squadron, Marine 1 out of Quantico, which is also where the FBI is. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, it was devastating as pictures of John O'Keefe's blood-stained clothing were held up for the jury. First, as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, it was John's pants and his clothes.
Thank you.
John's pants stained from when he hit the ground after allegedly being struck by Karen Reed. Karen, who was drunk driving after 9 vodka drinks with a BAC of between 0.14 and 0.28 on January 29, 2022 at precisely 12:32 and 16 seconds a.m. when John's phone never moved again from the spot on the lawn where he lay dying, allegedly at Karen's car's hands, Karen's hands at her car's back tail lights collision spot impact from a head injury on that lawn and from hypothermia as indicated by reddening of John's pancreas. Ladies and gentlemen, let me show you what happened next. Then the jurors got shown what was absolutely devastating. It was John's bloodied shirt. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, no remorse. Hold on one second. No remorse on display from Karen.
Could you show the back as well, Trooper? Thank you.
Mr. Brennan, could you help assist?
You saw it there, ladies and gentlemen. John O'Keefe's bloodied shirt held up. John's face there over the trooper's face, but you can see the shirt held up for the jurors. Ladies and gentlemen, it was an intense moment. And then we got a new pope, ladies and gentlemen. That happened during today. An American pope who sides with, who's very close to Pope Francis in some regard. Almost 10,000 views on the YouTube Towel stream. Ladies and gentlemen, we had the Karen Cam. We broke records on the Towel YouTube stream today. And then the moment the Towel friends requested for the recap, the interaction between Aidan Kearney and revered journalist, John DePetro. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look. The moments were intense. Mr. Kearney got turtle walked. Ladies and gentlemen, Aidan Kearney got turtle walked by the state police for this interaction. Let's watch it happen. Ladies and gentlemen, just in, my name is GrantSmithEllis. There has been a confrontation between journalist John DePetro, one of the most respected and venerated journalists covering the Karen Reed and John O'Keefe trial, and Aiden Turtleboy Kearney, a man who is not even in the courtroom today or on the media list. He is a blogger and a turtle. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to watch this confrontation in real time. This has just unfolded. My name is GrantSmithEllis. It's lunchtime. Just minutes ago, the police seem to have gotten involved and separated Aiden Kearney as he bothered a journalist named John DePetro. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. We're going to watch it live. My name is GrantSmithEllis. Let's see it unfold.
The Karen Reed. Just see if this link works. Nope. I don't know. Oh, okay.
There's Kearney.
Let me see. Try this.
John, why
All right,
do you
hold
lie
on.
every
I'm
day?
live right now.
Why do you lie every day?
Oh,
You go
now
in there
listen,
and you lie. We read your tweets. You're misrepresenting
hardly,
what's happening.
hardly. Now
No,
listen.
you're lying. You're lying, John. How much are they paying you to lie?
Now hold on. Listen, Turtle. All right. Do I get? You're not supposed to be doing this. You're not supposed to be doing this.
Doing what?
And on top of it,
You don't like when people ask questions?
Right now.
You ask Karen Reed questions.
I'm live read right now.
So you're allowed to ask questions,
All
but
right.
I'm not?
Yeah, but she's not broadcasting and I am. So.
No, I'm
Hey,
broadcasting.
Trooper. Officer. You come here just
I can't talk to you?
No, not when I'm broadcasting.
Okay.
You're not supposed
Wait,
to do
why
that when
can't I
I'm
do that? Why can't I do that?
Check. There is a provision where you're not supposed to interrupt someone in the middle of a broadcast.
Who said
As
that?
a matter of fact,
Who said
you know
that?
it's an FCC policy.
An FCC
So
policy.
actually, you're violating FCC policy. Officer, could you just ask this individual to move along instead of interrupting? So you can check that. It's actually a policy that you're not supposed to interrupt the broadcast. So, all right, you can keep filming me like that. So, with your glasses. So, why don't you go tell them that you want them and their families to burn to death in their homes? Okay, that is certainly the words of a domestic terrorist.
I don't want that.
Yes, you do want that.
No, not at all.
So, now listen, I've asked you 4 times, and you can look it up. You're not supposed to interrupt the broadcast. You go over there and do that. I'm live right now, right? And he is coming over and interrupting the broadcast. And I'm actually on the radio, and there's a policy that you're not supposed to interrupt someone doing a broadcast like this. So could you ask him to move along?
Well, I was just trying to ask him a question.
No, he's interrupting. You can wait till I'm done at 2 o'clock. You can wait till I'm done at 2 o'clock.
Am I not allowed to ask him a question?
No.
I'm not trying to start it.
Interrupt. Yes, you are trying to start something. That's so wrong.
I'm not going to
If you want to talk to me, I'll talk to you at 2 o'clock.
I definitely don't want to make it a big deal.
You are trying to make a big deal.
Well, okay,
You
John.
are.
Yeah.
Why don't you just let me do my thing?
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah. I'll get going, but I mean, what the heck, John? Just ask me a question.
Why don't you go ask when someone's doing a live broadcast, you can interrupt.
He asked Karen Reed the other day when we were in court. He asked her
Oh, yeah. Why
about
don't you
OJ.
just
Remember you asked her about OJ? You go with
Absolutely, I
OJ
did.
frame?
Yes.
So you can ask questions to Karen Reed.
She wasn't broadcasting. She wasn't broadcasting. What part of that? I know that all your fans are on there.
Well, what law
I'll talk
says
to
that I
you.
can't
It is a violation. It is. That's what this is for. So, I don't want to talk. He's a domestic terrorist.
Ladies and gentlemen, you saw it yourself. Aiden Kearney turtle walked away from John DePetro on day 12 of the John O'Keefe and Karen Reed trial. The turtle walk seen round the world. Ladies and gentlemen, the headline of today's day 12 recap, despite the devastating images of John O'Keefe's bloodied shirt after the impact allegedly from Karen's car while Karen was drunk driving with a BAC of 0.14 to 0.28, 2 to 4 times the legal limit, and backed her car up at 12:32 and 16 seconds a.m. to 24.2 miles an hour, reducing to 23.7 miles an hour at the moment of impact with a 4.7 degree steering wheel correction to the right. Ladies and gentlemen, this was the moment of the day. The brawl to settle it all. I got so excited I knocked my own headphone. The brawl. I'm a wrestling announcer from the 1980s in the Boston Garden. The brawl to settle it all, but there was no actual brawl. It was John DePetro simply owning Aiden Turtleboy Kearney. And then, ladies and gentlemen, we saw a very intense overview of Karen Reed's 9 drinks during the evening of January 29, 2022. Let's take a look at the highlights.
Time stamped 12 minutes behind actual time. So when it says 9:03, when it is 9:03, the frame will be timestamped 2051, which is 8:51. Right, it'll be.
So there's Karen's first drink. There was a timeline, ladies and gentlemen. There was videos for each segment of the timeline.
Video, we see the defendant get handed her second cylindrical tall style cocktail glass while she finished the first one and then picked up the second one.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, let me remind you that it wasn't just this evidence against Karen Read. It was her own words, ladies and gentlemen. Her own words that have been showed to the jury. And if you missed it, day 11 yesterday, jurors went home before today's testimony even began. The clip heard round the world, ladies and gentlemen. Let's watch it. Refined by Little Towel, edited in real time with the Karen cam. Jurors heard that Karen said it was Karen or Jen. Jen McCabe.
Absolutely more than Jen McCabe. Jen McCabe, it's me or her. Either I'm going down Jen or you are.
Just devastating. And ladies and gentlemen, if you're wondering, did Karen's own words about her drunkenness and the amount that the fact that she shouldn't have been driving get used against her? Yes, ladies and gentlemen. And if you're wondering, what did little Karen look like? She's not a little towel, she's a little Karen. What did she look like when she was walking out of court yesterday, ladies and gentlemen? Oh my word, well, I have that for you as well to close our day 12 recap. And if things go quickly enough, we may even get to see Karen's exit from court today. But ladies and gentlemen, things are not looking good for the Karen Read defense. My word, this Little Towel has been monitoring closely for you. And day 12, even some of the pro Karen Read commentators, the Karen Read movement down to 4 to 11 supporters per day. Even some of the pro Karen Read commentators are saying it looks like we're heading towards conviction. Ladies and gentlemen, now look at this. Look at this, ladies and gentlemen. We have Karen Read's lunchtime comments before we go to her comments after yesterday. Karen Read's lunchtime comments today when she heard the news Michael Proctor won't be called. Why? Because Hank Brennan brilliantly got ahead of the Read defense and had Yuri Buchanan read Michael Proctor's text about Read. If the Karen Read defense is forced to call Michael Proctor because the Commonwealth does not call Trooper Proctor, the trooper fired for his unseemly texts about Karen Read that had nothing to do with the evidence of Karen's guilt for killing John O'Keefe, then Karen Read's defense would be forced to call Proctor, and they couldn't ask leading questions. They would have to direct Proctor. Who, what, when, where, why questions only. No yes or no questions. Then Hank Brennan would get up to cross a state trooper. It would be a very surreal scene. Here's what Karen Read said when asked about that news over the lunch and recess today.
Karen, do you think they're going to call Trooper Proctor or not?
Nope.
Will the defense?
TBD.
To be determined. It's unlikely, ladies and gentlemen. I tell you, it's unlikely. Now let's look at Karen's remarks from court yesterday. Karen was an even more humbled figure after court yesterday. It was humiliating, ladies and gentlemen. Let's watch. Let's watch, ladies and gentlemen. Hold on. Where was the clip? Where was the clip of Karen Read? That's not the clip we wanted. We wanted the clip of Karen Read when she pushed by the media and refused to answer. I think it was indeed a little bit later, or it was just part of that clip. Give me 1 second, ladies and gentlemen. Here it is. Oh, this was her actually talking. We want to see the one where she pushed by and had nothing to say. What did you have to say?
You were Jen McCabe. Any reaction to that clip?
I'll have more of a reaction when you hear the whole thing in context. That was 7 seconds because there was a lot of context.
Well, tell us more about it.
You'll see. Their case is almost over, so you'll see.
A stunned into silence Karen Read after court yesterday. We don't have Karen's reaction from after court today. But ladies and gentlemen, day 12, you've seen the recaps. The biggest moment of the day by far, the strange interaction between Aidan Kearney and John DePetro, the revered journalist. And ladies and gentlemen, my name's GrantSmithEllis. I'm going to end this recap, and I'm going to go back and talk to the Towel Friends. Follow more live coverage tomorrow, Friday, May 9th, starting at 7:30 a.m. Eastern. YouTube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Join that chat you see flying by on the screen. Become a wonderful honorary towel. Meet a wonderful group of Towel Friends and support Towel's budding public information service. YouTube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. Towel Friends, I'm back with you. Hello. Okay, here's what we must do, Towel Friends. We got caught up on the full testimony. We got caught up on all the different parts of Hank Brennan's brilliance. If you missed it, ladies and gentlemen, if you missed it, we didn't even have to include it in the recap. But listen, ladies, Hank Brennan's decision to utilize Yuri Buchanan to read Michael Proctor's text messages was brilliant. Ladies and gentlemen, if you missed the moment, we'll quickly jump right to it. Here's the clip. We didn't include it in the recap, but it was a moment of brilliance.
You turn the page. Does it begin to, one more page, please. Does it begin to reflect the email chain?
Yes, it does.
Do you remember this email chain?
I remember seeing it when I reviewed it. I don't remember the intricate details of these messages.
Do you remember that photograph?
I don't.
Okay, could you turn the page? Is there text?
Yes, there is.
Okay. Without citing the phone numbers, I'd like you to cite the author of the text, and I'd like you to read the text to the jury.
And we're not going to listen to that vulgar language. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the moment Hank Brennan put the Karen Reed defense in a bind. You could, and that's putting it lightly, ladies and gentlemen, to say that Hank Brennan put the Karen Reed defense in a bind. And there were some excellent moments on the cross of Yuri Buchanan. Alan Jackson asked open-ended questions. He said it's an open-ended question at that, which is unlike me around 3:07 p.m. Jackson was feisty with the witnesses, saying, "I'm sure you don't," and making comments. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Alan Jackson even objected to his own cross. It was ridiculous. But yes, okay, ladies and gentlemen, I think and fellow towels, we've learned that the better, more rested towel is going into the next day, the better things are for all towels involved. So first of all, let's begin by ending the towel poll. Let's see what folks thought of Alan Jackson's Go Nowhere cross. And then from there, fellow towels, I will read off some of your comments that you've left and all your wonderful participation. And then we'll say our goodbyes. It has been an honor in so many ways to spend this time with you, little towels. You know that it brightens Towels Day, even in the face of perhaps existential crisis or whatever. Towel will always feel better when talking to you all. Yes, towel friends, that means so much to me. And all of you towel friends who are new to the channel, let's see how we're doing subscriber-wise. I think more towel friends. There are even people out on the boats in Nantucket telling their friends to subscribe to Towel Channel. And we're up to 853, ladies and gentlemen. We are truly making incredible progress. We will soon be thousands of towels strong across X and YouTube and all of the different mediums, because universal towel love and tolerance and compassion is the way to a better world. It's true, though. But yes, give Little Towel a second. There is so many comments. There are so many comments that must load up. And it is 4:20, Christina. Oh, Christina, let me see if I have the image. What a way. I don't know if I have all of them, Christina. I'm going to save the paper airplane update reporter towel for tomorrow. There's at least one image I want to share with you all, which is such a wonderful reflection of the beautiful camaraderie that has come to define Towel Stream. And yes, the cliffhanger for today, ladies and gentlemen, reporter towel Christina has updates for us in the morning. It may involve Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man on our airplane. And yes, Thanks to Paisley Park, our honorary towel, for also locating this wonderful Chewbacca sticker, which is going to stay with Little Towel for so long. I don't know if I can ever get over its adorable nature. Now, ladies and gentlemen, let's see if I have the picture from Christina Towel that I didn't get to share with you all. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, look at this. Look at that. There's an exclusive picture of Towel and Christina Towel. Look at that. Christina Towel in all her glory. And that is Little Towel after he has consumed his medicine. That Little Towel did not go that overboard. that is a caricature of Little Towel. I will tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, I may be a towel, but I am not that inebriated. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Christina, no, I'm kidding. I think the Towelly is hilarious. And don't worry, we can... Oh, you don't have eyes in the picture. I thought you were saying me. I think the Towel friends love it no matter what. Oh, yes, ladies and gentlemen, that is what's going to be on our screen. Yesterday, we had Chewbacca and the Stay Puft Marshmallow Man in a cannabis field. Today, it is Christina and me celebrating. All right, now, I didn't get too many of your comments saved up because so many of you were chatting. Let's see how far back we can go, though, Towel friends. I have another window open over here. Oh, Vic's mom, it was great to see you. Yeah, I agree. The jury's not even going to see Proctor if they don't the state doesn't call him, and then the defense doesn't call him. Ladies and gentlemen, let me begin. Dewdrops. Folks, I think we should say a special thanks to Towelette Dewdrops, who is the first person in the stream chat and always stays around till the end. Dewdrops needs their rest. I hope we all appreciate how wonderful Dewdrops is. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, Towel appreciates Towelette Dewdrops. Chris, my dear friend, God bless you. It was great to see you. Modelo Macy, all of your contributions are stellar, and I appreciate you. Alana, dear friend, I'm so glad we got to chat during the stream. Lisa Cox as well. I appreciate every single contribution and comment you leave. Elevate the process, my dear Towel friend. You bring a smile to my face every time I see you pop up. Tom Grist, oh dear friend, God bless you. All of your contributions are so insightful, and we do not know for sure Proctor's not being called, but those are the rumors. Diana Natale, always great to see you pop into chat. I appreciate your erudite and insightful commentary. Dewdrops as well. Francis Frutrell, it was great to see you, my honorary towel friend, who gave away tomato plants in an act of service that reflects so much about what being a towel is all truly about. Cinnamon Buns, I love your username, dear friend. Welcome to the ranks of honorary towels. It means so much to us to have you with us. Linda A., I'm so thankful for your comments. Perhaps I am a versatile, talented, multifaceted towel, and I'm honored to have and I'm humbled by your kind words. Alana, I think we do have a wonderful towel community. God bless you. We're actually scrolling through as I look at your comments, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, it's wonderful to be able to do this. I'm seeing your names and your comments as I'm saying thank you. Oh, I appreciate this. Christina, you are a wonderful honorary towel. Cinnamon Buns, I already said your name's amazing. I hope you join us again. Mandy Strong, dear friend. B Rabbit, I saw you just pop up. Kelly Patton, God bless you, dear friend. Lisa, you as well. Kelly Patton, folks, let's give a special thanks to Kelly Patton, who's always in the chat, so compassionate and kind to their fellow towels, leading by example and creating a thriving community and a fabric of the universe, of the towel universe, that is strong and day by day grows stronger. Yes, God bless you, Kelly Patton, and B Rabbit, and JJ, and Debbie B, and Kat Inhalat. Your insights are wonderful. You define erudition in a way that will encourage Webster's to revisit its entry and put you in there instead. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, that is the truth. Laxi Daisical, you have an amazing username. I hope you come back over and over again, friend. You are wonderful, and your comments are wonderful. DJ, it was wonderful to see you as always. Continue to make your wonderful comments and insights. B Rabbit, as I mentioned, you have an amazing username. Ange Whittick, God bless you, dear friend. I'm so glad we got to cross paths. I truly appreciate all of your good vibes and all of your discussions with your fellow towel friends and all that you share with us. We keep your family in our hearts every day. Alana, as I mentioned, God bless you. Deb H., I saw you pop up in there. Linda O'Gara, God bless you, dear friend. Enjoy the rest of your night. I pay attention to every time I see your name pop up if I can, and I read your comments. Who else are we seeing? I saw Kelly Patton. Yes, of course, dear friends. Beach Nance, I think you have a wonderful username and a wonderful personality, and your writing style is so befitting the warmth and erudition of the towel community. MJ Baker, dear friend, I'm so glad that we got to cross paths as well. I was pleased to see your name pop up just as I am every single day. Paisley Park, of course, dear friend, I saw you pop up. We have the Chewbacca on the screen. You're wonderful. We can't wait to see you tomorrow in the morning. Amber Am, I can't avoid saying hello and thank you to you. It was great. I saw so many of your comments today. Angela Powell, my dear towel friend, God bless you for all that you do in your comments and support. You truly make Towel Stream a wonderful place. I saw Modelo Macy as well. Ems, it was great to see you pop up. I was so happy to be able to chat with you. By all means, continue to keep popping up on Towel Chat so your contributions can make this place better as well. Oh, friends, there's so many of you as I read through this backlog. Chris, I already said hi. Luisa Ramirez, God bless you for all your questions and your insights. Thank you for helping the towel viewers understand complex issues. A question you have, friends, may be a question others have as well that they don't want to ask because they are afraid or don't want to speak up. And Luisa asks questions that help inform every single one of the fellow towels and towelettes and washcloths and beach towels and soap dispensers and flannels and hemp towels and paper towels and microfiber towels and washcloths and, of course, every member of the constituent towel universe. So thank you, Bina. God bless you, friend. It was so wonderful. I love your emojis and your hearts and your doves. You bring a smile to Little Towel's face so many times per day. Mandy Strong, I also love your username. It's wonderful that you've joined the ranks of honorary towels. I saw Angela Powell's sheep emojis for the sidebar. I thought that was wonderful. Yes, Allie, you are a beach towel, Allie 90211. It was great to see you. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, there are just Lisa Cox. How could I forget Lisa? That I saw you up there in the chat. It was great to see you. Lisa noted we broke a towel record. We were at 250, 270, 280, close to 300 towel friends. Every day we move closer to a better towel world. Suzanne, God bless you, Suzanne, and Susan Spatafora. So many of the friends who popped in. I saw Cox in there. It was great to see you. Of course, Deep Otter, Murder by Maestro, thank you both for being such wonderful honorary towels. Deaf Otter in particular, you today caught that chat very quickly by the subversive troll. God bless you, dear friend. Sole Nina, you as well. I always love seeing your name pop up, and your contributions are so wonderfully insightful that you make the stream better just by virtue of your participation. Oh, Anthony Barton, I know you left earlier, dear friend, but it was great to see you. I hope we'll see you again tomorrow, of course. Thank you for everything. Sis, I love your username. I love your contributions and your sense of humor. Everything you bring to the table for Towel Stream is wonderful. H, the Sheffield Towel was here. The update is Sheffield United at halftime was up 1-0. I'm sorry I missed that update, H. Keep us updated. Go Sheffield United. We are all Blades today. We know Sheffield United will get promoted. We know they will continue on their path to the Premiership, and maybe one day as Towels we will invest in Sheffield United and bring the club to its former glory atop the English football pyramid. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, Mike, it was great to see you as well. Thank you for being here. As I said, Deaf Otter, God bless you, dear friend. Marianne Ninzio, I know that I saw your name up there. It was great to see you as well. I can't wait to chat with you tomorrow. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, you all were having a ferocious flurry of discussion. Oh, wow. Look at Joe O'Keefe, dear friend. God bless you. I appreciate all of your comments. Truly, you make this chat a special place, and I want you to know that I see it. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, you warm little towel's heart. Stacy Gardner, I saw you hiding up there at the top. And now, ladies and gentlemen, I will bring the chat back down to the bottom. I will load up your parting comments, and I will say 3 things as we've been going for how long now? Oh, ladies and gentlemen, we are well into this towel stream. I'd say it's been 8 to 9 hours. Oh, Murder by Maestro even popped up in the chat at the end. Look at this. We're having a towel. Oh, Cyan Crime, it was great to welcome you to the towel fold, dear friend. I hope you'll return and continue to join us. Paula, how could I miss your name? Of course, Japanese and Turkish towels are welcome in the towel fold anytime. We have German towels. We have towel friends in South Africa, Bosnia, Herzegovina, the UK. We have towel friends in Australia. I'm pretty sure we have towel friends in Mexico, potentially Brazil, Croatia. We have towel friends who find out about each other and they find out they speak English and other languages and they're from the same country. It is a beautiful place, ladies and gentlemen. And yes, as I scroll through the end of your comments here and I continue to load up all you're saying, oh, Kitties, I saw you in there as well. As I tried to scroll through all your goodbye comments so they get logged for the record, you all just had so much to say. And I know, ladies and gentlemen, I know that as I get ready to ring out and come together with you all for the end of a long day while we go hang up on the drying racks and fluff up our towels and rejuvenate for another day tomorrow, let's talk, ladies and gentlemen. Let's end on 3 big points. Number 1. It's incredibly important, ladies and gentlemen, that you remember that this is about more than just consuming the content of a given criminal trial. It is about more in some sense than just the camaraderie with your fellow towels. It is about more than just your erudite participation in the public sphere. It is about the fact that through form, through acts of kindness, through demonstrating an ethos that itself sets an exemplar for others to follow, that we can bring about, as if a self-enforcing prophecy, a fairer and better world based on justice, truth, compassion, and a desire to love one another. The second thing is, if you want to support Towel Stream, it's a public information service. There are ways you can do that. You can like this video as a celebration for the end of the day. You can subscribe as a new towel friend. You can even become a member and get to use towel emojis like this. It makes Little Towel smile. Thirdly, if you do want to support Little Towel, say you watched all day, say you really find this public information service useful, say you think to yourself, wow, there were no ads, there was no sponsors. Grant does seem to really like 7-Eleven pizza, but there were no sponsors. It is because this is a viewer-supported public information service. And ladies and gentlemen, I assure you that I will continue to engender cogent public discourse to ward off insidious usurpation of our representative forms of liberal governance, which means classically liberal, just representative government. I will continue to do that regardless as to whether this public information is supported. But if you did find this useful, if it is a cause you want to support, there are ways you can do that. You can find the donation info right above my head. You can find the donation info in the stream description. And yes, those of you who stuck around this far long, you can even find it one more time in the chat. There are some rules though. Please do not donate if you've already done so this month, and donating again would be a hardship. Please put yourself and your family first. Did I see Valerie pop up in chat to get a hello at the end as well as Kitties? Oh, that's wonderful. God bless both of you. And sis, I saw, oh, Nancy from the 508. God bless you, friend. I'm so glad I got to see you. And of course, once Murder by Maestro popped in the chat, you know I had to find a reason to talk for a little bit longer. But yes, ladies and gentlemen, If you find this useful, and please don't donate if you've already donated or it would be a burden, but there are ways you can make Towel lay his head down and say, wow, I don't have to be nervous about whether I'm going to be able to get my medicine or pay for the costs of this professional streaming setup or pay for my food, or it just makes Towel, I think, a more effective conduit to inform and engender cogent participation among the wider polity in our democratic process, and that makes me feel fulfilled. The Greeks would call it eudaimonia. The Latin might be summum bonum. That is Towel's asymptotic greatest good on the road to human perfectibility. And every time I lay my head down, know that I'm grateful for your support. All of your super chats go noticed. None of it goes overlooked. I try to reply to everyone. I try to say thank you for every donation. If I miss it on the phone when it comes in, oh, God bless you, Val. Thank you for your support. If I miss it on the phone when it comes in, we only do these donation reads like a public information service every 90 minutes. I promise I will read my phone when I get off air, and I will say thank you or click the heart button, because I can't leave a comment on every app, because some apps only have heart buttons, not comments. The other thing, ladies and gentlemen, the other thing I want to talk about is this ethos of a public information service, okay? Some of you might be new to this channel. You might be wondering, what is this guy doing? If you read about Lord Reith, R-E-I-T-H, and the founding of the British Broadcasting Corporation, it was based on 3 principles: educating, informing, and entertaining the public, utilizing that entertainment as a hook to facilitate informed public discourse by way of education and informative programming. And ladies and gentlemen, that is what this Towel Public Information Service can become. Its perfect form will be that, a way in which the public's authentic and respectful engagement with entertainment serves as a hook, a small hook, for further cogent, erudite participation in the various forms of representative government that may exist and their various constituent bodies, such as the legislative, judicial, or executive branch. And ladies and gentlemen, I will say this on one more level. When it comes down to it, let's think about the world that we're living in. If this Towel stream means anything, it's not just the bonds, the friendships, the budding Towel-based industrial empire to facilitate intercontinental economic cooperation between the Americas to protect the petrodollar and ward off the rise of the BRICS, and also peacefully invade northern France to rename it Norman Towel. No, ladies and gentlemen, the vision is bigger than that. And the vision is centered on this, ladies and gentlemen, and fellow Towels. And this will be our final, 4th closing point. Ladies and gentlemen, do you want to live in a world that is defined by expanding, preserving, and demonstrating power? No. We can live in a world where we define realpolitik by expanding, preserving, and demonstrating our capacity to do small acts of service for others and live in a way that aligns with universal love and unconditional compassion and toleration. And so today, ladies and gentlemen, if you do nothing else, if you don't even like the video, if you do nothing else to say thank you to Little Towel, you can do this. You can go out there. You can do a small act of service for a family member. You can donate to homeless veterans. You can teach someone something you learned on the stream or something you Googled that you learned about and heard on the stream. You can help a family member in need. You can reach out to a friend you haven't heard from for a while. You can look for a reason to uplift the voices of the vulnerable and the unheard. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the kind of thing that embraces and embodies the ideal of this stream and the woven together fabric of the Towel universe, whether it be donating 200 tomato plants like Francis Frutel once did and having the tomato plants themselves become honorary towels, or something as simple as a passing smile to an otherwise unseen person on the street. You can change the world for the better through 6 degrees of authentic separation, not defined by 6 degrees of Chewbacca, but by 6 degrees of kindness, just by defining the world and the Overton window with your actions. Small acts of service reverberate out in the world energetically like a ripple in a wider pond. And through that, the age of Aquarius will come about in the digital epic, not just with a man walking with a water bearer, but instead a man with a water bearer and a towel. Yes, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, we will look forward to tomorrow morning at 7:30 a.m. I'm still full of energy because of this energy drink, which has far too many chemicals. My name is GrantSmithEllis. Join me again tomorrow, youtube.com/@GrantSmithEllis. God bless every single one of you. Colleen, none of your business, even you. And Colleen, if you're not FKR, we will make you an honorary towel at a certain point. With all of that said, it's Thursday. It's past 4:30. We've talked for long enough. God bless you, little towels, and do enjoy your rest. And yes, this energy drink has alpha GPC, carnitine, and taurine, which is way, way unnecessary. All right. None of your business. You have to behave. We know what channels you participate in. But let me sign off, folks. I'm tired. We'll see each other again in the morning. Praise be indeed. And we have a new American Pope. My name's GrantSmithEllis. Enjoy the rest of your Thursday. God bless, little towels. Be kind to each other. Be kind to the wider world. Let's make a difference. And let's continue to be towels. All right. Until next time. Be safe. Sleep well. And you YouTube towel friends get a few extra seconds because I leave the comments on. Yes, friends, go with God and be well. And thank you for supporting Towel Stream, every single one of you. God bless. I'm going to give the YouTube towel friends some extra time on some days because I think you're all wonderful. Oh, do we have an update about the blades? Are we going? Is that going to be the final YouTube update, the YouTube exclusive update? Ladies and gentlemen, what's the final score? Oh, it was a controversial moment. I'm not allowed to watch Sky Sports videos, but oh my word, Sheffield Towel, it seems like this was a big, big first leg, and you must keep us updated. God bless YouTube Towels. H, I want to hear more about this game tomorrow. I'm going to go check the score right now. Actually, you know what? Let's find out. H, can you tell us? I feel like I have to stay for a few extra minutes. Sheffield United score. We're going to find out how to play out. They won 3-0 over Bristol City. Congratulations. Congratulations to the Sheffield United Towels. That is how we end the day. Ladies and gentlemen, look at that. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, the Sheffield Flannel is going to celebrate, and we end the day, YouTube exclusive, celebrating with the Sheffield Flannel. All right, now I really got to go. You got that little bonus. There you go. That's another reason to hang out on the YouTube. All right, see you.